Happy World Seychelles Day!
Gaya sendiri si Marin!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Happy World Seychelles Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Naambushiliu siku mwema wa dunia wa yenyamba ya bahari.
Toute l'équipe maintenance Kelonia souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patrol ng pawikan sa Udalo. Afrari Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Seychelles Day!
Yeah.
Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
வணக்கம், இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakahalawan ng mga pawikan. Halibigi sa Piduran Albay.
Shome! Dito si Marin!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag. Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Malipayang adlaw ng mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Ce 24 décembre 2018, l'aube se lève sur la Réunion avec 6 traces de tortues sur une plage de la côte ouest. Ici, personne n'a dû en voir autant depuis 100 ans peut-être.
Cette nuit, on avait rendez-vous avec Emma. Donc Emma, c'est une des 2 femelles qui vient pondre à la Réunion, qui est super fidèle parce que depuis 2007, tous les 3 ans, à la même date et carrément au même endroit, elle vient pour pondre. On savait en plus qu'elle était là parce qu'il y a 2 mois de ça, on a vu des images d'un accouplement à Saint-Leu. Et quand on a étudié ces images, en fait, grâce au profil de la tête, on a reconnu Emma avec son fiancé qui s'appelle Valentin. Là, on attend la 3e ponte. Moi, j'ai vu que la tortue, que lors de la 3e montée, à 3h30, il y a eu un caillou là, à la limite des vagues qui semblait bouger. Donc j'ai surveillé ça et effectivement, le caillou est sorti de l'eau, donc c'était bien une tortue. Elle a un petit peu longé le mur, elle a commencé à envoyer du sable, donc a priori elle a commencé à faire sa cavité corporelle. Puis finalement elle n'a pas pondu parce qu'à un moment donné, sans qu'il soit rien passé de particulier, je l'ai vu redescendre vers la mer.
Si tout va bien, ça veut dire qu'elle va revenir ce soir. La surveillance s'organise. Toute l'année, un réseau de bénévoles se mobilise aux côtés de l'équipe de Kelonia et du CEDTM pour surveiller les potentielles plages de ponte. Discrètement, les volontaires arrivent en vêtements sombres. Cette surveillance est à la fois délicate et importante pour éviter qu'Emma ne soit dérangée et mieux comprendre les conditions favorables à la ponte. La tente se fait sans bouger et dans l'obscurité. Vers minuit, ça y est, Emma est là. C'est le moment critique où le moindre dérangement peut lui faire changer d'avis.
Elle continue à creuser depuis le ponte. Tant qu'elle se soulève comme ça, c'est qu'elle creuse.
À l'aide de ses pattes arrière, qui ressemblent étrangement à de grandes mains palmées, Emma est en train de creuser minutieusement un puits d'environ 70 cm de profondeur. Il est 2 heures quand Emma commence à pondre. On peut s'approcher, par l'arrière de la tortue, en très petits groupes. Un thermomètre est placé au milieu du nid. Toutes les heures, il va enregistrer la température, facteur déterminant le sexe des embryons. Ce soir, c'est la nuit de Noël. Et c'est un beau cadeau que d'être sous les étoiles avec Emma. Ce reptile aux yeux profonds a survécu à l'extinction des dinosaures. 110 millions d'années que les tortues marines fréquentent les océans du globe.
C'est des animaux très anciens. C'est des animaux qui étaient là bien avant nous. Et c'est vrai que voilà, de les rencontrer, on a un peu tendance à imaginer qu'on est un petit peu hors du temps quand on rencontre ces tortues.
2 semaines plus tard, c'est le 4e nid d'Emma. De nouveau, plus de 100 œufs sont enfouis sur cette même plage.
Quand tu as commencé tu pensais à 15 jours que tu verrais ça?
Franchement, je ne pensais pas que ça arriverait. C'était un peu un rêve. De faire en sorte que les tortues reviennent pondre à La Réunion, mais ça paraissait quand même assez inaccessible. Maintenant que c'est une réalité et que ça semble installé dans la durée, puisque Emma, c'est la 4e fois qu'on la suit sur cette plage quand même. Donc ça fait quand même franchement plaisir. Et ce qu'on attend maintenant, c'est que c'est les descendants d'Emma qui viennent pondre à leur tour pour pouvoir augmenter la population de femelles qui pondent à La Réunion. Enfin, en tout cas, c'est tout le mal qu'on se souhaite, quoi.
C'est possiblement la dernière ponte d'Emma et l'occasion d'en savoir un peu plus sur cette tortue. Stéphane vérifie d'abord qu'elle n'a pas de puce datant de la ferme corail.
Non. Notre tag. C'est Mayol, pile au bon moment.
Mayol va équiper Emma d'une balise GPS. Est-elle sédentaire de La Réunion ou s'en va-t-elle vers d'autres récifs coralliens plus riches? Ce prélèvement d'écailles est destiné à l'analyse des isotopes pour avoir une idée du régime alimentaire d'Emma au cours des derniers mois. La colle de la balise a besoin d'encore une bonne heure pour sécher.
Comment elle va notre Emma? Génétiquement, c'est des tortues qui ont les mêmes caractéristiques que les tortues de Tromelin et les tortues d'Europa. Maintenant, on ne peut pas avoir de certitude sur l'endroit où elles sont nées. La première tortue qui est venue pondre à La Réunion, puisque La Réunion est sortie de l'océan avec le volcan qui a créé l'île, c'est forcément une tortue qui n'était pas née à La Réunion. Donc ça montre bien que de temps en temps, il y a des tortues qui viennent pondre à des endroits où elles ne sont pas nées. On sait que voilà, de temps en temps, il y a des sites qui sont recolonisés par les tortues. Donc c'est des choses qui se passent une fois tous les 1000 ans, tous les 10 000 ans, enfin en tout cas pas très fréquemment, mais c'est peut-être ce qui s'est passé à La Réunion. Alors est-ce que ces tortues, c'est des tortues de la population résiduelle de La Réunion? On ne sait pas. C'est ce qui fait partie de l'intérêt d'étudier les tortues, c'est qu'on ne sait pas tout. Il y a plein de mystères qui demeurent, voilà, et tant mieux.
Et le mystère est au rendez-vous 12 jours plus tard. Y aura-t-il une 5e ponte pour Emma?
Bon ben voilà, Emma nous a fait une blague. On a failli la rater. Heureusement, on a un riverain qui a vu la trace. Donc elle est montée une première fois contre le mur là-bas, puis elle est redescendue aussitôt. Et après, elle est revenue ici. Elle a fait 1 trou, 2 trous, 3, 4, 5 trous pendant la nuit. Et puis, a priori, elle est repartie sans pondre. Il n'y a pas de certitude, mais en regardant les traces là, telles que je les vois, j'ai pas l'impression qu'il y ait eu de ponte de tortue. Donc elle devrait remonter ce soir pour faire sa 5e ponte. Après, quand je regarde les traces, finalement, je me dis que peut-être qu'elle a pondu finalement. Je sais pas. Il y a toujours un doute, pas de certitude absolue.
Finalement, Emma revient bien une 5e fois.
Faut pas bouger, hein.
Elle pond au même endroit que son premier nid, si bien qu'elle extrait du sable une petite retardataire de la première émergence.
Je sais pas, mais la petite tortue, elle est sortie d'où? Il me semble qu'elle est sortie plus par là, moi, quand je l'ai vue.
Chez les tortues, parents et enfants ne se croisent normalement jamais.
Ouais. Alors là, dans la même nuit, d'avoir la ponte et l'émergence, c'est incroyable.
Ce 20 janvier 2019, à La Réunion, un bébé tortue de 25 grammes et sa maman de 250 kilos sont quelques instants côte à côte.
Ben, ça prouve que même des choses qui paraissent incroyables en termes de conservation, parce que c'est vrai, quand on a commencé à travailler sur la restauration des plages de ponte pour dire on va faire revenir pondre les tortues à La Réunion, franchement tout le monde nous a pris pour des doux rêveurs, hein, voire des fous. Hein. Il n'y a pas grand monde qui croyait à ce programme-là. Des fois il ne faut pas grand-chose, hein, parce que cette plage elle n'est pas interdite au public. Hein. La journée les gens sont sur la plage. Hein. On est intervenu auprès des riverains pour baisser les lumières, auprès de l'hôtelier qui est à côté pour qu'il baisse ses lumières. On est intervenu auprès d'une association qui faisait des concerts le soir pour que les concerts ne se prolongent pas trop, pour pas que ça gêne les tortues. Et à chaque fois, on a eu une écoute qui était plutôt favorable et les gens ont accepté de modifier leurs habitudes et leurs usages pour laisser une place aux tortues. Et bon, ça c'est super. Moi, personnellement, je trouve ça super.
Cette dernière ponte lance le bal des émergences. Des rondes de surveillance sont de nouveau organisées à l'aube et au coucher du soleil, à l'affût de petites traces. Après 7 semaines d'incubation, les bébés d'Emma émergent du sable en s'entraînant les uns les autres. Le signal est donné lorsque la température est suffisamment fraîche. Les petites tortues s'élancent vers l'océan, attirées par le reflet des étoiles et de la lune sur la mer. La surveillance permet de savoir pour chaque nid quand débute l'émergence. Dès que la température augmente, le mouvement collectif s'interrompt. Certaines ont presque 1 mètre à remonter avec du sable instable ou très compact. L'équipe de Kélonia et les volontaires veillent à ce que les petites tortues réunionnaises puissent rejoindre l'océan sans encombre. Malgré cela, seule 1 sur 100 atteindra l'âge adulte. C'est peu, mais l'espoir est d'autant plus grand d'en voir une revenir dans 20 ans. Trois jours après le début de l'émergence, l'excavation du nid est un coup de pouce pour les bébés du fond du nid.
Ça y est, ça y est, ouais. Bon, elle va avoir besoin d'un petit peu d'aide pour démarrer dans la vie quand même, je pense.
Certaines iront au centre de soins, comme en pouponnière, avant d'être relâchées.
Allez, pipi. Donc celle-ci, la cicatrice ombilicale est vraiment grosse. Elle a encore le pli de l'œuf. Elle va venir au centre de soins.
Toutes ces petites tortues sont photo-identifiées. Leur profil est comme notre empreinte digitale. Si l'une d'entre elles revient adulte, on la reconnaîtra. L'excavation du nid permet aussi de compter le nombre de coquilles vides, combien de petites tortues sont nées, combien d'embryons ne sont pas arrivés à terme.
Nous, ça nous permet d'avoir un petit peu l'efficacité d'éclosion ou de survie des bébés en fait, par eux-mêmes. On mesure toujours l'efficacité de la femelle, l'efficacité des bébés. Et après, nous, ça nous donne un succès de reproduction. Là, on a un stade qui est bien avancé, mais ça s'est arrêté vraiment en cours de route. Probablement aux fortes pluies.
Grâce au thermomètre du nid, Claire va pouvoir le vérifier.
Thermomètre du nid 5. On voit super bien l'effet de la forte pluie et de l'inondation du nid. alors qu'on est à 1 semaine de la ponte. Ensuite, on a toutes les alternances jour-nuit. On a déployé un thermomètre qu'on appelle témoin. Du coup, on a la température qui faisait dans le sable, sans développement embryonnaire, sans chaleur métabolique. Quand il y a eu cette très grosse pluie, dans le sable, il a fait 5 degrés de moins. Et dans le nid 5, il a fait 6 degrés de moins. La température, elle va jouer sur 2 choses, principalement sur la durée d'incubation. Plus il va faire chaud, plus les bébés vont se développer rapidement. Et le deuxième rôle important de la température, c'est sur la détermination du sexe. C'est vraiment au 2e tiers d'incubation que le sexe se détermine.
Donc il y a 107 plus et 17 bébés.
Ouais, mais pas plus parce qu'ils sont sortis. Non.
Léo profite de l'excavation pour replanter des plantes indigènes. D'après plusieurs études scientifiques, cette végétation indigène permettrait aux tortues de localiser les plages favorables à la ponte depuis le large. Possiblement, les petites tortues aussi, lors de leur course vers l'océan, s'imprègnent du champ magnétique et de l'odeur de ces végétaux pour retrouver un jour cette plage où elles sont nées. Des tortues et des pontes, l'équipe de Kélonia en a vu plein. Et pourtant...
Bon, à Moélie, on peut rencontrer une centaine de tortues par nuit sur la plage. À Europa, c'est un peu pareil. À Glorieuse, ça peut être une dizaine de tortues. À Tromelin aussi. Mais à La Réunion, voilà, c'est un peu particulier parce que justement, les tortues sont très peu nombreuses. On est vraiment dans une phase où les tortues ont failli disparaître de La Réunion et des mascareignes en général. Voilà. Donc il reste quelques tortues qui s'accrochent à l'île. Et voilà, c'est pour ça que c'est un peu plus émouvant, un peu plus fort quand on les rencontre elles, parce qu'on sait que c'est vraiment quelque chose de très fragile. La reproduction des tortues à La Réunion, ça s'appuie sur 2 femelles uniquement.
Entre le 20 janvier et le 11 mars 2019, environ 330 petites tortues réunionnaises ont rejoint l'océan. Si nous leur laissons une place, quelques plages sans lumière artificielle, avec des veloutiers et des patates à Durand, elles reviendront sûrement pondre ici dans 20 ans.
La tortue kawan, c'est une espèce qui est assez caractéristique du fait qu'elle a un cou plutôt assez volumineux. Et d'ailleurs, dans certains endroits du monde, comme dans le Pacifique, on l'appelle la tortue grosse tête.
Les tortues kawan adultes mesurent entre 80 et 120 cm de long et pèsent entre 80 et 100 kg. Celle-ci est encore immature.
65,6, tout ça 65.
Elle est photo-identifiée une dernière fois avant d'être relâchée.
C'est une tortue qui ne va pas forcément s'alimenter à la côte comme peuvent le faire les tortues imbriquées ou les tortues vertes. C'est une tortue qui peut rester au large, un peu comme la tortue luth, et qui va avoir différentes stratégies d'alimentation, soit à la côte, soit au large justement, dans la colonne d'eau. Donc c'est des tortues qu'on dit un peu pélagiques. La tortue kawan est une tortue qu'on peut retrouver dans les eaux tempérées et tropicales, quasiment à travers tous les océans du globe. En revanche, il n'y en a pas qui viennent pondre dans les sites qu'on connaît ou sur lesquels on a l'habitude de travailler, que ce soit à La Réunion, dans les îles Éparses ou dans les autres territoires français de l'océan Indien. Elles pondent plutôt en Afrique du Sud et au Mozambique. Donc ce n'est pas une tortue sur laquelle on a travaillé traditionnellement ici à Kélonia ou à La Réunion. C'est une tortue, en revanche, qui est capturée accidentellement par les palangriers, donc des pêcheurs qui vont pêcher au large de l'île de la Réunion et de Madagascar. Et c'est eux, en fait, les premiers qui ont ramené certains spécimens à Kélonia. Et c'est comme ça qu'on a commencé historiquement à travailler sur cette espèce-là.
En cas de capture, les pêcheurs préviennent le Cross et Kélonia pour que les tortues soient ainsi prises en charge dès leur retour au port. Bernardin, soigneur du centre de soins, récupère ce matin, à l'aube, 2 tortues kawan. L'une d'elles est d'ailleurs baptisée Aurore. Depuis le début du partenariat, il revient aux pêcheurs de nommer les tortues secourues, tandis qu'une classe parraine chacune d'entre elles.
S'il n'y avait pas eu ce type de programme et ce type de partenariat, on n'aurait pas forcément pu savoir qu'il y avait des tortues kawan autour de la Réunion dans des proportions aussi importantes que celle-là. On n'aurait pas su d'où elles venaient.
Mais pour l'heure, l'urgence est aux soins. L'hameçon dans son œsophage risque de créer des infections ou des hémorragies. De retour au centre de soins, les tortues sont rapidement pesées pour pouvoir doser les injections d'antibiotiques, d'antidouleurs, de vitamines qui vont lui permettre de tenir jusqu'à l'intervention du vétérinaire. En moyenne, 30 tortues capturées accidentellement sont ainsi secourues et opérées chaque année. Cette fois, c'est Mathieu, le responsable du centre de soins, qui est de garde et se charge d'accompagner la jeune tortue kawan chez le vétérinaire. Première étape, l'anesthésie générale. Deuxième étape, la radio pour localiser l'hameçon. Troisième étape, l'opération chirurgicale. Tout le temps de l'anesthésie, la respiration est assurée artificiellement par Mathieu.
On va la prendre de l'hameçon. Donc elle ressortait vraiment très légèrement de l'œsophage. Et ça, le tissu qu'on voit là, c'est l'œsophage. Là, on voit l'ardillon ici. C'est cette petite pointe inversée là, qui empêche l'hameçon de reculer. Et c'est ça qu'il nous faut enlever. On peut couper, Mathieu. Si tu peux couper ? Ouais. Donc là, détournez les yeux autour des épaules. Ok. Donc là, hop, la partie de l'hameçon qu'on a coupée est ici. Je vais faire reculer le reste de l'hameçon dans l'œsophage.
Je tire.
Vas-y.
Je tire.
L'extraction de l'hameçon nécessite de la finesse.
Ok.
Plus fort ?
Ouais.
Et de la détermination.
Hop. Vas-y, doucement. Donc là, si tu veux, avec le doigt, tu peux attraper le chat de l'aiguille pour essayer d'orienter un peu plus.
Chaque étape peut demander un certain temps.
Ok, alors voilà.
Et à partir de quand il va falloir s'alimenter ? Dans 2 mois. 2 mois. 2 mois sans manger.
Je dis 2 mois, ça peut être 1 mois aussi, effectivement. Là, l'intervention n'a pas été. Justement, on n'a pas ouvert l'œsophage. Ça va effectivement peut-être être 1 mois.
D'accord.
Sur les tortues, sur une intervention avec l'œsophage, c'est plutôt 2 mois.
La convalescence va durer au moins 3 mois.
Ok, la plaie est belle. C'est bon.
Pour rejoindre l'océan, il faut que la plaie est cicatrisée, qu'elle réussisse à s'alimenter et qu'elle ait retrouvé son poids d'arrivée.
La majeure partie des tortues qu'on a ici en soins, c'est des hameçons.
C'est ces pêcheurs qui ont ramené pour la première fois des tortues kawan ici à Kélonia. Et c'est eux les premiers en fait qui sont venus vers nous, vers Kélonia, et qui ont demandé ce qu'ils pouvaient faire. Et c'est comme ça qu'est né le partenariat assez inédit entre les pêcheurs et le centre de soins de Kélonia depuis quasiment une vingtaine d'années. Et qui fait que à la fois les tortues qui sont pêchées accidentellement peuvent être sauvées et soignées par les soigneurs du centre de soins et les vétérinaires avec lesquels on travaille. Et c'est aussi un partenariat assez inédit puisque après, par la suite, quand on va relâcher ces tortues dans leur milieu naturel, on va pouvoir nous mener des programmes de recherche, donc de la génétique, des programmes un peu plus complexes qu'on appelle les isotopes stables qui vont nous permettre de savoir ce qu'elles mangent et aussi des programmes de suivi par satellite. Alors au départ, dans les années 2000, on ne pouvait pas les suivre très longtemps, c'était 2 à 3 mois. Et puis vers les années 2010, on a commencé à les suivre 6 mois, 1 an et demi. On s'attendait à les voir se diriger vers l'Afrique du Sud et le Mozambique, qui sont des sites de ponte pour cette espèce. Et en fait, une grande majorité d'entre elles, quasiment 80% des tortues qu'on a suivies, se sont dirigées dans l'hémisphère nord, au large d'une petite île qui s'appelle l'île de Massira, qui appartient au pays d'Oman. qu'elles vont traverser l'équateur, qu'elles vont se développer dans l'hémisphère sud pour après repartir pondre dans l'hémisphère nord. C'est des déplacements qu'on n'observe pas ailleurs, ni dans l'océan Atlantique, ni dans l'océan Pacifique. Donc c'est vraiment pas ce à quoi on s'attendait. C'est des choses qui bouleversent un peu la façon dont nous, on conçoit la biologie de cette espèce. C'était assez intéressant et surtout très impressionnant de se dire que les tortues qu'on observe ici autour de la Réunion et qui passent par le centre de soins de Kélonia vont plus tard, dans leur vie, aller pondre sur cette petite île à 4500 km de la Réunion, sur lesquelles on peut croiser les dromadaires, le désert. Donc on essaie d'utiliser cette tortue kawan pour à la fois étudier leur déplacement, mais aussi étudier les évolutions des paramètres océaniques tels que la température qu'il peut y avoir à différentes profondeurs de l'océan, le réchauffement climatique, toutes ces problématiques qui aujourd'hui, on le sait, vont affecter de manière assez importante la planète et son environnement.
C'est tout l'objet du projet Storm, où les chercheurs de l'équipe Cyclones Tropicaux du laboratoire LACI et les chercheurs du Centre d'études des tortues marines collaborent. Des balises ont ainsi été spécialement équipées de capteurs de température et de pression pour mesurer la température de l'océan en continu et en temps réel jusqu'à une profondeur de 300 mètres. À terme, l'objectif est d'améliorer les prévisions météorologiques, notamment des cyclones, dans l'océan Indien.
La belle histoire en fait sur cette espèce, la tortue kawan, c'est que finalement c'est les pêcheurs eux-mêmes qui sont à l'initiative des programmes de recherche qui nous ont permis de mieux connaître la biologie de cette tortue-là. Et finalement, c'est grâce à ce type de programme-là que, en retour, on va nous mieux identifier les menaces qui peuvent peser sur l'espèce. Et c'est comme ça qu'on va pouvoir mettre en œuvre des mesures de protection qui vont être efficaces et qui vont être utiles.
Une mesure efficace et utile est par exemple de protéger les tortues à Oman au moment de la ponte et des émergences, mais aussi là où elles se développent et grandissent, comme au large de la Réunion et dans les principaux couloirs migratoires.
Pour cette espèce-là, et notamment au stade juvénile et lorsqu'elle va se développer, donc plutôt au large des côtes, il va y avoir de nombreuses menaces. On sait que les pêches en font partie, mais les programmes de partenariat, notamment avec les palangriers qui sont menés avec le centre de soins par exemple, vont permettre de diminuer cet impact-là. Il y a aussi de nombreux impacts, notamment des petites pêcheries au filet. Et puis il y a une menace assez importante qui est un peu latente et qui concerne tout l'océan Indien, c'est les déchets plastiques. On sait que c'est une espèce qui est particulièrement sensible puisqu'elle a tendance soit à confondre avec des proies, soit à ingérer de manière accidentelle.
Ces plastiques, par exemple, viennent des selles des pensionnaires de Kélonia. Tous les jours, ils sont trouvés et collectés par les soigneurs du centre de soins.
Au départ, c'était environ 50% des tortues marines dans lesquelles on pouvait retrouver des plastiques. Puis ce chiffre est augmenté quasiment jusqu'à 80% et aujourd'hui, on l'estime à quasiment 90%, voire au-delà, en termes de proportion parmi les tortues marines qu'on récupère. On sait qu'il y a des zones plus importantes que les autres dans l'océan Indien, comme les zones de convergence subtropicale, qui sont des gyres comme des tourbillons océaniques à très grande échelle, qui vont à la fois concentrer une biodiversité importante, mais aussi les plastiques. On commence à avoir une certaine idée du développement de cette tortue-là et des différentes menaces qui peuvent peser et à quel moment de leur cycle de vie à travers l'océan Indien. Mais il nous reste encore beaucoup de précisions à apporter, notamment comment, par exemple, les tortues qui naissent à Oman arrivent à la Réunion. Certains modèles commencent à nous donner des pistes, mais on n'a aucune preuve exactement du trajet qu'elles vont suivre pour arriver jusqu'à la Réunion. La tortue kawan, elle est assez emblématique de toutes les problématiques environnementales auxquelles nous faisons face aujourd'hui. L'érosion des plages, les plastiques, le réchauffement climatique, les interactions avec les pêches. C'est une tortue qui va nous servir à la fois d'indicateur pour toutes ces menaces et aussi d'exemple et nous montre un peu quelles sont les solutions qu'on peut y apporter.
La tortue kawan nous montre le chemin. De la Réunion à Oman, les différents usagers et acteurs ont ainsi uni leurs forces pour protéger cette espèce dans l'intérêt de l'océan, de la biodiversité et finalement de tout un chacun.
Bonjour Bonjour à tous, je suis Emma Herman. Je vais vous présenter le travail que j'ai fait au sein de Kelonia dans le cadre de mon Master 2 en biodiversité, écologie et évolution qui traite sur le comportement alimentaire des tortues imbriquées sur le récif frangeant de l'Ermitage sur l'île de la Réunion. Sur les côtes réunionnaises, on observe des tortues imbriquées et des tortues vertes qui ont été décimées lors de l'arrivée de l'homme au XVIIe siècle, puisqu'on consommait sa chair, ses œufs. Il y a des prédateurs qui ont été introduits et aussi l'urbanisation qui s'est beaucoup développée. Cependant, depuis les années 90, les nombreuses études scientifiques et aussi les programmes de protection et de restauration des récifs et des espèces ont permis d'observer une reconstitution des populations de tortues dans les eaux réunionnaises. Les tortues imbriquées observées proches des côtes sont dans la majorité des cas des immatures qui viennent se nourrir avant d'atteindre la maturité sexuelle. Donc sur le cycle de vie des tortues, on le voit, c'est au niveau de la flèche rouge. La plupart des observations se font sur les pentes externes des récifs entre 10 et 30 mètres de profondeur. Plus récemment, des tortues imbriquées ont été observées sur les récifs frangeants de la côte ouest. Les édifices coralliens de l'ouest de la Réunion s'étendent de manière discontinue sur 25 km de long, sur un linéaire de côte de 210 km pour une superficie totale de 12 km². Les informations concernant le comportement alimentaire des tortues imbriquées à la Réunion sont plutôt faibles. L'objectif de cette étude est de compléter les connaissances sur les tortues imbriquées juvéniles situées au sud du récif frangeant de l'Ermitage, avec un intérêt tout particulier pour leur comportement alimentaire, ainsi que l'évaluation de potentiels impacts anthropiques. Je vais donc essayer d'y répondre à travers 3 questions. Quelles sont les tortues, la population de tortues présentes sur le site? Quelles sont les raisons de leur présence? Ainsi que quelles sont les interactions avec les usagers et y a-t-il un impact négatif des usagers sur les tortues? La zone d'étude choisie est au niveau du platier sud de l'Ermitage, dépendant de la commune de Saint-Paul au niveau de la réserve marine de la Réunion. Elle s'étend de la passe de l'Ermitage au nord à l'hôtel Luxe au sud pour une superficie d'environ 10 hectares. La passe est le lieu par lequel se vidange le lagon. Cette dépression d'arrière-récif est composée de coraux vivants, de coraux morts, mais aussi de sable. La forte courantologie favorise le développement de corallimorphes. Au total, il y a 32 sorties d'observation qui ont été réalisées entre février et avril 2021. Les observations se faisaient en palme, masque et tuba, 2 heures avant la marée haute pour faciliter l'accès et l'observation. De plus, le terrain se faisait en binôme et l'immersion devait durer minimum 2 heures. De 6 heures du matin à 18 heures le soir. Vous avez dans le tableau le nombre de sorties qui ont été réalisées en fonction des créneaux horaires. De plus, ces sorties devaient être la semaine, le week-end ou encore pendant les vacances scolaires pour essayer d'évaluer un petit peu les différences d'affluence. Donc voici un petit schéma qui va vous présenter comment se déroule l'apnée d'une tortue. Il y a une phase de descente, une phase d'activité, une phase de montée et une phase en surface avec la respiration. Et la dernière inspiration et la descente montre le début d'un nouveau cycle. Il faut savoir que la totalité du cycle va être chronométrée. Et tous ces cycles-là, pour une même tortue, va former une focale. De plus, le suivi était validé uniquement si la tortue ne présentait aucun signe de dérangement. Et pour chaque suivi, on notait la date, l'heure de début, l'heure de fin, le comportement de départ de la tortue, ainsi que les coordonnées GPS au début et à la fin. Tout cela a été filmé à l'aide d'une caméra embarquée GoPro pour être analysé en bureau et ainsi décrypter les différents comportements des tortues que vous voyez dans le petit encadré bleu ici. Il y a le comportement de descente, le comportement de déplacement, lorsque la tortue nage et on va compter le nombre de battements qu'elle va faire, mais il y a aussi le comportement de recherche quand elle essaie de trouver de la nourriture ou encore le comportement de vigilance. C'est quand là la tortue, elle stoppe ce qu'elle est en train de faire pour regarder son environnement, le scruter, on peut dire. Ensuite, il y a l'alimentation. On va voir l'espèce que la tortue consomme, le pourcentage de recouvrement de cette espèce, ainsi que le nombre de coups de bec qu'elle va donner. Après, il y a le repos, quand elle ne bouge pas ou qu'elle dort, la remontée, et enfin, il y a la phase de surface de respiration. Et là, on va compter le nombre d'inspirations que la tortue va faire avant de commencer un nouveau cycle. Et pour chacune de ces activités, j'ai noté le substrat sur lequel était la tortue, si c'était des coraux vivants, des coraux morts ou un substrat de type sablo-détritique, ou encore l'objectif de la plongée. Donc, pourquoi la tortue sonde? Est-ce qu'elle sonde pour s'alimenter? Est-ce que c'est pour faire de la recherche d'aliments? Ou alors, est-ce que c'est pour se déplacer? Pour caractériser un petit peu les interactions qu'il peut y avoir avec les usagers, déjà, il faut savoir que cette zone, elle est plutôt petite, à faible profondeur, donc une forte pression anthropique. Donc, les tortues sont souvent en interaction avec les usagers. Il y a d'abord combien d'usagers sont présents autour de la tortue dans un rayon de 7 mètres. Ensuite, il y a leur pratique. Est-ce que c'est plutôt des nageurs, des snorkeleurs, donc qui viennent pour faire de l'observation sous-marine, des baigneurs ou encore de l'activité nautique de type paddle-kayak. Mais il y a aussi leur attitude, s'ils sont calmes, agités. Il y a leur distance, s'ils sont autour de 5 mètres vers la tortue, entre 2 et 5 mètres ou entre 0 et 2 mètres. Et ensuite, il y a la réaction de la tortue. Soit elle ne réagit pas, soit elle a un comportement de vigilance. Sinon, elle peut se déplacer ou dans le pire des cas, il y a fuite de la tortue. Les premiers résultats ont révélé que cette étude a nécessité un effort d'échantillonnage de 51 heures et 45 minutes dans l'eau, avec 78 observations de tortues. Et sur ces 78 observations, il y a 14 individus différents qui ont été observés et qui ont pu être identifiés à partir de la base de données Torsoy, qui est un système de photo-identification, à partir de codification des écailles des profils des tortues. Donc, sur les 38 focales, il y a eu 236 cycles, et vous voyez sur ce tableau donc, le nom des tortues qui ont été suivies, ainsi que leur taille, nombre de focales, nombre de cycles, et le temps d'observation total par individu. Et on peut voir qu'il y a Maëtis qui a été suivi pendant 7 heures et 51 minutes. Ici, c'est une carte avec le déplacement des tortues qui ont été suivies. On peut voir qu'elles occupent le site de manière assez hétérogène. Au sud, il y a énormément de tortues qui se sont déplacées. Le substrat est plutôt de type coromorphe recouvert de corallimorphes. Et au nord, dans l'axe de la passe, on voit que les tortues étaient ici puisque le substrat était de type sablo-détritique avec le développement d'énormément de macrophytes. Le schéma présent ici montre un profil de répartition en temps moyen d'un cycle, donc c'est le temps moyen en pourcentage que les tortues ont consacré à chaque type de comportement. Il y a l'alimentation à 37,5%, le déplacement à 31,9%, la recherche à 14% ou encore la vigilance à 1,7%. Ensuite, il y a le schéma ici qui représente la répartition des objectifs de plongée. Donc, ce graphique de 7 heures montre que les apnées filmées dans le lagon ont dans 56% des cas pour objectif de s'alimenter, dans 33% des cas l'objectif de déplacement et dans 11% des cas la recherche. Il faut savoir que durant les cycles, la tortue ne consommait qu'une seule espèce. Elle ne pouvait pas consommer plusieurs espèces par apnée. En tout cas, c'est ce qui a été observé. Les tortues imbriquées suivies ont consommé 6 types d'aliments différents à proportions différentes en plus. L'aliment consommé dans 77% des cycles d'alimentation, c'est le corallimorphe Rhodactis rhodostoma représenté ici en rouge. Ensuite, il y a les algues rouges de type Amphiroa et Jania sp qui sont consommées dans 13% des cas, ou encore les éponges qui sont consommées dans 7% des apnées. Et ensuite, il y a d'autres aliments qui ont été consommés de manière un peu plus exceptionnelle, donc qui représentent 1% des apnées des tortues. C'est les langoustes ou encore d'autres espèces d'algues rouges et des holoturies de la famille des Synaptidae. D'ailleurs, le nombre de coups de bec en fonction de l'espèce consommée a montré qu'il y avait une différence significative. Donc, le nombre de coups de bec donné dépend de l'espèce qui est consommée par la tortue. Les tortues imbriquées observées pendant l'étude montrent que celles-ci sont plutôt opportunistes. Elles s'adaptent à la disponibilité en aliments de leur habitat. Ici, j'ai décidé de tester les différents facteurs qui pourraient influencer sur la moyenne des pourcentages en temps d'alimentation des tortues. Et les tests de Kroskal-Wallis et de Wilcoxon ont révélé que la tranche horaire n'avait pas d'impact sur le temps d'alimentation des tortues. Cependant, la taille, oui, et le pourcentage de recouvrement de la ressource alimentaire aussi. Pour conclure, nous pouvons dire que les apnées filmées sont dans 67% des cas de s'alimenter. Les tortues consomment dans la majorité des situations des corallimorphes, qui sont très présents dans le lagon. Aussi, cette étude a permis de faire la première observation de consommation d'holoturies de la famille des Synaptidae dans le lagon par des tortues imbriquées à La Réunion. De plus, le temps d'alimentation varie significativement en fonction de la taille des tortues. Les tortues de taille 3, donc supérieures à 60 cm, consacrent le plus de temps à l'alimentation dans leurs apnées que les tortues plus petites. Et enfin, le temps consacré à l'alimentation dans une apnée dépend du pourcentage de recouvrement de la ressource alimentaire. Ici, voici les tests que j'ai décidé de réaliser pour montrer un petit peu les relations avec les usagers. L'analyse en composantes principales montre, selon l'axe de dimension 1, qu'il y a une association entre les variables distance, attitude et pratique et la réaction de la tortue. Et la matrice de corrélation permet de le confirmer. L'attitude des usagers et la distance des usagers est corrélée avec un coefficient de corrélation de 0,92 à la réaction de la tortue. Pour aller plus loin dans le raisonnement, j'ai décidé donc de voir si la moyenne des pourcentages en temps d'alimentation des tortues et la moyenne en pourcentage en temps de vigilance de celle-ci aussi étaient corrélées avec le nombre de personnes, leur attitude et leur distance, avec des tests de comparaison de moyenne de Kruskal-Wallis et de Wilcoxon. Ces tests, on peut voir que les p-values de Kruskal-Wallis étaient supérieures à 5% dans la majorité des cas, ce qui montre que ces trois variables, le nombre de personnes, attitude et distance, n'a pas d'impact significatif sur l'alimentation et la vigilance des tortues, excepté pour le nombre d'usagers et le pourcentage en temps de vigilance. D'ailleurs, le test de Wilcoxon a révélé que ce n'est pas le nombre d'usagers qui importe, mais simplement leur présence, ils sont là ou pas. Suite à ces résultats, j'ai décidé d'enlever de mon jeu de données Maetis, la tortue qui a été beaucoup observée. Déjà parce qu'elle pouvait potentiellement biaiser les données, mais aussi que c'est une tortue plutôt grande qui a déjà fait 2 séjours au centre de soins de Kélonia et que potentiellement elle pouvait s'être habituée à l'homme. Et en effet, en enlevant Maetis, on peut voir qu'il n'y a toujours pas d'impact significatif de ces trois variables sur le temps d'alimentation. Cependant, sur la moyenne des pourcentages en temps de vigilance des tortues, on peut voir que oui, il y a un impact significatif. Pour conclure sur cette partie, je peux dire que la présence d'usagers n'impacte pas significativement l'alimentation des tortues impliquées. Cependant, le pourcentage de vigilance dans les apnées des tortues est significativement supérieur lorsque les usagers sont présents, mais il dépend aussi de leur attitude, s'ils sont agités, et de leur distance vis-à-vis d'elles, s'ils sont à une distance inférieure à 2 mètres. Le point positif, c'est que durant la campagne de terrain, l'observation d'usagers irrespectueux envers les tortues a été plutôt rare. Et enfin, la modification des résultats des tests après avoir enlevé Maetis montre qu'il y a un comportement individuel des tortues. Nous pouvons dire que la présence des usagers dans un rayon de 7 mètres autour de la tortue provoque un changement de comportement. Donc, voici les premiers résultats. Il va y avoir la suite. Je vous remercie de votre attention et bonne journée des tortues marines.
Hi everyone, so my name is Margot Thibault and I'm a PhD student in the University of Réunion Island, and so my project is focused on the characterization and assessing sources of marine litter accumulated in the subtropical Indian Ocean gyre. So as we know, in our oceans there's 5 gyres, but they accumulated plastic debris. And the Indian Ocean is the less to date, so that's why I focus my thesis on this one. So I will collect marine debris in the water column, but also in the beach survey in remote islands, and also ingested by bioindicator species like seabirds, but also sea turtles. So for today, I will present this part of my project thesis concerning sea turtles bioindicator species. So, as we know, the loggerhead sea turtles is concerning like a bioindicator in the Mediterranean Sea because their regular plastic ingestion, because their tissue of digestive system are solid more than other species, turtles. They're using different habitats and using a large spatial distribution around the Indian Ocean gyre. So with Kélonia centers, there's partnership with fishermen. So from 2007 to 2020, almost 200 bycatch loggerhead sea turtles came to the rehabilitated sea turtle Kélonia Center. So as you can see, this is all the points on the map bycatch loggerhead. Okay, after From live sea turtles, we collect marine debris by excretion. And for dead sea turtles, we collect all marine debris by necropsy. After, so we analyze them by quantity, width, length, by categories and color defined by the Marine Framework Strategic Directive. After, for this presentation, I would like to understand if loggerheads are opportunistic or selective diet. So I made the selectivity states to understand. And finally, to understand where do they come from, the plastic derivative they ingest, I made a brand edit. So just to have first result, descriptive result from to the last decade among the 200 bycatch loggerheads, there's 100 almost 70% have ingested marine debris. It corresponds to 9,000 items with a quite of kilogram. So for one individuals, it corresponds for 4 items and almost 80 items per gram. So during the last decade, the frequency of ingestion occurrence are increasing. For example, just for last year, it corresponds to 19%. Concerning now the size of marine litter that they can ingest, so we observe that finally she ingested a lot of mesolitter, but warning because it's a lot of collection of marine litter from last decade, so maybe it's a degradation of microlitter inside our collect. So now if we focus on the categories of the debris ingested, we observe that the most is hard plastics by quantities and weights. So if we would like just to understand what kind of item it corresponds to hard plastic, now we're gonna look. So it corresponds to caps, fragment, container rings, bottle fragments, and finally, the most observed inside the hard flat plastic is fragments. Now, concerning the color, we observe that finally the most color ingested is the color of white. And if we would like to know if the loggerheads select as an opportunistic or selective diet, we have to make a selectivity test. Okay, so concerning the categories, so we compare the fishing plastic item, the hard plastic item, and the soft plastic item. And finally, she selects more soft plastic, but not a lot. Now about colors. So finally, she selects white plastic. But when we have a comparison with the plastic item in the environment, we observe that this white plastic is quite important than other colors. So it's not really a selective finally results. Okay, now concerning the brand audit. So what's a brand audit? It's just to collect the caps or lids or items with brands or any indication incrusted inside. So as we have, like for example, on the right side. Okay. So among all the items ingested by the loggerheads, almost 100 items can be identified by brand or indication. So things this brand we just categorize by using, and so we observe that the most using is the food packaging. After is a household product, fishing, plastic, and personal care. But yeah, the most important using is food packaging. And now if we look at the type of polymer from this item, we observe that the most is the high density polymer ethylene for a lot. But it's normal because it corresponds to the type of polymer of lids or cups. Now if we list the top 10 of brands, so as you can see, the most important representing in jest is Aqua. So it's a brand that came from southwest of Asia. And for the over list, we observe that the location came from southeast of Asia. So, but for someone, if you have any idea, I would like to know what kind of manufacturer is corresponding to Signatory, because we didn't find it, but we found that came from Thailand. So yeah. So now, just to conclude on this presentation. So marine litter, what kind of marine litter logo is in jest? So concerning opportunities deck, we observe that there are all class of size of plastic debris, and it corresponds of plastic debris more represented by marine litter, and more precisely it corresponds to a hard plastic. Containing the colors, she ingests all colors, but with the selectivity diet, we observe that finally she selects soft plastic and white transparent bags. As I said, in the environment, the most pigment color is white and blue, so that's the most. Now, concerning only plastic debris from the brand audits, we observe that is most high density polymer ethylene, but yeah, because it's the most polymer using for making plastic particle or project. And now if you would like to know where do they come from, we found only for this methodology southeast of Asia came from sources. But we need more data to compare, and with other species it could be cool, like other bioindicator species like the seabirds. And to add data is also in situ, we need to collect more data to understand and to improve dispersal model of plastic debris in the Indian Ocean, because it's not efficient only this. So that's why for my project is I would like to use loggerhead sea turtles as bioindicator species in the ocean. And to complete here, so that's I program to July. So during July, I will have an oceanographic cruises to collect marine litter in the southwest Indian Ocean. So yeah, I will compare plastic debris in jest and found in the water column and found also on the remote islands to improve the plastic debris dispersal model and the subtropical Indian Ocean gyre. So thanks you a lot, and happy and enjoy the marine sea turtle.
kami para hadlau simpayukan ang keadilan dunia. Buyat kami para hadlau simpayukan ang keadilan dunia.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Saksikan pengiratan manfaat. Wey!
Selamat datang ke Malaysia. Welcome to Malaysia. We are so happy to be celebrating this year's World Sea Turtle Day with all of you, our kindred spirits from the Indian Ocean to the far reaches of Southeast Asia. We are so happy to have you at our global 20 years of IOSEA webinar, which is just one of the many back-to-back events of the Sunrise to Sunshine program that we have been organizing from the Secretariat of IOSEA. Yes, some of us turtle nerds have actually been, especially from Malaysia, been glued to the screen since 10 a.m. this morning, which is exactly 10 hours ago. So how well, but the question is now, you've been watching all these various contributions made by people that are involved in IOSEA region in turtle conservation. How well do you know IOSEA? So, which is actually a short form for the very long memorandum, which is Memorandum of Understanding on the Conservation and Management of Marine Turtles and Their Habitats of the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. So, how well do you know this IOSEA? So, indeed, sea turtle conservation is now a recognized field, fulfilling an important role in meeting our commitment to protect biodiversity. But there was a time when it was not so apparent, especially at governmental level. But thanks to the determination and hard work of marine turtle conservation pioneers working in our region, the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU came into effect 2 decades ago, with the objective of bringing all parties with vested interest in sea turtles together and creating a platform for sharing knowledge, skills, technology, and field experiences among people who are involved in sea turtle conservation. This webinar gathers some of the key people who can walk us through IOSEA's 20 years journey. So, the question will be, we'll be able to find out how did it all begin and what have we learned over the past 20 years. And of course, what can IOSEA people aspire to in the next 20 years? But before we proceed further, let me introduce you to the key people that I mentioned earlier, that many of you actually need no introduction. But for those who are just coming into this IOSEA platform, I think it's worth knowing who they are because they are really amazing people. So I will start with Doug. Doug Heikel. I mean, this IOSEA MOU would never have come to being without his drive, I would say. So he has served as the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Convention on Migratory Species, CMS, in Bonn, Germany, where he oversaw the development of numerous intergovernmental agreements on migratory species conservation. And among others, he worked to establish the regional-wide agreement for conserving marine turtles of the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia, which is what we're talking about today, and has served as its coordinator from 2003 all the way to 2016, based in Bangkok. His master's thesis, earned from Dalhousie University in Canada, was one of the first in the world to comprehensively review a country's implementation of the Convention of International Trade of Endangered Species CITES, and he began his UN career working on ivory trade control measures at the CITES Secretariat based in Switzerland. He's now retired, but still very active. He divides his time between Thailand and Ukraine and working on various projects of personal interest. So that's Doug for you, and you'll be able to get to know him better and when we start talking and chatting stuff. And the second person that I would like to introduce you to is Dr. Jean Mortimer, who for me is like you know, I had goosebumps when I was actually emailing her because she means so much to us turtle people in Terengganu. Dr. Jean Mortimer was born in Chicago, USA in a sea turtle conservation and is a sea turtle conservation biologist who has worked as an international consultant in some 20 countries on 6 continents, Malaysia included. During 1989-1992, she did a 3-year contract with WWF Malaysia and the Malaysian Department of Fisheries to train personnel and produce management plans for sea turtle populations throughout the country. And I would like to add here, without her, perhaps we would not have reviewed the Terengganu Turtle Enactment, which is probably one of the first conservation, habitat-oriented conservation enactment in Peninsular Malaysia. And so thanks to her, we have achieved so much, and she returned in 2012 to Malaysia to assist WWF Malaysia again with its Malacca Sea Turtle Program. As you know, Malacca has a very good hatchery program now in Malacca, which is the most important site for hawksbill turtle in Peninsular Malaysia. She has lived in Seychelles since 1995, working with sea turtle and ecosystem conservation, and in the wider Western Indian Ocean. She has authored more than 200 publications and reports, and she loves Malaysia. Now, now she's introduced us Jane loves Malaysia. So I am happy to introduce you to a Malaysian who is among our panelists, which is Dr. Dionysius Sharma, who we all call Dino. Not because he's a dinosaur, but because he's cute. Well, used to be at least. Now he's just very, very poised and Sifu-like. So Dr. Dino Shankar Kumar Sharma, who Dino, was formerly the CEO of WWF Malaysia and has 30 years of environmental conservation and management experience. He started his career managing a leatherback turtle hatchery at Rantau Abang, Terengganu, and was one of the pioneers in the establishment of the Mat Daerah Turtle Sanctuary in Kerteh. He is currently a director of the Malaysian Wildlife Conservation Foundation and strategic advisor and advisory council member of Green Growth Asia Foundation, as well as sits on a board of the Borneo Rhino Alliance and the Pulau Banding Foundation. Maintaining his scientific interest in tigers, marine and freshwater turtles, he serves on various IUCN species survival commissions. So the next panelist that we have is a friend of mine from Australia, Dr. Scott Whiting. So Dr. Scott is actually a principal research scientist in the Western Australian Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attraction. And for those who actually have been watching this from 10 a.m., you would see him, you would actually recognize him because he was there. He was in most of the clips and he was so amazing. He coordinates the long-term Northwest Shelf Flatback Turtle Conservation Program and the Kimberley Turtle Project in Western Australia Marine Science Institution. Scott has worked for universities, NGOs and government sectors across Queensland, Northern Territory, Western Australia and Australian Indian Ocean Territories, Ashmore Reef, Cocos Keeling Islands. He does research and management roles. He plays different roles in research and management, which have included marine turtles, sea snakes, birds, dugongs, and marine debris. He's currently focused on delivering marine conservation outcomes through good science, knowledge uptake to decision makers, partnerships, capacity building, and indigenous collaboration. Scott is a member of the IUCN Marine Turtle Specialist Group and has been involved in the Australian marine recovery process since the early 2000s, just when we started to kick off with IOC. So, and I'm also happy to add that he also sits in the advisory committee of IOC, and he and I both are the newbies. So, we are supposed to also have another panelist, which I hope has finally been able to join us. Let me see. Do we have Jack? So we still don't have Dr. Jack Fraser, who we hope will be able to join us later. But no worries. I will just explain to you how we're going to proceed, because everyone who has been following this sunrise to sunset program, you will notice that this is the longest one. It's like going to be 2 hours. It's usually not a problem for me because I'm a verbal diarrhea. but I'm going to try to restrain myself and let the others speak, okay, as well. So how are we going to proceed? It's going to be very easy because, you know, for us Malaysian turtle nerds, we like to remind people that conservation is fun. It is not easy work. It's hard work, but it's still fun. And most importantly, it is for everyone. So, so the idea here is actually to project that. So we don't want to be, you know, stuffy and everything. We just want to have a chat. So this is actually a fun but friendly chat between turtle friends. So that, you know, you guys will see that no matter who they are, because these are really big shots, yeah, in sea turtles, they are friendly people. They're cool, you know, they're relaxed, they tell stuff. So you won't be intimidated because one day you're going to be just like them. Okay, so be motivated, be inspired, and that's the idea that we have today. However, so that I don't get carried away like I always do, I have decided to frame this forum under two themes. So the first, hopefully in the first hour, or something like that, we'll be able to focus more on the early days of IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU, right? And in the second hour, we'll be talking about the present and looking into the future. So that's generally the idea that we have. So that I can now allow other people to speak, I would like to not waste any more time, but invite this first panelist, Doug Heikel, to perhaps share with us how did it all start? Because we're talking about 20 years ago, and my God, 20 years ago, some of people watching here were not even born yet. So how did all that start? Doug, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Jarina. Thank you for those kind words of introduction. And I'll make a go at answering this first question. How did IOSEA start? There's a short answer and a long answer to that question. The short answer is that it actually began more than 20 years ago at a meeting that was held in Perth, Australia, in 1999. As many of you know, Australia is a very important country for sea turtles and also a member of the Convention on Migratory Species, which is the parent of IOSEA. So this meeting in Australia was really a technical meeting of country representatives and many experts to discuss what were the main issues of concern that needed to be addressed through a CMS agreement. And I think we have a slide on the screen now, previous one from the Perth meeting, where I can see in this photograph some of the people who are on the panel today, just to prove that they were with us more than 2 decades ago. Jean Mortimer, Jack Fraser, Kevin Hugh from Malaysia was involved, Stéphane Sission from France, Colin Limpus, I see. I also see, I think he was a former director of fisheries from Malaysia. So all of these people got together in that year for the very first meeting in an IOC setting to talk about this agreement. That was the short answer, but the longer answer is actually much more complicated. There were a lot of other things going on at that time, the late 1990s, and one that I would mention is that CMS was already developing another agreement, a turtle agreement, for sea turtles of the Atlantic coast of Africa. And that agreement really served as a blueprint for what we eventually did for the Indian Ocean and the IOSEA agreement. The other thing that was going on is
I think we have lost Doug, but it's okay. It's good that he actually showed us the photo. Maybe we'll try to, because the other day I was looking at this photo and I was trying to find Jack. So in case you guys are wondering, is the guy with the beard, and you'll see that hasn't changed. That's been very consistent. Who I hope will be joining us as well. So I hope Doug will come back when he can, when the line is not, I think he's got problem with his line. So we'll move on to, it's very cute because we had a rehearsal before this and we were trying to jog our memory and whatnot. So we did ask basically for Jin to let us know what has been happening over there. But she says, yeah, but it's such a long time ago, and she's been doing can you imagine 200 papers? Can you imagine? That's a lot of work. So she's gone off to other stuff, but I think it's very important to highlight the importance of this meeting in Perth. I think, is Doug back? So he's not back yet. So I think we'll go back to that when that happens. So in summary, I think we can just jump from Australia, because what happened was they had a meeting in Australia, and then they had a meeting after that. They decided that they have to meet again, and that's when it came to Malaysia. And that's basically the reason why we have the webinar here, because the turtle conservationists in Malaysia decided that we have to be reminded about the important role that our country in Malaysia had played in bringing this ambitious regional platform of marine conservation to happen. So if Doug is not able to join us, I would like then to just jump a bit from Perth to Kuantan. So a year after they had the meeting in Perth, they came to Kuantan, which is in Pahang and the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia. And this is where we would like to hear the juicy bits about what was happening behind, why was Malaysia, hosting this, and what was the vibe at that time that made Malaysia so what we call, so kiasu, that they wanted to be involved in this. They wanted to really contribute. They want to be there. So there's no other better person to tell us about this than Dino. Dino, why don't you tell us what happened in Kuantan, or even what happened before Kuantan that built up to Kuantan?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Ja. Do you hear me clearly? Good. So, when the instrument came into place and Malaysia took its sweet time, a very sweet time to come on board the agreement, I think we need to go back a little bit more. We need to understand a little bit about the history of what happened in Malaysia before we even go to Kuantan. So, I don't know if many people actually know, but, data on marine turtle egg collection was actually even collected in Sarawak as far back as 1927. I mean, we're talking of some really early time, right? We don't go to this slide yet. We'll come to this slide, yeah. And as early as 1928 in Kudat in Sabah, there was already a turtle preservation ordinance. So there was a lot of early initiatives to try to figure out how to save turtles. Yeah. So the early naturalists knew that the harvest and consumption of eggs was not going to be sustainable, right? So several laws were already beginning to be enacted, and I think that's very important to know. So people like Jean and Col Limpers, who's not with us, who has come through our country and help us understand what really is happening to turtles from a biological point of view, not just managing eggs and hatcheries, but understanding, what was required if you wanted to manage eggs, and all those kind of more science to it. And certainly the issue of understanding your nesting population, trying to work towards tagging turtles and saturation tagging to understand what were we really dealing with. I think we really benefited a lot from that. But even before Jean and Col Limpers came out to Malaysia, there were several researchers already publishing papers. John Roscoe Hendrickson, I think that's a name that's common to all of us. I mean, he published 3 very important papers between 1958 to 1961. He talked about greens in Sarawak and in the peninsula, and he gave a total review of what's going on to turtles in the peninsula. I think that was very some of the first founding papers that we read, and we started to get a sense as to what was going on. But surprisingly, although WWF in Malaysia has been associated with marine turtle conservation, actually in 1959, it was the Malaysian Nature Society that decided and got their committee's approval to actually set up a hatchery for leatherback turtles in Rantau Abang in Terengganu. So we must give credit to them. In fact, I had a career, started off my career as a turtle conservationist, but the Malaysian Nature Society members actually, they drove from Singapore, some came from Selangor. They went to Rantau Abang as volunteers, their own petrol, they paid for their own food, and they helped to collect eggs and put them into a hatchery. So I really take my hats off to the early volunteers of the day. And eventually, hatcheries were set up in Terengganu, and in Kelantan, and in Sabah, the East Malaysian states of Sabah, and in Sarawak. So we can go on to the first slide, but there's something I want to share with you. And this is about the first slide. This is about something that you may not know, Sir Peter Scott. And I wonder if the name Sir Peter Scott rings a bell to maybe some of you. Well, Sir Peter Scott was the gentleman that actually was one of the founding fathers of WWF. In fact, he was the person that even sketched the panda. Okay, that's attributable to Sir Peter Scott. And you can see on the right his diary. This was his diary when he made his trip to Australia and Malaysia. And in that diary, he says he's got to meet the Prime Minister. And you see the paragraph, he says, Kuala Lumpur, met with Dato' Hussein On, Prime Minister of Malaysia. He was quite astonishing knowledgeable about conservation matters. Okay, he had a chance to meet the Prime Minister. And they also talked about the need to set up marine parks in Malaysia. So we were already talking about protecting habitats. And we were talking about, in many years later, we'll start talking about turtles, but even in 1997, he was already trying to advocate to set up parks and protected areas for sea creatures. Okay, we can go on to the next slide. And he also, we actually had a turtle ball. A turtle ball was organized in 1979, and in the brochure for the ball, a story was written up, The Last Dinosaurs. The giant leathery turtle faces extinction in Malaysia. And this was already said in 1979, and Sir Peter Scott was there to help us in our Save the Seas campaign. Yeah, so that was very important. And so in the 1980s, we saw a lot of things happen. The Terengganu state government started to get interested in turtles, and there were many things happening at that time that I think it was important to remember that there was a momentum in the 1980s, a very strong momentum that was developing. Yeah. And if we can go on to the second slide, the third slide, sorry. This is something that I should have asked permission for, but I didn't quite. So in 1989, you see this beautiful lady with a nice straw hat. That's Jean. Jean, I'm sure you recognize yourself. So I was a young rookie, and I was placed to work under Jean to try and study what I needed to do in terms of managing turtles at this model turtle sanctuary, as we call it. So the sanctuary was set up, and Jean was there. And I recall at that time, in a paper that Jean wrote in 1990, and the paper was on marine turtle conservation in Malaysia. And she called for a very important thing. She called for the destructive fishing gear to be banned within a radius of at least 5 to 10 kilometers off the shore. So at that time, we were not talking about international instruments. We were not talking about regional cooperation. It was all about on the beach, collecting eggs, putting them in hatcheries. But Jean took one step a little bit further. She says we need to protect the waters beyond the beach. Yeah. So you must understand at that point, there was nothing about regional cooperation. So Jean started to make us understand that there was a need to look at least the internesting areas between nesting bulbs where the turtles go out, because we saw a lot of images. We were on the ground taking pictures, and included in our pictures were turtles entangled in nets that were washed ashore, yeah? Turtles entangled in fish traps and lines. And I've got lots of horrible pictures, as a lot of us who study turtles, but it's just not appropriate to show them tonight, yeah? So I will just leave it at that. And then I want to very quickly move on to the next part, which is the next slide. So, and this is really building up to the IOSEA, yeah? So I think unbeknownst to a lot of our viewers, maybe there was actually a very strong momentum within the ASEAN countries, yeah? So the first ASEAN Symposium Workshop on Marine Turtles was convened in 1993. So the ASEAN countries got together because the senior ministers of the environment actually approved for such a convention. So they convened a convention, and then the first workshop was convened on marine turtle research and conservation in 1996. So not too long after the first symposium, it was now technical people coming together, and they talked about many things. But one of the things that they talked about was the need to understand the shared population in the region. So a tagging program. There's a lot of fuss made on the need to develop a tagging program, yeah? So the first CFTAG workshop was then subsequently held on turtle conservation and research. And in that, so the Director General then, in his opening speech, he said, cooperation and collaboration across ASEAN countries is of utmost importance rather than working individually. So we were all instructed by him, if you like, that it was important to run hatcheries, but we had to go beyond. Turtles were often a shared population, right? They could nest in one country, but often they went off somewhere else to feed. So it was important to understand that. But I wanted to mention that something not quite nice happened, if I may say so. So, in May, on the 1st of May to be precise, 1996, the US had an embargo on the shrimps being imported from many parts of the world where turtle excluder devices were not used in the shrimp industry or in the fisheries industry. And that had an impact on all of us, especially countries in Southeast Asia. But one of the things that happened, I suppose in a very positive response to that, the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center decided to embark on a program to look into the application of turtle excluder devices for the region. So there was a strong momentum, in part responding to the US embargo, but in part also understanding that it was important, like I said earlier, to understand that we had a sort of a shared population. So I'm going to move on very quickly to the next slide, and then I'll pass the floor. So in November 1996, I spent some time in Situ, and I'm sorry to show you a picture of a dead turtle, but I think every turtle biologist, turtle ecologist, or conservationist, it's our nightmare to be able to spend our time on the beach, to study turtles, help conserve them, but then to see dead turtles on the very same beaches where we're trying to conserve them, yeah. So and then all the information we know about the ecology of turtles, we know that turtles that probably get washed up ashore in front of the beaches where we work are very possibly killed right in the territorial waters. But we also know there are lots of other turtles that get caught elsewhere in areas where we have actually no jurisdictional control. And so if you can go on to the next slide, and it'll be my last slide for now. So we started to develop more programs to help turtles, and the Mark the Era Turtle Sanctuary was actually established in 1999. So I just want to acknowledge several people that should have been on or could have been on this panel. And right in the center, you see a Chinese gentleman in a blue t-shirt. That's Mr. Kevin Hu, who was the then head of marine parks in the fisheries department. And I must say that we enjoyed Jean and probably many others who came through in the country, Olympus and others, really enjoyed his leadership in trying to help save our turtles. And as you know, it eventually led to Malaysia, like I said, through all the various regional programs. Finally, in July of 2000, Malaysia actually hosted the discussions to take forward the Perth meeting towards creating a CMP for the IOSEA MOU, and understanding that it was about national conservation, it was about pursuing regional conservation, but it has to be more than just a direct regional conservation. It has to start going into global conservation. And I'll pause there for now, Ja.
That is actually happening in behind the scene, right? So why? Because you see, this is we know that in Malaysia, he was the director of Terengganu at one time, right? He was also the director of Terengganu, and from us, we learned that he did a lot when he was here. He was really pushing for a lot of things to happen, and we were actually hoping to get him in this webinar, but he has some connection problem and it's COVID, so we are under MCO. We are not able to reach out to him and help him set up. But can you tell me how was it between the people, him, like the DOF, who is actually the managers of sea turtle resources? How was the relationship then with people like you showed just now? How did that come together into this Malaysian team being so kiasu, like I said, wanting so much to contribute to coming back from Australia? What was the news that he brought back? Because I did not see you in the photo, so obviously you were not there. So he must have brought back something quite pressing. That was to bring together and say, look, by the time they arrive in Malaysia, we have to have something. And what was that he brought back?
I think it's important to remind ourselves, Ja, that when there was a momentum within ASEAN countries, right, to develop an ASEAN agreement, an MOU on sea turtle conservation, Malaysia as a country was actually picked to lead the regional program, and CFNET became the agency that was picked to then become the technical agency to lead the program. So there was actually a lot of recognition of Malaysia's initial work on turtles, its continued management on turtle conservation. So I think, that's on the one hand. And then on the other hand, for the longest time ever, we struggled to get the powers higher up than the resource agencies, right? People really up in government to sign on to the Convention on Migratory Species. So on the one hand, the ASEAN MOU is an instrument within the CMS, and we're also providing that leadership. But on the other hand, we were not yet party to the CMS. So I think there was a lot of tension between the people like the Director Generals of Fisheries and Resource, people who actually managing the resource, who knew the importance of transboundary collaboration, international collaboration, but were in themselves. So as NGOs, it was quite easy for us to keep working with people that we could work with, because in many ways we were on the same side. And we also appreciated that they themselves, wanting to see things happen, were also very challenged in the greater scheme of things. So like I mentioned, the countries not signing on to the CMS was a big challenge. So possibly, and I can't really read into the minds of those leaders then, but it is very likely that coming forward was a two-pronged to fulfill two things. One is to show that, in fact, we were providing leadership in the ASEAN region. But secondly, maybe it was also a way to step into eventually getting some traction to sign on to the CMS. But we know today that that's not quite true. And Doug knows more about it as well. We're still working on it, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very happy to see that finally Dr. Jack Fraser has decided to join us. Yes, and this is great because we seem to have lost Doug, and then Dr. Jack Fraser is going to be able to fill in. Oh, Doug is back. I think this is like, maybe Doug went all the way to grab you. Did he have to do that, Jack? Did he have to grab you out? Obviously, So let me because I've introduced everyone, and it is with great pleasure that I am now able to introduce Dr. Jack Fraser. I was wondering for the longest time, what does the G stand for? It's actually Gordon. So Anyway, so Jack is, for me, I mean, for many people who work in turtle conservation, he does not need any introduction. I think for somebody like me who came into turtle conservation a bit late, and who's furthermore has always been regarded as a proxy scientist, not even a real scientist, it's always heartwarming to meet someone like Jack, who started off doing really biological work on sea turtles, but has a big vision, who understands the connectivity and the strong relationship that people have with sea turtles. So from the beginning, he's always been talking about that, and so for the longest time, that's what he's been doing. So his CV is so intimidating. So I'm not going to try to intimidate you by reading his CV. It's no point. I'm just going to tell you that this is the guy that if you ever bump into, just spend an hour or two, sit down with him, and you'll be enlightened. So that's Jack Fraser. But what I want him to do now is that, okay, maybe between Jack and Doug, when we lost you, Doug, I hopped over to Kuantan immediately because you were talking about Perth, right? So Dino has been, because he's like me, he loves history. So he's been taking us back to how Malaysians from Borneo side as well as Peninsular Malaysia have actually been doing turtle work even before this happened. And so he's jogged our memory, showed us some interesting photos of Jane a long time ago. There's no difference, there's not much difference at all. And then I'm sure if we put her on that beach, it will be the same. So the beach won't be the same. The beach won't be the same, you will be the same. So maybe what we can do is, so Dino has told us that it was an opportunity that Malaysian government, people in Malaysia, academics, researchers, people on the ground took as a way to move forward. And maybe Doug, you can tell us exactly and between you and Jack, because to be honest, I only got to know about this thanks to Jack, who is like the walking institutional memory of IOSEA. So he told me one very late meeting that did you know, Jarina, that all this was first discussed on a seaside resort in Kuantan? So I was like, what? So I said, we have to make this happen. And so these two people, Doug and Jack, as well as Jean, they were all there in Perth and they brought it in Kuantan. So I would like to know, Jack, by the way, Dino has stolen your limelight. He's already spoken about the prawn thing, about the embargo. So sorry, that was supposed to be your show, but he's stolen it. So the embargo was the thing that actually started all this. But how did you guys turn that, which is not so nice thing, because they were trying to stop allowing us to send our shrimps to US. But how did you guys turn this into something positive? Who wants to start? Doug, Jack, up to you.
Maybe Jarina, I'll pick up where I left off. Sorry for the technological problem, which must be a moderator's nightmare, but my tablet was threatening to blow up in 20 seconds from overheating. And I now have a fan blowing on it, so hopefully this won't happen again. I was saying that there was a lot of other things going on at the time around the Perth meeting, and one of them was the agreement that CMS had been developing already for the Atlantic coast of Africa, which served as a blueprint for IOC. So we already had something to work from. And you and Dino also touched on this other issue that I'll just bring one slight dimension to it. Is the World Trade Organization dispute. But basically, from my understanding, what happened was the WTO said to the United States, well and good that you'd like to promote turtle conservation, but you need to do it within a multilateral framework. And that was encouragement for the United States to get involved in work in this region. So that's another key element of how IOC got started, with a strong impetus from, as you say, what started out as a negative thing, but it actually turned out to be positive. I think Dino also touched on the fact that this was not an overnight process. We had a follow-up meeting in Kuantan to really agree on the framework of this agreement. But as I was rereading the text of that meeting, we actually didn't get around to discussing in detail the conservation and management plan, which is such an important part of this agreement. And that was left for the following meeting in Manila in 2001. And this is really what we're celebrating today, is the anniversary of that conclusion of the agreement. And I think probably about 8 countries signed the agreement on that occasion. So this was a long process, 2 years in the making, influenced by a number of external processes, and to get us where we are today.
Do you want to show what are your other slides? You want to just continue with the other slides?
I think we're coming to another section where you would like to know a little bit about the challenges we faced. I'd be happy to move on to that if you like.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'm okay with that, unless Jack wants to add something to this, because I think it's very interesting, because Jack comes from because he keeps telling me that it's Kuantan, but there's also this Kota Kinabalu meeting that is also very important, and I think he will never forgive me if I don't allow him to talk about that. Maybe we'll just let him have a say on that. Jack, please enlighten us about what happened in Kota Kinabalu. You're muted. We can't hear you. There is a mafia against you.
It's a rare occasion that Jack is speechless.
I think, I don't know who he crossed. He must have crossed somebody, which is not surprising. Somebody has hacked into your computer, Jack, to prevent you from saying some incendiary, stuff on this webinar. Are you not able to unmute yourself? No, we're not able to hear you. Never mind then. Somebody will have to take over that. We'll try to see if we can. Anytime that you're okay, you just give a shout, Jack. Right? Because you're muted now. You're still muted. No, you cannot unmute yourself. I don't know if the host can the host try to the tech people. I'll let the tech people try to unmute him, but it's okay. So let's just move on then. I think it's time for us to listen to the pretty lady there, the only flower, I guess, among the thorns, because I think it's very important. One of the things that when I was discussing this talk with Jean is that the thing that brought people together, which was very interesting, is how the approach in trying to bring a regional collaboration is the fact that people were basically moving away from a very traditional way of doing turtle conservation. So Dino has shown us, how the stuff that was being done in Terengganu, because it's true, we had the leather bags, and then it was basically being 100% exploited, and then conservation came, but the focus was very much on the nesting beach. And people like Jane actually came in, and that's when, like Dino mentioned as well, she was talking about suddenly, it's not just about the nest per se, you have to move beyond that. You have to look at everything that actually surrounds the nest, that's basically moving out from just a nest-oriented approach to habitat. So that's why, as Dino has mentioned, she was even saying that you have to look at the things that's happening in the water, all these fisheries, all the nets that's actually being deployed, and that's actually turtles getting caught in those nets and whatnot. But what is interesting about IOSEA is also going even beyond that. It's actually looking at not just turtles, protecting turtles in the habitat where we have which is in front of us, but actually looking beyond where we cannot even see them, right? So maybe that's what I think I would like Jean to share with me, the transition, how, because it must be a novel concept, and it's still, to some people, people cannot let go of nests. They still focus on the eggs in the nest. So how did that happen? 20 years ago, you guys were already moving away from that traditional approach, going to transboundary consideration. Please, Jane, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think historically a lot of conservation was based on the species and on the animal, and on stopping exploitation. So around the world with sea turtles, you have problems in Malaysia with people and eggs. You had problems in other parts of the world with people too many females. And so we have a very looking at it, we must stop fighting them. But there really has been a need, and people have seized on it. We need to look at the habitat. So even if it's necessary, the long term, if this is effective, are you building a petrochemical plant behind it? Or are you building a hotel with lots of lights? So even at the first level, the nesting beaches needed to be protected. But also you need to protect foraging habitat. And now this is many people, because people can deal with it on the beach. Right? But once a turtle goes in the water, it sort of disappears. And it's much harder for people to appreciate the need to protect the animals in the habitat, also the habitat. And then the IOSEA agreement goes further and says, okay, we not us protecting the habitats of our turtles, to work with other countries, the turtles, because the turtles are moving between states. So that's been kind of an evolution that has been important in the IOSEA MOU. And in fact, one of the management plan under the IOSEA MOU, in the beginning there was kind of a tendency about protecting turtles, but really, very quickly, people started talking about no, we need to protect turtles and their habitat, and that was a major thread that went through the whole agreement. And I think, I don't know if that's further.
Jean, to be honest, your sound was quite muffled. So I think I hope that people got, basically I heard the agreement, I hope all the important stuff, but it's maybe because of for example, for everybody's information, she's actually calling us all the way from Seychelles, and she's been using, I think her internet is exhausted because she's been sending so many beautiful videos all the way from Seychelles for the back-to-back program that we've been running today. So when maybe that's why it's a bit muffled. The bandwidth is probably compromised.
Here, I could hear feedback.
Yes.
I hear feedback. What the problem is there?
Yes, there's like an echo, right? So I think if that is the case, usually you should. Do you have earphones?
Not where I can find them.
Okay, so usually if you have a handphone that would some earphones that would help, but it's okay. It's okay. I mean, that's fine. If you think that you want to have a better audio, then you can switch off the camera as well. If you switch off the camera, because I think it's because you're not on a WebEx account. So yeah, maybe we'll just So never mind. We'll try. We'll get back to you now that we have Jack unmuted. Finally, Jack is unmuted. That's what he says. So let's give it a try. Jack, can we hear you? No, still cannot hear you. Maybe the voice, the volume. Can you try up the volume?
I just like it when Douglas said, for once, Jack is speechless.
Yes, that's why. Again, it's very rare. Oh, I think somebody behind
maybe we should speak on Jack's
really
behalf
enjoying
and
this.
put words in his
Finally we get to shut him up. But it's not me. I promise you, it's not me, Jack. Okay, never mind. Well, I hope, because I think there's a problem with audio, and we'll hope that we sorted in a while, because he's tech savvy enough to get that sorted. So maybe this is when I can bring in, because we're talking about habitat and whatnot. So one of the interesting things about IOSEA is that we even have a country that is actually a whole continent to be part of it. Like Australia. I remember when I was a student, my friends from Australia would ask me to go, come to Australia and visit me. And I used to say, I don't want to go. And they would get so upset. So why not? It's because you guys have everything. I mean, why would I want to go to one country that has everything, right? Can you imagine they even have 6 out of the 7 sea turtles? I mean, come on. They have 6. And there's only 7. So that is why I'm like, okay. But to actually see, it's quite interesting how a country that has it all actually bothers to be part of these initiatives. So maybe Scott, from your perspective, and being in conservation since around the time when they started, around 2000, what's your perspective?
Okay, hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
I won't speak on behalf of the Australian government in this instance, but I guess for Australia, I think, we have got a huge continent, we've got a huge coastline, we've got a lot of vast distances between places as well. So we've got a very uninhabited coastline. But even with all of the programs we have and the research going on, to do the conservation well, we still need the partnership of those neighbouring countries, because those turtles still only spend a portion of their time within Australia. And if you look at along the northern part of Australian coast or Western Australia, we have turtles in the north, green turtles that live in Australia, that nest in Indonesia and Timor-Leste and PNG in Malaysia, and then vice versa. Hawksbills are the same. And if you look at the work that Col Limpus has done and his recent mapping work that he's just put online on the IOSEA website, the amount of tag returns that have come from all over the neighbouring countries, from Solomon Islands to Vanuatu, and then all the way across to other countries such as Sri Lanka and places like that. So for conservation to work well, you do need that partnership across countries and across jurisdictions. So even though potentially if our marine parks and all of our other tools were working well with conservation, it wouldn't help if there wasn't a reciprocal work being done in other countries. So I think, and also I think having a narrow focus, if you only stay in your own country and look at your own problems, you don't have that wider perspective as well. And I think for us as sea turtle biologists and conservationists, I think to look widely, look at other cultures, look at other issues, I think that's where really the big gains can be made. And I think, you know, IOSEA has done that in a way of bringing those countries together since 1999 all the way through to now. It's been an amazing achievement to keep that consistency of meetings and communication. I think conservation can only work with people talking together, and if you can keep that consistency with relationships and talking and sitting in other people's shoes or walking in other people's shoes for at least part of the time, then I think you can see things from other perspectives. So I think it's been a really good initiative. It doesn't matter whether you're sitting in Australia or other countries. I think it's to look at conservation in those terms, of partnerships and people and turtles and habitat. I think that's where those strengths are. So that's sort of a view from someone who's worked, I guess, on the ground across Northern Australia with Indigenous communities, but also with the Australian Recovery Plan, and also, I guess, things are changing as well. And I know, Doug got me over to Bangkok, I think in 2004, and I think that was one of the first times we talked internationally too much about marine debris. We'd been talking a little bit in Northern Australia about marine debris as an issue. It hadn't really hit sort of the public media, in those times as well. So you can just see from the 1999 meeting how our knowledge has changed, also our perception of impacts, and also the new and emerging impacts that are starting to appear. Climate change was talked about in those early days, but it's been more and more in the media. It's had more and more public acceptance, and we probably have more and more evidence now to show that we're on that pathway. Marine debris is going to be that ubiquitous issue that's going to be around for a lot of decades yet, and I think it won't really probably require the turtle scientists as much to be doing the work. It has to have chemical engineers and other people in economics, in business, in industry, in all facets of disciplines, I guess, to tackle the problem. We can probably monitor the impacts and look at the impacts on populations, but it's going to take a concerted effort. I think if IOSEA in any way can facilitate that cross-discipline, cross-sector relationships in some of these issues, and I think that would be a really big gain in the future as well. But probably got off your topic a little bit there, Jarina, but a few of the issues that I've sort of thought about over the last many years, I guess.
Thank you, Thank you, Scott, for that. It's true. I mean, because for us, of course, our connection to Australian turtle biologists is very strong, because we have people like Colin Limpers, who was here so early, so early on when we were just starting our sea turtle conservation work, and who's still on it. That's another guy who's like, I cannot imagine where he finds an energy. He continues to do what he does 30, 40, 50 years ago. So it's always inspiring, and it's always nice to reflect on that. And I think people who have seen the videos from Australia can also see that, and we'll talk about that more, about the current stuff that are happening on the ground. But going back to the early days, because I think it's very important as well for people to know that it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, guys. One thing, like we said, is trying to get people, even turtle scientists, to agree, turtle managers and turtle scientists to agree that we have to move away from the nest, from the eggs, to see the habitats, and then to go beyond the local habitats to see places that we've never been to. Remember, these were the days when flight tickets were really, really expensive. You have to be like a really big shot researcher like Jane and Jack, and to be working for UN, people like Doug, to be able to go to these places. Otherwise, there's no chance. Now you can, and then we have all this access on webinar. People can show, like today. It's so amazing for me to watch all these videos. For example, turtles in Sundarban. Oh my God, turtles in Sundarban. I'm like, that's my bucket list. Now it's gone a few notches up. You know, now I have not only see tigers, I have to see turtles as well in Sundarban. So the things like this is fluid, but it wasn't like that before. So we always take this for granted. So for that, I'm gonna go back to Jack because he always has the coolest stories. Okay, Jack, I hope your mic works now. Please give it a go. Oh my God. I don't know who you have crossed this time, but it's really not working. So I think whatever mafia is out there, they're just cyber trooping you, not letting you to say whatever you want. So we'll just have to live with that, and I will just say that I know that the next Jack really has so many to say. Okay, I'll just try to be his proxy. I remember he was saying, Jarina, one of the things that is very important for people to remember, the thing, because I always say, what made it happen? He said, when we were in Australia, we didn't see any turtles. When we were in Manila, we didn't see any turtles. When we were in KK, no, not Manila yet. In KK, Kota Kinabalu, we didn't see any turtles. But when we were in Kuantan, we actually saw turtles. And I think he said that the turtles were basically giving them the encouragement they needed to make it happen. So that would have been something that Jack would say, that the turtles were the ones who actually came on shore to tell these people, get it together, people, get it together. But so they had to get it together because it wasn't very easy. So maybe Doug can share with us what were the challenges. I mean, there must be many. So what were basically the challenges when you guys just started? Doug?
Yeah, well, of course, there were a lot of challenges, but I guess I'd rather look at what were the ingredients that actually made this happen, and without which we wouldn't have had this agreement. And I think I sort of alluded to that at the beginning, that we wouldn't have had anything if there were not a few countries at the beginning that were keen on making this agreement a reality. And obviously Australia was one of those. The United States, Malaysia, Philippines all played their role at the beginning. So that was crucial. Without a few key leaders, we wouldn't have been able to build the momentum. And that also translated eventually into financial support. Money makes everything happen, and several of these countries were really important financial contributors to IOSEA over the years. Australia, the US, even the UK was an important supporter, but all of the countries, played a role in that. I think another thing we had going for us, as I mentioned, was the experience of CMS in developing these kinds of agreements and having that blueprint from the Atlantic, the west coast of Africa to call on. And it sounds funny now, but because that agreement really did not take off, the Atlantic agreement, but at the beginning it was probably a year or so ahead of everything we were doing in the Indian Ocean. And I remember a meeting, I think it was in Nairobi, where the East African colleagues were looking to that other agreement and saying, can we have this too? They saw the value of what we were doing there, and eventually that translated over into the Indian Ocean. Speaking from the point of view of a secretariat, I think it's important to recognize that the IOSEA agreement was not a legally binding treaty. And I think that actually worked in our favor, in that it made countries more relaxed getting on board and cooperating for cooperation's sake without having the obligations of a legal treaty. And that's continued for 20 years. You know, we've worked with that formula, and it seems to be the right fit for the countries that are involved in IOC. I'd say another factor that was really important for us was the institutional support that we had with this agreement. As you know, for many years, the Secretariat was based in Bangkok, and we had very good support, institutional support from the UN Environment Program. So we had a very nice arrangement within the region that worked in our favor. And the last thing that I would identify as a key ingredient to our success is having assembled a really amazing advisory committee, you know, with top-notch scientists from not only the Indian Ocean, but other parts of the world. And I think that can't be overstated, that that for 20 years has played a really important role in keeping the agreement grounded and on track and scientifically credible. These advisory committee members who do this voluntarily have really underpinned the agreement for 2 decades.
Thanks, Doug. I think Jane is okay. I'm going to just, because Jack is really struggling with his audio, but he's left us a message on the chat. He says that one of the major features of IOSEA development is that the Secretariat, which means basically Doug, was always open and inviting to observers, people who are not necessarily official representative of the countries, but turtle biologists and conservationists on the ground. So I think that's very important to say as well, to mention as well that when you started, because the idea of IOSEA is to basically create a platform for sharing. So the fact that it was actually an inclusive entity, like the Secretariat was actually inclusive, I think it actually made it easier for people to engage with this new thing. So we have actually on the YouTube, one of our viewers actually has a question which might be related to this, because she was Orchid Lily is asking, can you guys share any success stories on tackling challenges such as how uncontrollable variables might occur in the ocean or other places during migration, and what people, especially without research background, as Jack was alluded to, can do to help? This is in reference to transboundary sea turtle conservation. Maybe Jean, would you be able to respond to that? How can people who are non-biologists help?
The first one, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I think the setting was right. Yeah. Well, I think the one thing that non-biologists can do is if they have an interest in turtles and or in habitats, they can try to create awareness amongst their friends and colleagues, because that's important. It's what filters down, through society. If more people involved. I don't know that there's much that you can do at an international level at all, maybe, but certainly at the location where you're operating, I think there's a lot you can do. I don't know if that answered that question or not.
Yeah. So I actually quite the early part was quite clear, but not the second part. It wasn't so very clear. But I think what I'll just try to recap what Jean is trying to. emphasize on the fact that turtle conservation is not just for turtle biologists, it's for everyone, and everyone can play a role. Especially what Jing was trying to say just now is that you can, if you're very interested in turtles, there's so many resources available. Oh my God, if you go to the IOSEA website, there's plenty of stuff, and even though most of the stuff that they have actually compiled are written by scientists and experts, but they're actually quite approachable. I mean, it's accessible to you. Anyone who's willing to just pour through them, you can find out so much. You can actually educate yourself, and with the stuff that you find out, you can actually educate the people around you. Just tell people about turtles. You know what's so important about them, and especially the role that they have in the ecosystem, in the marine ecosystem. Let's not just focus on the cuteness and we have to save turtle because it's cute. No, we have to save turtles because it's very important for us. It's part of our ecosystem because we are part of the ecosystem and we need them. And one of the things that Jack would also be able to share, and I have to be his proxy again, is the fact that turtles have a very important place in our culture. There's so many cultures in the world where turtles go, you know, they have religious values. Some of them have cultural values, tradition, rituals, etc. When I talk about turtles and people, I always use this. There's one image that is actually of a turtle carving that has been found in one of the is in one of the pyramids in Egypt, actually, that shows that it is actually one of the things that they actually put is like a shield shape of a turtle, because that would actually help the soul of the deceased to go to a good place, wherever it is. And as we all know, in Chinese mythologies and whatnot, the earth is actually sitting on the back of the turtles, and this is a recurrent thing in many cultures, in Australia, everywhere. And I saw, like Scott was sharing as well, you know, you have them on the walls, or Aborigines people's drawings and whatnot. So they're very important, and not just because they're part of our culture, but we have to recognize as well that because they're important, there are certain things that has to change, because tradition, by the way, is not something that doesn't change. Tradition is something that you hand over from generation to generation, but it can actually evolve. It's not like the same thing that you do over and over. No, you can actually change the tradition as well. That's why, you know, if otherwise I don't know what we'd be wearing. You know, I won't have this very nice batik turtle shirt because I'll still be having to wear whatever my grandmother, not even my grandmother, I don't know, you know. So maybe 3 baht, I don't know. But we evolve because, you know, I still hold some part of it because it's still batik, it's still part of my culture, but it has turtles, you know, because I love turtles. So tradition can change, and this is something that we have a lot of challenge with. In Terengganu, for example, where there is a tradition of eating sea turtle eggs, which we are trying to, through education and whatnot, trying to change that, because we're telling people, yes, we respect your local culture. Like I think in Australia as well, we respect that. But for other people who do not have that culture, why start, right? And we have seen that all these cultures have moved away. And that's why I'm so happy, like for today, we had a feature from Bali, which is a really good example. Because in Bali, they used to eat satay penyu. Yeah, it's one of their delicacies. They love to eat turtle, the satay made from turtle meat. But now you hardly see any sold by the roadside, and that's huge. That's really huge, right? So there are progress that has been made, and it's obviously not just made by turtle scientists. So Orchid Lily, please be encouraged. If you have passion for conservation, go out and reach out to people like-minded people, and even people who don't know turtles yet. Tell them about it. And for your information, remember again what Dino was saying about Malaysia. When this thing started, they were just a bunch of volunteers coming all the way from Malaysia, sitting on the beach trying to save nests. And I'm telling you, at that time, how many turtle biologists did we have? Probably maybe 1 or 2, none locals. So, but because of the passion they had, they come in. So please, and passion is contagious. I tell you guys, passion is contagious. So please spread it. So I think with that, we have basically concluded the first part almost concluded the first part because we said that we now, I think the audience basically understand why this thing was actually set up 20 years ago, how it happened. And now maybe just before we move on to the second team, would anybody like to share with us what has been the greatest achievements that you guys made from the moment it was actually set up? Jack, you want to give it a try?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Oh my God, we have Jack. This is like, oh my God, you know. Because I was going to have a heart attack not having Jack in this, to hear his voice, because that would be like, you know, unimaginable. I won't be able to sleep tonight. So please, Jack, your thoughts.
Okay, sorry, the computer wants to do things I don't want it to do. Jarina, you said something which is, I think, absolutely essential. IOC is about turtles, but it's also about people. The reason IOC exists is because people are interested in turtles. So all of the comments that have been made about working with different kinds of people in different countries, people from different disciplines, that is an essential ingredient for why IOC has advanced as much as it has, and will continue advancing. This is a human endeavor. People from different places, different backgrounds, but as you said, with passion, trying to do what they think is best for marine turtle conservation and the habitats that the turtles need.
Wow, that's very brief. Are you sure that's all you have to say?
I don't want to draw on too late, but if that wasn't clear, ask me. I'll say something else.
Okay, so it's true. We must not forget that the most important thing that make things happen for turtle conservation are the people who's actually doing the conservation. And the people doing the conservation is not just the turtle scientists, not just the turtle managers, it's every one of us. So with that, I would like to take advantage of this global scene, platform to tell everyone, please go and sign the pledge. You know, we actually had, when we launched this thing on the 16th of June, we actually started a pledge. And my heart was breaking when I saw how many people had signed up. This, I checked sometime this afternoon, the target was only for 100 people to pledge that they will reduce their plastic use for the sake of the turtles, because they love turtles so much. And do you know how many people had signed that pledge at that time, this afternoon, including me? 17 people! And you call yourself turtle conservationists? Oh my God! Please go and sign that pledge and mean it. Pledge and mean, because it's not difficult. All you have to do is next time you go to buy groceries, just bring your own bag. Next time you want to buy some snacks or whatever, buy stuff that is not wrapped in a wrapper and in a wrapper. You know, buy stuff that can be taken straight. So you can do this. There's so many things you can do. So please sign that pledge. Please, if I don't see that at least 100 mark fulfilled, I'm like, at least Jack has been able to speak, so that's not too bad. Now I have another thing that might actually break my heart, which is the pledge. Please, people, go and sign that pledge because it's so important, okay? Right, so we basically, I think we've actually covered most of the stuff for the first team. So we're going to take a short break, like almost 2 minutes break, just for me to be able to show you the wonderful people that has been working with me to make this webinar happen. So we have come up with a small clip to just show who they are. So I hope the tech will be able to play that now. Coming soon. Right, we're back. I just wanted to share with you, everyone, the wonderful people that has been helping me to make this happen, because after all, it's 2 hours, the longest one, and it's live. Most of the other programs that have been that you've been watching since 10 a.m. at IOSEA Malaysia, 10 a.m. this morning, were basically pre-recorded and they were not live. But this is basically one of the live things, which is more exciting because we have problems and we solve them, and which is exactly like sea turtle conservation, right? So now let's talk about today. So we've been talking about how things were happening, the achievements. I think one of the most important achievements is that we managed to bring everybody together. And now we want to talk about the MOU today and where are we going to go next, right? So perhaps because we have Jack, who is actually now sitting as the chair of the IOSEA Advisory Committee. And he's the one basically who keeps us disciplined and on our toes. So maybe Jack, could you basically tell us where are we today in IOSEA?
I'm not sure I keep discipline. Where we are today is 20 years, which you have heard summarized, after this international instrument began. We now have a lot of experience. Many things have been accomplished. One of the most important things, I think, is outside the advisory committee, and in many ways outside IOC. It's the number of people throughout the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia region, from different universities, from different NGOs, different citizens groups. For example, what's going on in Malaysia, who have become more and more interested in marine turtle conservation and in the conservation of the habitats of marine turtles. This existed to a small extent, to a lesser extent, before IOC. For example, such as Dr. Daraniagala in Sri Lanka, or Eric Silas in Kerala, in the Center Marine Fisheries Institute in India. These were leaders in the region before IOC existed. But you had to look very hard to find people like that. Now, you find so many different people. You have international experts in the region who do very important research. You have very, very passionate and motivated non-governmental organizations throughout the region. And I think that, to me, is one of the great successes of IOC. It's been a stimulus. It's been a place where people could go for information, get advice, get ideas, and then go out on their own and do very important work. This is, as we mentioned before, a human endeavor. We're not just trying to save turtles and their habitats. We're trying to get people involved, to be encouraged to save plastics. Sign the pledge. Don't throw the plastics into the sea. We're trying to encourage people to reduce the amount of other waste that's thrown into the ocean. Take care of ghost nets. This involves the fisheries sector. It involves the tourism sector. It involves all sorts of politicians from around the region. This is a very complicated program, but with all of those different people in different parts of societies working together, there has been a great deal of advance. Have we solved all the problems? No, we will never solve all the problems. There will always be new problems. Look at what's going on with plastics pollution now. Who would have thought 20 years ago that that would be a major problem? Now it's out of control. Please sign the pledge. Am I doing all right, Jarina, for plugging your pledge?
Signing the pledge, because I know you don't want to break my heart. So I hope that, because I think I'll be staying up, because I'm such a nerd, a turtle nerd, I'll be staying up all the way to the end. And I think that's when the Secretariat will actually tell us whether we've met at least 100 people signing, pledging not to use plastic to save our sea turtles and the ecosystem and the habitat. Remember, okay, talking about habitat, actually we've been talking about habitat a lot, because that's what this MOU is about. It's about the whole range, right? It's not, because the turtle are amazing creatures. From juveniles, and because you don't see them, and that's always been the gap when you talk about local ecological knowledge as well. And I had a very interesting discussion with Jane that it's the same thing with scientists, because they did more the nesting stuff, because that's what we can see. We can do experiments, we can observe, and traditional knowledge is the same. Traditional knowledge comes from observation, because they are, in a sense, empirical data. Every day they see turtles, they collect data. So there's not much, it's just different terms, but basically indigenous people, like we have seen in Australia, have same knowledge as scientists, but they just don't use the same terms, you know, which is very important to say. And this, what we have today is just something that brings people together. So this brings back to Malaysia. For example, one of the things that we wanted to, as you saw, all my friends there, you know, from various NGOs, we are so happy to have this, hosting this, because we want to, for Malaysians, fellow Malaysians, to remember that Malaysians, we had a very big role to play 20 years ago, and let's remember that it wasn't that easy, you know. Dido made it sound not so difficult. But I'm sure it was more complicated than that, and I think Jean knows that as well, because she's been working in Malaysia. And as we know, it's for some people it's quite funny that the Department of Fisheries is the one that is in charge of sea turtles in Malaysia. Because, and I would like to remind, and I remember I was just talking to a colleague in Australia from IOSEA, who's writing a status report on Hawksbill turtle, that I shared with him the document, and he was so surprised, because a long time ago, Moll actually made it understand why, because a long time ago, turtles was a fish. So turtle was a fish. So if it's a fish, then of course it's Department of Fisheries that actually does that actually takes care of it, manage it as a fish, because it's a fish. But so for the longest time, I think the struggle in Malaysia, and maybe that's why it took us 10 years before we actually pledged ourselves to the MOU as well. We Malaysians only entered the MOU, correct me if I'm wrong, Dab, in 2011, right? It's exactly 10 years after that. Only then did we actually despite being one of the people who were putting it together, we took a stand, yes. And we were discussing this, it could also be because of that the Department of Fisheries were in charge of sea turtles, and for the longest time, they were more in charge of exploitation of marine life. But I am trying, in the present now, because I am an incorrigible optimist. I believe that even at the Department of Fisheries now, they see marine life in a different perspective. Because I know that they actually have a designated unit that actually deals with what they call sustainable natural resource use, fisheries resource use. And if turtle is still a resource, it is going to be managed sustainably. So what would you guys think? Like Jane, what do you think? Is there hope for us?
I think there's always hope. But I think generally people's attitudes, society's attitudes are changing all around the world. But one of the things is that people are starting to realize that resources are finite. And before, I think there was a tendency to think resources were infinite. And once they realize that things are limited, I think it puts a different twist on how you manage.
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. In the past, they thought it will never go away. It will be, you can just eat the turtle eggs or meat or whatever, or it will always come back. And we were just having that very interesting conversation with the tech, because we were talking, because now they're converted turtle lovers now, because they've been doing this since the 16, and so they were asking me a lot of questions. They were saying, so when do we know? So for us Terengganu people, it's so easy. For me, it's very simple to show. We used to have 4 species, right? And then we lost one. We lost the leatherbacks. And now we're actually on the verge of losing another one, which is basically the olive ridleys, right? In Terengganu, we used to have, I'm sure you've been there, I think just now in the slides that Dino shared, he had a photo of Sertu, because that used to be a very important landing, nesting site as well for olive ridleys. And now, it's lost. I don't know whether the tech has had time. I actually saved an image one image of I don't know if the tech, do you guys have the slide that I just sent to you? The slide, because it's a site of what is left of the nesting beach in Sertu for the olive ridleys. And I think Dino was telling me when we were having a conversation that when Peter Scott came to Terengganu, he actually had the idea he actually said that, wow, this place can be an olive ridley sanctuary. Can you imagine the number of olive ridleys that could have been there that rendered it worthy of a sanctuary? But now, it's been years since we last saw any. So that's how fast we can lose. So maybe that's when I can ask Australia, how do you guys do it? 6 species. How do you guys do it?
I don't think we've had to do much to have them here. I think they're already here. I think our biggest challenge is to look after them.
Keep it. It's not for you to bring them, of course. You have nothing to do with that. Like us as well, we had 4, but we were very good at getting rid. I mean, we used to have 4. Now we are confident to say, well, we can say 2 in Terengganu. We're talking about Terengganu, right? But we're trying now. We're trying to engage with the government to do stuff. But you guys have 6 until today. So how do you keep it together?
Well, and I guess we're also lucky in the way that most of Northern Australia and Western Australia is fairly lowly populated, low density population along the whole coast. And so we have, that as a lucky side of it, I think. And we've got now marine parks through most of it. We've got, so low population density, low coastal development has always worked in its favour. We've got traditional owners who live and still utilise the resource all the way along Northern Australia, probably to a lesser extent than they used to. So they've got a vested interest in also maintaining those turtles, and so different cultures or different people with their culture along the coast, have that interest both in, from food to song, dance, ceremony. So that's a very strong part of Northern Australia and keeping those turtles. And I think we're slowly recognising the importance of that extra knowledge system, the two knowledge systems or multiple knowledge systems for maintaining turtles, and also knowing more about turtles than probably we can find out with Western science, especially in a very short time. So I think we're slowly recognising the benefit of the multiple knowledge systems to understand those turtles as well. But yeah, I think it's through a number of things. I think it's low population density, and we started off with a lot of turtles. I think we've just got to keep them now.
Yeah. I saw your turtle rodeo, the one that you had all those things with the indigenous people working together to. And for me, the most heartwarming video was the one where one of the elders was telling the story about about how the Turtle Beach was when he was young, and he was exactly like I said. When you talk to local communities, the same thing when I work with the local communities in Malaysia, we talk about turtles and stuff. It's very interesting for me that they never focus on the turtles per se. They always talk about the habitat. They always, like for example, when our research in Redang is very interesting because they always say, why are you guys always so obsessed about the sea turtles? You guys should be talking about the coral reef, because there's so much about this. So they have always had this more integrated perspective of ecosystem, right? And I saw that in your video as well, that indigenous people understands it. It's just that maybe for the longest time we thought that they didn't. So we were patronizingly trying to show them how to do it. But I think now I think we. Suddenly, that's why even for me to be in IOSEA in the advisory committee is intimidating. But I hope that there'll be more people who's actually working on the human dimension of sea turtles to be part of this. And I think this is something that Doug managed to contribute to as well, just before he left. Maybe because there was a report that I saw the report. It's very comprehensive. He was trying to emphasize on the human dimensions of sea turtle. Doug, would you like to say that was something about that? That was a huge thing that you left behind before you left.
Yeah, I think all of the countries of IOC recognize that the human dimension, the socioeconomic dimension of turtle conservation, and it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago that. Myself and my assistant in the Secretariat, we put together a paper, I think it was about 70 pages long, looking at this issue from all of the countries based on the information we had. And I hope that paper that we did can be found on the IOC website. I'm not sure about that, but it's still a very good resource for people to refer to. I'd like to come back to something else that we haven't discussed now, and I wonder if maybe there's a slide I think you have of the membership of IOC. Can you bring that up on the screen?
Yes. Yes, I remember that you have the slide on the membership of IOC. That maybe we can show that as well. Let's get that up. Yes.
Yeah, that will do. I think it's worth emphasizing that this agreement, it has 35 countries that have signed up to it. So most of the countries of the Indian Ocean have joined, and it as I point out on the slide, this is the largest sea turtle agreement in the world, and so it's bringing in huge numbers of countries and people and NGOs in a common endeavor. When I was looking today at some of the videos, I was heartened to see that I didn't recognize many of the people in them, which means that there's a whole new generation involved in turtle conservation. And I was also reminded that the first year of the turtle that we did, it was actually in 2006, in a pre-YouTube era. So you see what is possible today with social media and connecting people in a way that we really couldn't in those days, at least not to the same extent. The other point that's come up in the discussion today is the need to focus on habitat. But one thing that we've not talked about is the initiative that we started in IOC to develop a site network, a network of sites of importance for sea turtles in the region. That's very much a work in progress, but I think it's really a key to the future of IOC to be connecting different sites and to connect the people working at those sites in terms of sharing experiences and lessons learned. So I would like to leave that as maybe a final thought to really inject more importance to the development of that site network under IOC.
So it's true. Watching the videos is very heartwarming because we see so many people, and it's true. It's nice to see fresh faces. And having said that, what would be your? I mean, you know, we've been going on, and there's a lot that we've achieved. Australia. I mean, we see from from AI to local ecological knowledge. And everywhere there's hope. Everybody is doing this. But as people who actually started this, what basically are your hopes and dreams for the next 20 years? Or maybe what would you like us to carry on doing? All of you. I mean, you know, Jane, Dino, Doug and Jack, you know, Scott and I, basically, we consider ourselves having to fill in those big shoes. So what would you guys like to say? What are the aspirations for 20 years to come? No hope? Nothing?
I can have a comment if you like.
Yes, please, Scott.
For me, I guess I've sort of mentioned it a little bit about it's coming back to that holistic approach to conservation and having that cross-discipline, cross-sector approach that I think IOSEA can play a big part in. I think that's really important, and that's where livelihoods and economics and industry and all need to come together. Equity across groups, I think, is always a challenge, and I think this is the one thing that IOSEA has been able to share knowledge and expertise and problems and bring like-minded people together. I think one of the challenges for conservation, I think we've made huge progress over the last 30 years in this, is that conservation isn't really a fringe sector in the community anymore. It's not always the hippie chaining themselves to a tree before a forest is bulldozed down. You know, conservation's become more mainstream now. It's you see it in everywhere. Even big industries have jobs advertising for sustainability officers and environmental officers. It is really mainstream, or it's becoming more and more mainstream. The products on our shelves have to be more environmental and sustainable for people to buy them. We've gone for more organic food. So there is a massive shift in the last 20 years. And I think that's sort of probably a really good thing that we probably see progressing in another 20 years, that doing good things for the environment won't be a fringe group anymore. It'll be probably more mainstream. And I think IOSEA has got that ability to share equity across regions with disparate resources or capacity. I think that's a really important thing. And I think, I think that's, bringing together those multiple systems as well as knowledge systems with different cultures and science all together. I think that's where I could see IOSEA being really beneficial in the future.
What about, okay, because we have a few questions here which is basically related to that as well. They wanted to know what do we aspire to in the next 20 years. Doug, what's your take? What would you like us to work on?
In terms of IOSEA achieving its potential, I think there are a couple of things that need to happen, and one of them, unfortunately, revolves around money. I think this agreement needs to have better funding to achieve its full potential, and that might mean tapping into funding, say, from the GEF, the Global Environment Facility. It's something that I wish we had done earlier when it was quite fashionable to do that. But also, as Scott has kind of alluded to, I think I'm back on now. Just a sec. Yeah, I think there's a potential to tap into corporate funding where there is a lot of money in the corporate world that is looking to be spent on green activities, and I think it would take some dynamic activity from IOC to try to tap into that funding more successfully than we have. The other thing I think that's important for IOC is to try to get some of the other mainstream NGOs in the region to align their activities more closely with IOSEA. You know, the IOSEA is a framework that has stood the test of time for 2 decades now. Hopefully it's going to be around in another 2 decades. So it's something that other groups, other organizations can take advantage of in terms of working towards a common goal, rather than perhaps duplicating activities, which is sometimes happening now. I think those are two important things that we need to look to for the future success of IOC.
Thanks, Doug. Jack? Have we lost him again? Are you still around?
Yes. Hello?
Yes. Final words, you know, to what should we aspire to before we move on quickly to Jane and Dino's last, you know, legacy?
I support what Scott and Doug have said. One thing I am particularly interested in is, as I mentioned before, making sure that we involve as many different people in different parts of societies around the region. Another thing, we've mentioned corporations and working with corporations. We must learn from them also. Today, if you buy a loaf of bread in some shops, you're immediately asked to fill out a questionnaire. Did you like the bread? Did it taste good? Corporations that have to make money and survive from the money that they make are constantly doing evaluations of their activities. I believe the conservation community needs to learn that from the corporation world. Can we do objective evaluations of what we're doing? Can we say, we did this, we planned it that way, our expectations were this, how did we do? Did we sell the right kind of bread? I think this is something essential that the conservation, excuse me, the conservation community needs to learn from the corporations. We need to do objective evaluations so that we produce, I will use a word you probably won't like, but this is the way the corporations say it. Can we produce the product that society will want to pay for? Can we produce conservation measures that society will want to support? How can we make sure that we are being as efficient as possible with all these funds that we use and we will be getting more of. We need to do much better self-evaluation. And I think IOC can lead the way with that.
Can I jump in there?
But let Doug jump in. I'm not sure if my friend was good enough. So go ahead, Doug.
Jarina, if I could jump in there, I have a slide that touches exactly on what Jack was saying. I'm not sure if you can find it. It's on.
Yeah, we do have it, but I think we have only basically 10 minutes before the next show, and because it's a back-to-back show, we actually beat stretch of time. So that's why I'm basically going around now asking for each panelist to share more about what they would like to leave before they cut us off, basically. So I hope you don't mind, Doug, because it's just, if we have time, then we'll go back to that. But this is what we basically, we take note that it's very important for us to always reassess our conservation activities so that we are relevant to society. But if there's any other message that maybe Jean wants to add to, what should we focus on in the next 20 years?
I think you made a very good statement now, saying what's relevant to society. Because if we're going to have achievements, we need to make sure that the product that we are providing or trying to sell is accessed properly by the society. And I think the country is going to have its own social issues to deal with. And so we have to be kind of flexible and try to adapt to the society. I don't know if I should continue to hear me.
Yeah. Okay, so basically it's this basically the same thing. Try to sell something that people would buy, right? And Dino, final thoughts.
Thanks, Jarina. You know, in 2015, Pope Francis wrote an encyclical called Laudato Si. You know, I'm not sure if you know about that, but it's called Caring for Our Common Home, right? And it basically says to hear the cry of the earth and to hear the cry of the poor. Because in a lot of places where we live, where there's biodiversity on the fringes, they come into contact with people that are often economically challenged or marginalized from mainstream society. And we know back home in Malaysia that a lot of people have been resource users and exploiters rather than being involved in resource management and resource conservation. So I think the way forward really is to find opportunities for people, and in those circumstances, to be co-managers of turtle as a resource, to be involved in sustainable tourism, to take them away from any sort of livelihoods that actually become detrimental to turtle survival. And we know there are some success stories, right? We hear of various success stories in the Philippines, in Indonesia, where they used to kill and hunt turtles. Nowadays, they've given up those practices, although albeit very challenged because they were so linked to tradition and religion and practices. But if the program can find more ways to bring local communities, real people where they live in and around turtles and their nesting habitats, into mainstream conservation guided by sociologists and socioeconomists, anthropologists. We're all turtle biologists, but we need the social sciences to come in a bit stronger on mainstreaming people into turtle conservation. That would be my hope, to see that really materialize across the IOSEA.
Thank you. That makes me that's very heartwarming to hear, because it gives me some sense of purpose to be doing that. So thank you very much. There's one question that was asked basically from the YouTube as well. I'll just so that the person knows that we actually know, but the question is very difficult to answer in 1 minute, and we have only about 1 minute left. How do you convince politicians to be invested in conservation effort? I think that is very, very contextualized. Wherever you are, get to know your politicians better. I think you are the best judge of how to make it work, because they want you to vote for them. So what does it take for them to listen to you. I think that's how you have to play the game. You have to play the game, because you basically have to make them listen to you, because they need your vote. That's how you get the politicians. If you show that you care, they will have to care. Even if they're pretending, they have to show it. So with that, I think we all have been able, I hope you guys have been able to understand what IOSEA is, why all these people, wonderful people, bothered at all to set it up. What we've achieved, we have 35 countries, together, bonding together, trying to solve this problem across border, even though it's non-binding, but we make it happen, and that's where sharing is very important. Love each other, love our turtles, and work together, and please, let's hope that in the next 20 years we will see all the objectives of IOSEA achieved, so that we can actually put a close to this. Because like we said, we cannot, maybe we were not trying to not solve problems so that we are relevant. We solve problems so that we can move on to other stuff. So with that, thank you so much for listening for the past 2 hours. Thank you so much to all panelists, Doug, Jack, Dino, Jean, Scott, so much for being with us today. We hope we'll be able to get you again, maybe next year's World Sea Turtle Day. And with that, I wish everyone happy World Sea Turtle Day. Take care, people.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sudi Hatibu, afisa wa kasa wa Georgia Mafia. Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia. Pero kami para alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia. Biar kami para alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde! Bonne journée de la tortue à tous! On vous embrasse tous de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Jaya sendiri torsi marin!
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Assalamualaikum. Dunia ke belakang kedua ketamanya MAB pernah ngarisku.
Maligayang araw mga pawikan! Magmahal-daw ka mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayong adlaw para sa mga baho sa dagat. Hanig sa Sigaw Island, Masbate.
Dunia ke khandi ke diri vena vela kambe duari ke tahunia ariskera.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Nambushiri usiku mwema wa dunia, wahenyamba ya bahari. Naragsak at sa malubungan tiadaw di pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenant, ce que l'on souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patron ng pawikan sa Udalo. Abra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherehekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia.
Vanakkam. Inia Kadalamay Dina Palpitan.
Ay nakaalawan ng mga pawikan. Halibigi sa Piduran Albay.
Shome! Signatory Marine!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Malipay ang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Yay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Maugmang adlaw kan mga pawikan.
Para adlaw simpayukan ang katilikan dunia.
Kaya kami para adlaw simpayukan ang katilikan dunia.
Mamuyan kami para adlaw simpayukan ang katilikan dunia.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Saksikan pangiratan Wanfan.
Naragsak at sa malubungan ti aldaw ti pawikan.
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Bonne journée Signatory Marine!
Maligayang araw ng pawikan. Joyeuse journée les tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse tous de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Malipayon adlaw para sa mga baok sa dagat. Hanay sa Sigaw Island, Masbate.
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan.
Happy World Sea Turtle
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Jean Mortimer. I'm the chairperson of the Turtle Action Group of Seychelles. I've been working with sea turtles for quite a long time, since the early 1970s, and I started working in Seychelles in 1981. I'm going to give you a presentation about our sea turtles and their habitats and the islands and the people, just to give you an overview of what the country is like. Okay. Seychelles has quite a large EEZ with 1.4 million square kilometers, mostly water, not very much land, but it does have more than 115 islands. And it has about 100,000 people, which isn't very many. Okay, this is a map showing the Seychelles up in the, this is the country itself, moving from the upper inner islands to the southwest Aldabra group. In the inner islands in the northwest, that's where most of the people live, about 99% of the human population. These islands are granitic islands. They're upraised islands. Several of them are thousands of meters high. They have a lot of rain. They have a lot of nice vegetation. And they also have turtles, of course. In the other islands in the group are considered outer islands. And they're quite different in their structure. Most of them are, well, they're all very flat. And many of them have beaches all the way around the perimeter. We have two sea turtle species that nest and forage in Seychelles. We have the hawksbill turtle and the green turtle. In addition, there's three other species which are found foraging in Seychelles waters, but they don't nest. And these are the leatherback turtle, the loggerhead, and the olive ridley. Now, this is a map of Seychelles, which shows the distribution of hawksbill nesting in the country, and also provides an estimate of the total number of nesting females, the number that nest annually. And you can see that most of the nesting occurs up here in the inner islands and in the Amirants group here, which is closest to the human population center. Whereas in the southern islands, there are hawksbills nesting, but they tend to nest in quite small numbers. This figure of 1,600 a year is actually one of the largest populations in the world. And so that's why IUCN considers this species as critically endangered. In the Southwest Indian Ocean, our hawksbills account for almost half of all the hawksbill nesting in the region. So we have a very important population. Okay, now looking at green turtles. For green turtles, we estimate about 8,500 to 10,500 females nesting each year in Seychelles. It varies from year to year. That's not an exact figure, but most of them are nesting here in the southern islands. The next largest population, which is not very large, is in the Amirants group, and then very small populations in the inner islands. So you can see we have about 4 times as many green turtles nesting annually as we do hawksbills in Seychelles. And our green turtles account for about 35% of all the green turtle nesting in the Southwest Indian Ocean region. Now, Seychelles has a long history of turtle exploitation. It goes back since before 1770 when people first came to Seychelles. But I'm happy to say that legal protection has been enforced since 1994. And since then, it's been illegal to kill turtles in Seychelles. Nowadays, the main economic benefits provided by the turtles are as a tourist attraction, which does bring in money because the tourists absolutely love the turtles. But we're also happy in Seychelles to have the turtles fulfilling their ecological role in the habitats, in the marine habitats, and keeping the oceans healthy. Okay, this again, another map of Seychelles. All these islands, almost every island has green turtles and hawksbills nesting in some number. And poaching does continue, but I'm happy to say really most people respect the laws. But there's, one person can do a lot of damage if they put their mind to it. So there is still a challenge to enforce the protective legislation. One of the tools we used is community engagement, which is very important to get people interested in the turtles and appreciating them so that they don't want to see people destroy them. And we found that our most effective conservation tool is actually our turtle monitoring programs. We put teams of people on the beaches and on islands to regularly conduct turtle track counts and to tag the flippers of nesting females. This provides several benefits. One is that we collect valuable scientific data about the turtle populations. There's also community involvement, local community involvement, which is very important. By having people on the beach, essentially we have de facto anti-poaching patrols. And that really does discourage poaching to a tremendous degree. And then finally, our turtle monitoring programs can provide an interesting attraction for tourists. And in fact, many hotels are supporting our conservation programs. They provide the funding for them because they want to have them there as an attraction for their guests who enjoy them. Okay, again, back to the map of Seychelles. Up here in the inner islands, we have a number of monitoring programs that have been in effect for up to 50 years. These are the islands and the locations of the various monitoring programs. And so these are the logos of the organizations that are doing the turtle monitoring. So you get a feel of how we're spread out across the area. Looking at the inner islands, all these islands outside the inner islands, we also have monitoring programs there. And so here, this little box is the inner islands. The rest of it is the very dispersed outer islands. This shows the locations of 7 long-term turtle projects that have been ongoing from one at Aldabra for 50 years. And this graph shows each of the, for each bar represents one of the programs that I just showed you. There's 17 altogether here. And this axis is the number of years that the programs have been underway. And this color coding shows what kind of sites they are. So for example, our longest monitoring programs have been at the strict nature reserves of Aldabra, Cousin, and Ari. And you can see these, extend some more than 50 years. This chart is a little bit old, so you can add a few more years onto the top of these bars. The second most long-term program has been in the national parks. So these are indicated by the green. And then starting in the early 1990s, the more private people, like private island owners, hotel owners, started to get really interested in conservation of the turtles. And they set up monitoring programs around the country. And so that's what these bars all represent here. This graph is really the same programs, the same axes that this shows the number of years underway. And I just wanted to show you the distribution between inner and outer islands. So that the dark bars is the outer islands, with here Aldabra being the most long-term program in the country and in the outer islands. And the light is the inner islands. So you can see that some of the oldest, aside from Aldabra, most of our oldest programs were in the inner islands until, fairly into the 1990s. Then the other, we started to put more programs on the other outer islands. Okay, the Turtle Action Group of Seychelles, I'm a chair of the group, was organized in 2008 because of the recognized need to share data between projects and a way to better coordinate all the different programs. So we have a constitution of association and an MOU on data sharing. I'm happy to say that the Seychelles government and the people are really all very concerned about environment, because Seychelles realizes that its economy is based on a beautiful environment. That's what draws tourists to the country. And so what I'm going to be showing you after this talk, we have about a dozen short video clips, usually, most of them between 1 and about 5 or 6 minutes. And they highlight the various conservation programs around the country. And also it gives you a taste of the islands and the people and the turtles and what the habitats are like and what our marine environment is like. And I think you'll come to appreciate Seychelles a lot more when you see that. And I wanted to say thank you to the members of our Turtle Action Group. And thank you all for your attention, and I hope you enjoy our videos.
The Seychelles Sea Turtle Festival was first held in 2013 with the aim of raising awareness of sea turtle conservation and fostering a love for marine turtles amongst the general public in Seychelles. Since 1994, sea turtles have been afforded full protection under Seychelles law. This means it is illegal to kill, possess or eat turtle. Sadly, despite this protection, sea turtles continue to be under threat in Seychelles and globally from pollution, coastal development, entanglement in fishing nets, and poaching. The festival was created by a group of like-minded individuals, and the committee is comprised of members of local NGOs, government departments, and other interested parties, all of whom share a passion for sea turtles. Each year, Seychelles Sea Turtle Festival continues to bring together organisations working in sea turtle research and conservation to promote collaboration and help celebrate and protect Seychelles sea turtles.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 2015 Seychelles Sea Turtle Festival.
This annual event has been a huge success in the last 2 years, and we hope it will be even better this year.
I must admit, turtles is one of my favorite creatures amongst many, and I'm sure the favorite of many. And it's really encouraging and inspiring to see so many people here today to celebrate this wonderful creature. As the objective of the festival is to bring the science to the people, to educate and sensitize the people about the importance of such a beautiful creature. Personally, for me, I will, on behalf of the ministry, always give support to the festival as long as it continues to do the good work and sea turtle conservation in general. So thank you once again, and thank you for your support in turtle conservation. Thank you.
Educator who is passionate about sea turtle and the environment, I think the Seychelles Sea Turtle Festival is crucial to the protection of sea turtles in Seychelles. Education and awareness are a key part of any conservation action, and the festival also brings together the conservation community as a united front to promote the protection of sea turtles. We want to encourage as many people as possible to come to the festival family fun day, as it is not only educational, but a great day for the whole family. With over 20 organizations, businesses and vendors participating last year, there's a huge variety of activities on offer. Snorkeling, face painting, arts and craft, games, live music are all part of the festival. We are also trying to get people to think about simple actions that they can take to protect turtles, reducing their plastic use and taking great responsibility with their waste all contributes towards turtle protection. On this note, we are trying to make the festival plastic and polystyrene free. I hope that every year the festival can help to change the attitudes and beliefs of Seychellois towards sea turtles.
I love sea turtles because they are ancient creatures and they maintain the balance in the ocean, and we should protect the turtles because they are beautiful creatures.
I love sea turtles because they're beautiful and they have a long lifespan.
Because they're pretty, they are harmless, and they are friendly.
I love sea turtles because they are great animals.
Love sea turtles.
It is critical that we encourage all sectors of society to recognize the value and beauty of these precious marine reptiles.
What's up, bro? One. We're in the top box.
Quand nous positionnons dans nos coins l'horizon, nous formons partie de ce grand espace partagé avec l'humanité. Nous vivons dans nos propres façons et nous apprécions ce qui nous en a, tout en gardant en tête que la beauté est aussi fragile et nous devons rester conscients. Nous rester engagés pour protéger nos biodiversités. En mise free nous la mer, imagine demain, accomplir nos bonnes targets envers servir l'énergie propre, rebâtir et son et bonne cicatrice qu'il faudrait, redoubler nos efforts, qui nos actions y rester en faveur protection de nos biodiversités. Protéger nos sources manger et nous de l'eau. À tout prix, protéger nos bonnes espèces qui soient dans la terre et dans la mer. Dans les temps où le monde peut passer à travers l'impact pandémie, pas laisser nos actions viennent ça l'autre l'épidémie, mais plutôt viennent partie solution. La journée internationale biodiversité, nous formons partie solution.
What you have at St. Joseph Atoll, and indeed also around Daros, are basically intact ecosystems. And that is one of the hardest things to find in the world these days, is coral reefs that have lots of life on them, a lagoon that has nursery areas for young sharks, has healthy populations of rays, healthy populations of foraging and nesting turtles, lots of seabirds.
My vision is to see a restoration, a complete restoration work on the island. And Seychelles is well known throughout the world in terms of restoration work.
Save Our Seas Foundation manages the island and all the research happening there. And Daros is probably my favourite place in the world. You can be on the beach and you'll see mantas feeding in a train, and offshore you'll see dolphins, and you'll see black tips in the shallows, whilst you have frigates all over your head.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Gidon. I am the project leader for the Temporal Protected Areas project, which is a project funded under the government of Seychelles, GF UNDP project entitled A Reach to Reef Approach for the Integrated Management of Marine, Coastal, and Terrestrial Ecosystems in the Seychelles. So for short, the Reach to Reef project. So basically the project mainly works with sea turtle conservation. I myself have been working with the Marine Conservation Society of Seychelles for almost 8 years now. And the organization itself has been working with the conservation of sea turtles for almost 2 decades now. So the project mainly is to set up, basically to nominate the main nesting beaches in the south of Mahé as temporal protected areas for sea turtles. And this is targeted mainly for the nesting period. So basically we'll just have more protection, more conservation efforts for the sea turtles during this season, okay? So basically the project involves a lot of monitoring efforts. So we normally patrol the nesting beaches more often during the nesting season, which is a minimum of 3 times a week. So the monitoring is mainly for checking for sea turtle activities on the nesting beaches. And we collect quite a bit of data. Basically, we prefer to encounter turtles. This is when we would stay with the turtles and note down their nesting behaviors, how long they take to do the different steps in the nesting procedure. And we always stay with the turtle until the nesting is done and they are safely back in the water, because we know we have a lot of poaching incidents as well that we are hoping for these to stop, if not to reduce. So our presence there helps to prevent the turtles from being poached. So we like to make sure that the turtles are safely back in the water. Apart from that, if we don't have an encounter, we would normally find tracks on the beach. So we would measure the tracks, follow the tracks up to the vegetation. And this is where we'll identify if the turtle has nested or not. If the turtle has not nested, we try to find out what prevented it from or stopped it from nesting successfully. And these would mainly be things like sometimes they would have, we call these ESBO, an emergence stopped by an obstacle. And these obstacles can vary. It can be an erosion cliff, it can be dense vegetation, and sometimes it can be dogs or even people that may accidentally shy the turtle away or frighten it rather, and they go back into the sea. So if the turtle has nested, then we would identify certain things that would tell us that the turtle has nested there, and we will mark the nest, take the GPS, and we keep track of the nest. So that means after a certain time, when we estimate its hatching time, we also come back to record, we call it egg clutch survival data. So we would find signs that the little ones have come out, and this is where we excavate the nest and we count how many hatch shells we have, or how many unhatched eggs. And we also take down vegetation data. So this helps us to see what kind of vegetation the turtles prefer. And we also note down, we call it anthropogenic data. So this would be any human activities near shore, on the beach, and all these as well has can impact the turtles nesting as well. Apart from that, we also do a lot of education awareness. So when it's not the peak season, we tend to spend most of our time on educating the public, and we especially work a lot with schools. Since the nesting beaches are based in Takamaka, so we do a lot of work with the Takamaka school, which would involve getting the pupils to come and visit the nesting beaches, or myself and my colleague going to give presentations at the school. So apart from that as well, we participate a lot in activities related to sea turtle conservation, just to help and spread awareness about sea turtle conservation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shane Emily, and I'm the Deputy CEO of ICS. which is also known as the Island Conservation Society. The society promotes the conservation and restoration of island ecosystems, including the sustainable development of islands and raising awareness of their vulnerability, including their vital importance to the planet's biodiversity. ICS was established since 2001, and we have been operating on about 5 islands where we implement conservation programs endorsed by the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change, and Environment. Just to point out is that we are quite pleased to be sharing a bit more information about our turtle monitoring programs across the 5 islands where we operate to mark the 20th anniversary of the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU and including the World Sea Turtle Day. So why do we do turtle monitoring? Firstly is for us to know what the nesting population is across various islands. And we also want to know if the populations are stable, increasing or decreasing. And thirdly, we also want to provide guidance on how best to manage the habitat. Example, developing lighting guidelines for hotels, including vegetation management at nesting beaches. Now, you would notice that I'm sharing a map, and then there's a table also on the map which indicates the year that the long-term turtle monitoring started on all 5 islands. Just to point out, so there's a Reed Island, Silhouette, De Roche, Alphonse, and Farquhar, where we have established conservation centers and conducting the long-term turtle monitoring programs. As you would notice, our longest monitoring program started on the Reed in 1975, and we have been monitoring turtles on Silhouette for 15 years, Alphonse for 14 years, De Roche for 11 years, and Farquhar for 6 years. We also plan to set up monitoring programs on Cosmoledo, Astor, Marie-Louise, and Platte in the not too distant future. So how do we do turtle monitoring? We have permanent conservation staff living on these islands. And on most islands, what they do is that they will conduct daily patrols, which normally involves walking around the whole island each time. And this is very important so that we can be consistent in the frequent monitoring, so that we can gather accurate information and thereafter get accurate population estimates. While patrolling, the staff will count and measure turtle tracks. And the reason for that is for them to determine if it is a green or hawksbill turtle. They also measure and tag any turtles that are encountered. And the tags allow us to know if they return to the same beach for them to nest. What do we do with the information? So once the patrol is completed, data is then digitized and entered into our ecological database. And periodically, we will analyze the data and then present the results to all of our key stakeholders. Information is also disseminated through various channels. So we do from time to time provide an update on our social media pages, the newspaper, and any other means where we can raise a bit more awareness of our monitoring efforts across the islands. So what do we know so far about the nesting turtles on these islands? I will firstly focus on green turtles and thereafter the hawksbills. So as you will notice there on that slide, there is a table on the left-hand side providing information of the number of females nesting each year by island. And Reed Island, as you will notice there in the picture, has a small beach less than 1 kilometer long. And what we've noticed is that very few green turtles nest there. only around 1 turtle per year. As for Silhouette, the beach is about 4.2 kilometers long, with only 5 nesting green turtles. And then the outer islands have very long stretches of beach compared to the inner islands, and host healthy numbers of nesting green turtles. On the Roche, we've noticed that per year about 40 green turtles nest on the beaches, and then 130 nest in the Alphonse group, and a whopping 910 nest at Farquhar. Hawksbill turtle is my next focus for trying to highlight the data that we've collected so far. And what we've noticed is that there are about 20 nesting hawksbills on a reed island. And this has been recorded on an annual basis. And what we've noticed per year is that about 100 nesting females have been recorded on Silhouette. The population on the outer islands of Hawksbill is that it is fairly smaller compared to the inner islands, with numbers ranging between 25 to 75. Okay, as you will notice there in the table. And overall, just to conclude, is we can say that the inner islands are important for hawksbills, with the highest number of females nesting on Silhouette. Okay, and as for the outer islands, what we've noticed is that the outer islands are quite important for green turtles, with the highest number of females nesting on Farquhar. Now, in this video, you would notice that there is a hatchling making its way to the sea. And I remember quite well a few years back when we attended a special event to celebrate the Sea Turtle Festival. A group of kids sung a special song written by Birdsong and Eco Wonders. And it goes like that. I will read out the first verse. It says, "Here we go, wish us luck as we make our way across the sand to the sea. We've just hatched from our eggs, and the ocean water world is where we need to be." So at ICS, we strongly believe in turtle conservation, so that these words continue to resonate in our minds, to appreciate the fact that we want to see more hatchlings making their way indeed to the ocean, and then eventually develop to become adults and keep on reproducing, so that we can have a healthy population of hawksbill and green turtles across the islands. Thank you for your time, and do not hesitate to learn more about ICS and our conservation programs across all 5 islands on the websites indicated in this slide, and join us on social media. And thank you so much for your time, and have a lovely day.
My name is Luca Bear. I'm the science coordinator on the beautiful Aldabra Atoll, and I'll be talking to you today a bit about the atoll itself, what we have here, and then running through a bit of our turtle monitoring programs. Aldabra is one of the largest raised coral atolls in the world and is part of the Seychelles Outer Islands. It is about 1,000 kilometers southwest of Mahe and around 400 kilometers north of Madagascar. The Seychelles Islands Foundation has managed and protected the atoll since 1979, and that's who I work for. and we continue to conserve and study all the species that call Aldabra home. Despite its size, Aldabra has been relatively left alone by humans for most of its history, which means many unique and special species have actually survived and thrived here. This includes perhaps the most emblematic species found on Aldabra, the Aldabran giant tortoise, which is the last remaining giant tortoise in the Indian Ocean. All the rest have gone extinct, unfortunately. We have over 100,000 on the atoll, and it's the largest population of giant tortoises anywhere in the world. The atoll also supports a wide range of shorebirds and landbirds. This also includes the Aldabra white-throated rail, which is the last living flightless bird in the Indian Ocean. Unfortunately, all the others went extinct, like the dodo. There's also a vast array of seabird species. Including one of the largest frigate bird colonies on the planet. The wondrous species found on land are only outdone in beauty and abundance by those in the marine environment. The atoll contains a diverse variety of marine habitats, with a large extent of mangroves found all around the inside of the atoll. And then there are extensive seagrass beds supporting what we're here to talk about, a large turtle population. And then the atoll is fringed by rich coral reefs that support an abundance of fish. These in turn then support an array of top marine predators. And because the atoll has been protected for so long, it's a haven for long-lived fish species that are often in decline elsewhere on the planet. The lagoon is also one of the defining features of the atoll itself, being one of the largest in the world. One of the most endangered species that utilizes the lagoon is the dugong. It's the last remaining population in the Seychelles, and probably one of the most secure areas for them to exist in the Western Indian Ocean. Last but not least, Aldabra is also home to one of the largest green turtle nesting populations in the Western Indian Ocean. It is actually the longest protected nesting area in the region, and it now has a thriving breeding population of around 3,000 to 6,000 females nesting annually. However, until the establishment of the research station in 1971, when the atoll became truly protected, turtles were being harvested in large numbers. It was actually reported in the early 1900s that 12,000 were taken in 1 year. I'm a bit skeptical about that, but generally, several hundred were harvested annually. It got to the point by the 1960s where it was extremely rare to see even one green turtle emerging onto Settlement Beach, as you can see from this old footage with no turtles. Whilst graceful in the water, turtles are extremely vulnerable on land. They struggle to move and move very, very slowly, much slower than giant tortoises. This, coupled with the fact of their size, meant they were harvested extensively for their meat. The nesting process for a green turtle, all in all, takes several hours, which again contributed to their vulnerability while on land. The first stage involves digging down into the sand, what we call a body pit, until she's about level with her shell with the sand. They then dig out the egg chamber with their back flippers, slowly digging down about 50 centimeters, into which they'll lay about 100-120 eggs. They then camouflage the nest, flinging sand to cover it, slowly moving forward so the true nesting site is well hidden. Green turtles have been recorded to lay up to 9 clutches a season, coming ashore every 2 weeks to do so. So the big question you're probably all asking yourself is, how do we keep track of the turtle population on Aldabra? And the answer is simple, really. We count the tracks on the beach. So each time the turtles come up at night, we can follow that track where they've come up, and by counting them, we can track the population change over time. You can see in this video here that I'm just drawing a line across the track, and that's so the person the next day knows that that track has already been counted. You might ask why we don't actually count the nests. Not every turtle that comes onto the beach actually makes a nest and lays eggs. Some come just to have a look around, scouting where they could lay, whilst others attempt to nest, but they don't quite find the right spot and head back to water. So you can see that to properly count the number of turtles coming on shore each night, using tracks is the best and frankly the simplest method. Every morning on Aldabra, a ranger walks the 2 kilometers of Settlement Beach, which you can see here in the video, counting all the turtle tracks left behind the night before as they go. The ranger also notes whether the turtle nested or attempted to nest, or whether it was just coming to look around for a potential nest site. We also take the GPS coordinates of where the up track of the turtle was, as we're interested in accessibility. Now here in this video, you can actually see a nest from above, and I'm just drawing the outline of the camouflaged area where the turtle flung the sand to hide the actual egg chamber. And so here, where I draw the circle, that's where she probably actually laid, but she ended up some 3 or 4 meters in front of me. Look where those shadows are. As I rather foolishly demonstrate, she camouflages and ends up in this body pit there, and then that is her nest complete. So we have to assess each turtle emergence, each track, to see if the turtle actually nested. So we do record whether it's nested, whether it just came on shore, but we're recording all emergences to understand how many are coming each night. Then of course you've seen me just draw a line through the track so the person the next day is sure that's already been counted. Now let's watch a section of the beach speeded up to understand the process. So you can see here that I'm sort of moving backwards and forwards a lot in one section, and that's when we get a lot of turtles emerging in one area. It's difficult to tell which track leads to which nest, etc. So just take some time to figure that out. You're probably wondering how all this data then feeds into tracking the population, and this is the graph that really illustrates it. So what we have is years across the bottom, and you can see the program was started in the tracks monitoring program was started in 1981, and then we're actually plotting against the Settlement Beach, the average daily emergence. So that's taking all the track counts for a whole year, dividing it by 365, the number of days in a year, and then we get a number to see what the average number of turtles coming up onto the beach each year. And what this graph really shows is the incredible increase since monitoring began in 1981. Now you can see a few gaps in the data in the 80s and early 90s, and that's to do because there wasn't a whole year's data set, so we couldn't have confidence in that. But the key issue here is that if you look in 1981, the average daily emergence, the average number of turtles coming ashore on Settlement Beach each day was around 3. When you look at 2018, that was 26 turtles every day on average. Now that is an average, and it hides the fact that we do have a peak nesting period between February and April. And in fact, we've just gone through our peak nesting period this year. It peaked in March, and we had the highest number of tracks ever recorded for a month ever since 1981, since records began. And we had, on average, over 50 turtles a night for the whole month coming on shore to nest. So it's been an incredible recovery, and in fact it's nearly a 500% increase in the number of turtles coming onto Settlement Beach every night since 1981. So an incredible turnaround.
Sorry, Brother Shoaib, we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
I cannot.
Please say something, Brother Shoaib. Hi, everyone.
स्पीकर की आवाज नहीं आ रही, बाकी तो आपकी ताहिर साहब या दूसरे पार्टिसिपेंट्स की आ रही है। शेख साहब की आवाज नहीं आ रही। शायद कहीं आप म्यूट तो नहीं है? ताहिर साहब आपको आवाज आ रही है शेख की?
जी नहीं, मुझे भी नहीं आ रही सर।
शेख आपकी आवाज किसी को भी नहीं आ रही।
Mr. Shoaib, we cannot hear you. If someone can take over the Brother Shoaib. Yes, please. You can start it now. Please.
Okay, so thank you very much. First of all, I'm really grateful to the CMS Secretariat and the and you particularly and my panelists, especially Mr. Javed Mahar, Mr. Farhan, Muazzam Sahab, and the Hamera, and for your time. I think having a discussion on a very important day, what you can say, that remember us to re-examine our relationship with the nature. So I'm really grateful for having this time for WWF Pakistan and for Pakistan. As far as WWF Pakistan is concerned, I think we are working with our stakeholders, either they are the federal stakeholders or the provincial stakeholders, for the conservation and protection of marine turtles here in Pakistan, and especially with the fisher communities. So the today's discussion will provide us more information and the suggestions from the worthy panelists to further this conservation cause. In my personal point of view, I think that the biggest challenge for the third world countries and especially the Pakistan is the lack of integrated data. And then definitely about the mortality of the turtles and the fishing nets, population structure, so on and so forth. So that is an area where every stakeholder has to work together, has an coordinated effort to address this particular issue. Another thing is that we desperately need the marine protected areas if we want to conserve and we want to address the challenges of the marine turtles and the other marine species. So having very vibrant marine protected areas are must in Pakistan so that we can address this particular issue. Another what you can say suggestion from my side is a regional cooperation. I think that's very much that should be there, because having the regional cooperation, we can address the challenges, especially to organize the marine turtles into different units, and then identifying and addressing the data gaps, and then definitely assessing the high diversity areas for the multiple species and genetic stocks. So these are the certain areas where the regional cooperation can play their positive role. Unfortunately, we have the regional forums available, but due to the geopolitical situation, they're not they're very active like SARC. But as far as the green turtle is concerned, we can have a separate regional forum where we can share our expertise, experiences, and we can what you can say help each other. At the national level, again, there is a strong need to have a very strong collaboration between the federal agencies as well as the provincial agencies, because without the strong coordination and cooperation, we cannot go for the betterment and for the conservation of these important resources. Um, as far as the marine turtle conservation is concerned, I personally think it's a long-term effort, and all the stakeholders need to be there with greater investment, time, people, and finances. So if we have all these things on board, then there is a probability that we can move for the conservation and the protection of the marine turtles. And we have a tagline in WWF Pakistan. So it's not a what you can say a duty of any individual or any organization, because it should be achieved through a collective effort. And we say in WWF that together possible, and conservation of marine turtles and even the marine biology is only possible if all the stakeholders are coordinated and they are in touch for the betterment and conservation of this very important species. So thank you very much. Thanks again for engaging WWF Pakistan and for providing us the time. And I think now we have the worthy panelists and very experienced panelists, and they will share their findings, and these findings will be contributing for the protection and conservation of marine turtles in Pakistan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Tarsab. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that, troubleshooting. So I was saying to better understand the conservation of marine turtles and their biodiversity, threats and the conservation efforts in Pakistan, and we have our respective panelists to whom we will ask questions to make us understand the silent message of conservation of sea turtles in Pakistan and beyond. So I would like to introduce our panelists today, and we have Dr. Tahir Rashid, who already shared his thoughts, and we have Mr. Javed Meher, who is conservator of Sindh Wildlife Department, Government of Pakistan. So we have Ms. Hamira Aisha, who is a manager conservation from WWF Pakistan. We also have Muazzam Khan, who is technical advisor of marine fisheries in WWF Pakistan. And we have Mr. Farhan, who is Assistant Fisheries Development Commission, and from the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. He is also national focal person of IOTC. And so before we dive into our session, I would like to ask the question from Hamira that in order to dilute the message and to let our audience, the public, to understand, why we are working for the sea turtles, and why the sea turtles are considered as a flagship species. So in line with that, so the next question would be, what is WWF's strategy for conservation of marine turtles in Pakistan? So over to you, Ms. Hamera.
Thank you very much, Shweb. A good day and a good morning to all the colleagues who have joined today's live session. And also, I'm very grateful to the eminent experts who have joined today's session as the panelists at this hour of the time. I know it's night in Pakistan, so thank you very much, first of all, for having this event organized. And taking this opportunity, I think on behalf of the team of WWF Pakistan, I would also like to extend our congratulations on the 20th anniversary of signing the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU, because over the past 2 decades, the IOC has really played a very important role in supporting and building collaborative and coordinated efforts towards enhancing the protection and conservation of sea turtles in the Indian Ocean region, engaging the nations. So thank you very much for that. And I think the panel that we have today is a very good balance of expertise and knowledge, and it kinds of really gets basically to support the question that you've extended in terms of the ecological role of the turtles and how we are working towards their conservation in Pakistan through following a collaborative and integrated approach. And I'm sure that this isn't something new that I'm going to say, but sea turtles, we all know, are amongst the most charismatic animals of the planet. And for many of us, they are fascinating, and they are the most favorite animals for many individuals. And we also know that sea turtles are important because they have a very important role to play to keep our oceans healthy and alive. Being keystone species, and their role is important because of maintaining the health of ecosystem. Either they are important prey species for many animals. They also maintain the predators. They also maintain the prey species of certain species they prey on, and they are also playing an important role in improving the health of the beaches where they nest on. And if we remove a sea turtle from their habitat, which is as an outcome to many threats they face, their disappearance would have serious impacts because the essential ecosystem services, which are a part of a turtle's role, would be eliminated afterwards. And I think one very important point that I would also like to add in here, that for many countries, especially in our regions, sea turtles have a very important cultural role. They have important cultural connections, and there are communities who relate to sea turtles for many parts of their cultures. And that is an important ecosystem service from the cultural point of view that we have seen in it. And as Dr. Tahir has narrated very well initially, that Pakistan is known to be a country which has 5 known sea turtle species which are reported from our waters. And I'm sure Mozam Saab is the most eminent and credible expert on the subject, so he'll say more on the current conservation distribution and their role, and of course Javed Meher Saab, because he leads the conservation on ground for the species. But what we know, of course, is that green sea turtle is one of the most well-known species, and the major reason behind is that it comes to nest on the essential nesting species that we have in the coastal provinces in Pakistan, the maritime provinces in Sindh and Balochistan. And like the entire world, turtles, although they've been providing their ecosystem services for a million of years, they face a host of threats. And Pakistan is no exception. The threats which they face, including habitat degradation, of course, the entanglement and the fishing gears, increasing pollution in their habitats, loss of the essential nesting beaches, climate change, and in Pakistan's context, maybe to a lesser extent, but definitely poaching. So these are one of the few threats which definitely cause serious threats to the turtle population and pushing them towards the extinction. And as the sea turtle population declines, definitely as does their ability to do that. So the work which WWF Pakistan does basically integrates the research, which is critical for the informed conservation planning, and also to support informed policy making, building upon what Dr. Tahir Rashid said, and to find out the essential habitats which needs the immediate protection for the future conservation and protection. And then working with the communities has been a very instrumental and fundamental part of the work that WWF Pakistan does. And I will leave this part to Mohammad Mozam Khan Saab to explain further. But with both coastal communities and also the fisher communities, Pakistan has been able to set up some wonderful example to how we've been able to eliminate some of the grave threats to the turtle populations, which were in form of the fishing induced entanglements and associated threats. And I'm very pleased to also share here in that in Pakistan, under all the laws which are related to wildlife protection and also which deal with the fisheries, give a very prime protection, high level of protection status to turtles. And that is one commitment that the countries has reflected over the time. So building upon the in situ conservation and the research work which supports the policy making and also the improved regional level knowledge and information sharing work which WWF Pakistan does together with its partner and communities. One last point that I would like to add for WWF's work is a very important role that we try to put focus on is engagement of the communities. Either it's a fisher community, either that's a community which is living by the coast or the general public, because every individual carries a specific role in their particular responsibilities towards the conservation of these diminishing species from Pakistan. So bringing this all together, that our work is carries a holistic approach and addressing the key challenges and the drivers which are pushing the sea turtles population to elimination has been the core focus of our work at the national level, at the regional level, and at the international level. And I'll just conclude by saying this, since we have a very balanced experts panel sitting here today, and they will reflect more on to the work which is being done at the policy and at the in situ conservation level. I'm also sure that today's series of event, which is a wonderful example of really portraying and giving opportunities to the countries to share their inspirational work while marking the 20th anniversary of the IOSEA Turtle MOU. I'm sure we will be able to also find out some replicable examples and some of the good stories which are also able to make a difference at the regional level at a later stage. So I'll stop here and I'll hand over to you, Shweta. Thank you.
Thank you, Amira. Thank you. Very interesting. So you have mentioned about the life cycle and importance of the sea turtle, while you mentioned about the threats as well. So while the sea turtles, globally, they are facing some threats. Similarly, they are facing some threats in Pakistan as well. So although there are some threats which are common with the global practices, for example, overfishing, entanglement in the fishing nets, and habitat destruction, or sometimes they can be entangled in the ghost nets as well. And the pollution, plastic pollution is one of them as well, which is really, really affecting the population of the sea turtle. So in line with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Javed Mahar, who is a conservator of Sindh Wildlife Department. But what do you think that, what were the efforts of Sindh government that have undertaken in terms of science or of education or policy, or maybe the management, for the conservation of marine turtles in Pakistan? Yes, Mr. Mahar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Chef. And good evening from Pakistan and Karachi. I'm Javed Mahar from Sindh Wildlife Department. This department is in fact having a legacy of doing on-ground work for the turtle nesting sites since 1970s. And a few days back, I would like to pay tribute to what I saw in the files. I was looking into the history a few days back while in a connection with this Marine Turtle Day. We must pay tribute to Dr. A. Qureshi, who died a few years back. I saw his column written in the Dawn newspaper with the caption, "Goodbye Turtles." And by that time, Dawn newspaper was, and even till today, is most read newspaper in throughout the Pakistan. the column of Dr. Qureshi was duly noticed by the decision makers, and in wildlife protection wildlife protection ordinance of the 1972, the marine species were declared protected along with the coral reef. So later on, some initial works were done for initial surveys. I could see a name of Aban Marker Kavraji in the files. I could see in the files, in the history files few days back, some contribution at initial level from the WWF management of that time. So it was tremendous story indeed to read the whole history. And while looking into the files, I knew that by this time, by this day, since mid 1970s, say 1975 or 76, in wildlife department, at the very early stage, started protecting for nesting sites of the turtles. So as everybody know that they come and lay down their eggs, bury them, and they go back. The eggs were in fact under threat of the predators like dogs or other predators. So initially, the strategy which was adopted was to ensure that the eggs which were laid are safe. And by now, I was wondering, and I was surprised, in fact, to see by now more than 700,000 hatchlings were safely released, have been released into the sea. And about, according to the files, what I saw, more than 900 turtles were tagged. And there was a lot of other data, which is in fact of a great interest for the readers, and the contribution of Dr. Femida Firdaus must be appreciated, and she got pride of performance for her work on marine turtle conservation. So now this was a bit, in fact, discussion for the history, and I would like to put here that since last year, 2020, we are with new Sin Wildlife Protection Act 2020. And this law, likewise previous law, has addressed adequately to the needs and requirements, and it has in fact attempted to fill the gaps which were noticed during last many years of ground working. And in coming years, the gap which has been noticed is in fact absence of a marine protected area. A few days back, we were discussing like with Tahir Saab. So we are in a process of consultation with the stakeholders at federal level and provincial level. So soon we'll be with the good news of establishment of a marine protected area, and the area which is in fact under consideration is of Indus Delta region and this Hawke's Bay and Sands Spit region leading up to the Balochistan borders. So government of Sindh is very well considered and very well aware of the responsibilities, having more than 50 years of legacy and history doing for the protection and conservation of the sea turtles particularly. And during this period, as I earlier mentioned, that all the activities which were being done, they were not in the sea waters, like they were offshore areas. So in coming future, I'm very confident that with the support of stakeholders like Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Ministry of Climate Change, WWF Pakistan, and other stakeholders, we'll be in a better position as compared to past, though we are even with very bright past and even are eager, are planning to enter into future. for more conservation activities. Thank you very much. I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I was saying thank you, Mr. Mahar. Very interesting, and congratulations to you and your department for staying up to date with the legal protection of sea turtles. And well, very well said. We do really appreciate all the efforts of Dr. Fiamida for those, her dedication for conserving for the conservation of sea turtle and from its nesting grounds. And well deserved, she is being titled as a late turtle lady. So of course.
Certainly, Dr. A. Qureshi as well, because he was the person who brought this legacy particularly to the world, that this is the, in fact, gap where we should work, and that was done. And I'll share with you, I'm confident Mozam Saab would have read that article written by Dr. A. Qureshi.
Yes, I did.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mahar. So yes, with those efforts, since government has been, really active in working for the science and education, either that's policy or management of sea turtles, and their further conservation. In fact, since that, there is another challenges, which include that the lack of human capacity, or maybe the lack of funding for the monitoring of nesting grounds of sea turtle, or maybe monitoring them at the sea. So with these conditions, I'm going to ask.
Let me add this to you that previously, yes, we could say because of the funds constant or shortcomings like that. But in the new law, we are with Sindh Council for Conservation of Wildlife. In the very initial stage, we are with more than 200 million rupees for conservation activities across the province, and this area will be highly focused. So in future, I'm expecting no any shortages of funds like activities as under discussion.
Yeah, thank you. You have mentioned about the protected area as well. Yeah, this is wonderful news, and for me and for the public as well, and for those who are already involved in the conservation of marine turtles. So by considering that, lack of monitoring, it is always an issue and a challenge for every coastal countries, or maybe those areas where sea turtles go for the nesting, for the nesting, or maybe they go for the foraging. So considering all those lack of capacity, maybe if I say it that way, or maybe lack of monitoring. So I'm going to ask Muazzam Khan, who is a technical advisor in WWF Pakistan, so what and how Pakistan has contributed to implement mitigation tools, or maybe the techniques for the reducing sea turtle mortality in fishing operations. So are you going to?
Thank you very much, Shweb. I'm thankful to Tahir Saab and Umaira, and most of all, Mr. Meher Saab, for giving a very good background or start with where we stand at the present, and especially the role of Sindh Wildlife Department. And I'm very proud that Fameda Firdaus is one of my students. And A. Qureshi used to be a very good friend, and we lost him 2 years back, and it was really a setback. The history of turtle in Pakistan is very old. I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but the two of the points I mentioned about the turtle history, one of them is that before 1870s, there used to be turtle fisheries, and Saudis and Omani coming to Pakistan area, which is not Pakistan, it's the Estola Island, also at other places on the coastline. Tak is one of them. And they used to harvest turtle from here because they eat it. But fortunate enough that the population living in Pakistan, they are not consuming turtle, so we have now a safety. But at that time, it is estimated that every year about 2,000 to 5,000 turtles were taken by Saudis alone. There is limited data available. Then there was fisheries for turtle eggs partition, which was feeding eggs to the bakery is owned by Parsis in Karachi, and there used to be very big bakery, and there is an article published in Signatory States Journal about how much eggs are being transferred for this particular bakery industry. So having said all this, there are a lot of efforts that has been done in the past. WWF since inception in 1970 has started working on supporting the work on turtles, and the main work which Mehsab was mentioned, in which Awan Kabraji and Mr. Shanida Firdaus was involved. It was funded by WWF, and it continued to be contributing it. In 2000, year 2000, we were forced to accept the American legislation for turtle exclusive device. So I was leading the department at that time, and we were fortunate that we were able to qualify for as a third harmonized nation. And this was a very big effort, and I appreciate all the departments that has participated in our efforts of getting the this particular TED law to be implemented in Pakistan. Since Fisheries Department has legislated the law, Pakistan Fisheries Department has done it, and federal government has made laws for it. And then they will be able to prove that we can have a TED system. We were handicapped because we are the only nation in the Indian Ocean which doesn't have aquaculture. Therefore, our products has to have a certification for TED, which we continue to have till 2019, and we have lost it because of some shortcomings. And I hope Mr. Farhan and his team is working, and we are going to restore them very soon. Anyhow, the story of WWF involvement with turtle is not limited, but we had this TED compliance. There was no requirement for providing evidence that it is being implemented. But I, as Director General of the Marine Fisheries Department, asked WWF Pakistan in 2000 that they should be evaluating a third-party evaluation of the TED program in Pakistan. And the report was submitted to U.S. government by WWF Pakistan. It was well accepted that Pakistan is one of the compliant nations doing this implementation activity. Then later on, WWF has established a center in Jiwani, and we have started working for turtle conservation in Jiwani, and this is just only the replica of things that have been done in Sim. So there was some good information that was generated, and the best part of the study that was conducted in Jiwani was the involvement of the coastal community. There was a Dharan Conservation Society, which even after the WWF stopped its activities a few years back, we have again revived it. But again, at that time, they were providing this particular community was conducting the same study which Sindh Wildlife Department is doing, protecting the nest, bringing the eggs to protected area, releasing the juveniles. It is being done, and WWF is still involved in it, and we are still continuing with it. This is some of the things which we have done. Let me try to share my presentation, and I'm just, if I can show it, but even if it is not there, I will try to, can you see my presentation?
Yeah, it's loading. Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah, okay, I'm just moving forward. I'm just mentioning about TED and the activities that we have done in Jiwani. The activity we have done in Dharan, and from 1999 to 2008, we were able to protect about 2,731, almost on the same scale which Sindh government is doing it. And then the Dharan Conservation Society, the Forest and Wildlife Department of Balochistan, and WWF are still trying to continue this activity. But in 2012, we decided to be more proactive and try to find out the involvement of fisheries, fishing practices in turtle conservation and turtle mortality. So we got a funding from IPCRCF, which is an Australian government funding, and this was primarily to study the cetacean mortality in gillnet fishery. But as part of the study, the turtle mortality was also a part of this this particular initiative. There was initially 4 observers that we have deployed on these tuna gilleters that you can see on the right hand. And then we have found out that there are mortality of turtle, there are entanglement turtle. Initially we have 4 observers, but then by 2015 we have 25 observers. And these, the main species they were targeting was yellowfin tuna. And there are 700 gill netters which are operating in the coastal water, EZ, and even beyond the EZ. And they were catching 8 species of tuna in Pakistani waters. Entanglement was of the serious issue we have noticed, and turtle was one of the most common megafauna that get entangled in the net. So you can see some of the pictures, but the turtle mortality as compared to entanglement was very low, only about 3% for the reason that turtle have capacity to reduce metabolic activities once they are under stress, entangled in the net. But the main cause of mortality of mishandling on board the vessel and the way they were used to be discarded. When this is one of the way the fishermen used to be dumping their the turtle, they just hold it from their caricals and throw it in the water. So this was serious. I tried to show some clips. I don't know whether it will work. This is the way the fishermen used to be dumping their catch. You can see the mishandling. You can see the way the animal is being brought on board the vessel. And you can see how it's being released, and then using a appendix dishes, they dump it in the sea. So we do not know the fate of these turtles in the sea. And you can imagine the turtle is in extreme stress. I don't know whether it will survive or not. It was dumped. Let me go a little bit further. Let me show another clip. In this, you can see how the fishermen are handling turtle. You can see that he has thrown it. And if you see the turtle, it is almost dead in the water. We are not sure about whether it survived or not. It was thrown in the sea, and you can see the animal is almost in a dead position. Then we started training the fishermen. We have trained about 100 fishermen, and they have been trained to handle the way the fish should be handled, the proper way of doing it. So this is the way, and this is now being replicated in another country. Let me try to show it. I don't know whether the clip can be done here, but you can see this is the way it is being done, and this is the theoretical way of throwing the turtle back in the sea. Holding it properly, not playing with his flippers, then leaning in the water, making an angle of 45 degrees, and then throwing animal in the sea. And you can see the turtle happily going in the sea. I'll show another one. This is the clip that I will show. This is, you can see the turtle being entangled in the net and just moving it forward. Now it's being handled. The person, the fisherman or the captain is holding it properly, 45 degrees, thrown in the sea, and you can see how good this is made. So this is all done. So we have noticed that the turtle mortality was very high. So we asked the fishermen to avoid fishing in the area where these turtle hotspots are. And this for fishermen and hunters, they are not conservator by tradition. But still the fishermen trying to do it, but it did not work. So you can see the amount of turtle. We have estimated that more than about 28,000 turtle get entangled every year in the gillnet fisheries alone. And the most dominating one is the olive ridley, about something like about 24,600 olive ridley. And this is the seasonality, and about 4,000 of green turtle. And very interestingly, we have found that all the largest specimens are of olive and all the small specimens are green turtle. This may be giving us some idea of the life history of the animal as well. But this system continues, but with the proper their deployment in the sea or their discard in the sea, I think the population was very much restored, but this was not the solution. So while working with this traditional method, we have tried many things, but it did not work. We are talking about NPAs and other things, but ultimately we found a solution. You know that the gill net is placed on the surface as shown in this photograph on the right, that the net is placed on the surface. When you place in the surface, the turtle and dolphins, they get entangled. So as far as the turtle figure, I will just mention about 28,000 and dolphin about 12,000. And all dolphins, they died. So the animal death toll in Pakistan was more than 12,000. So we starting with the fishermen, ultimately came up with a solution. And this solution was very much acceptable to the fishermen because it is cost effective. They are placing now a net about 2 meters below the surface. And you will not believe it that the entanglement has been reduced by 60% and the mortality is now almost zero. The same is the case with the cetaceans. The mortality is almost negligible. So during this program, we have also carried out some studies on shrimp trawling and trying to find out the actual data for the mortality in the shrimp trawling. And we have almost no entanglement. I think there was a period of 5 years, there was only 3 turtles that have been entangled. But we are analyzing data, and by September, we'll be having a report available for the TED regulation also, and that will be possibly will give a better hand for Mr. Farhan Khan and Ministry of Maritime Affairs to fight their case with USA. But in any case, there are some unresolved mysteries that we have to look into it. Olive ridley children used to be nesting in Pakistani water quite often. There was about 654 nests that only Sindh government has protected. But from 2001, this turtle is not nesting in the water. So where it goes, why it has not been nesting in Pakistani water? Is it the climate change? Is it pollution? Or is it something else? We don't know. There is generally consensus that this is because of the climate change. But what particular aspect of climate change we do not know. There are so many other mysteries. But you see that there is a very big population of olive ridley in the offshore water. We don't know where they go for nesting. The studies carried out in India indicates that very little numbers of turtles, olive ridley, goes from west coast to east. Because with the east coast in the ODISA area, they have Aribana, 1,000 or rather 100,000 of turtle coming to the beach for laying egg. But whether we are contributing to that, we are not sure about it. But the data which India has collected, there are very little contribution from the west side. So where these turtles go, because there is no major turtle nesting ground in Oman, in the Persian Gulf area, in Iran, or even in some of the islands. So we are not sure where they are going there. Another important aspect about the sex ratio of the nesting turtle. It is now generally believed that the eggs are removed and placed at elevated places. The sex ratio will be discharged. There are so many other things. Loggerhead turtle are one of the rarest turtles. We have only 9 specimens.
I'm sorry, Bazam Khan. I cut you off. You have 3 minutes. We are almost in.
This may be the last slide. But the Oman has the world's largest population of loggerhead. Why we do not have turtle loggerhead in Pakistan? And what about the lost year of green turtles? We do not know. There are so many other mysteries, but I'll just stop here because the time is limited. And but I request all stakeholders, especially not only in Pakistan but in the regional country, that we should join hands in conservation of sea turtles in the IOC area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazam Saab. Great stuff. Yes, whatever WWF has been done, it's done a really amazing stuff. Like you mentioned, the important point is that there is 60% of decrease in the mortality, and entanglement and mortality is almost zero. And yes, there is something which is really exciting about training the fishermen and for their safe handling and releases, which is great stuff for contributing in other way for the population of sea turtles. And which is the other point, which is interesting, is that in addition to green turtle, it is confirmed from this program that all those 5 sea turtle species have been reported from Pakistani waters. So in line with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Farhan, and who is the focal person of ITC from Pakistan, and he is the assistant commissioner of fisheries development, fisheries commissioner. And so Farhan, so I'm going to ask you a different question. And so like in a contribution of research and conservation in that way. So how we can leverage the science and the research project for the policy level, and for the policy level and policy decision levels at the ocean levels. And I would like to ask you too that, what would be the role of federal institutions, since you're representing the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Shoaib. And good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all of the participants, those who are here to celebrate all important day today. And thanks to the WWF and especially Tahir Saab to invite me for this auspicious event. As far as the conservation of green sea turtle is concerned, that I must applaud the effort of WWF Pakistan, because when I took over the portfolio of Assistant Fisheries Commissioner, so what I saw that there was no awareness in the fishermen while releasing the sea turtle into the sea. But I must say that the commendable job that Mr. Muazzam Khan and WWF has done in terms of creating the awareness to release the turtle in a scientific manner. Apart from that, as far as the policy is concerned, that as you know that jurisdiction of federal government starts from after the beyond 12 nautical miles in the sea. So we tried our best to formulate a policy in which we include all that aspects of conservation in our policy. It will be in picture very soon. And as far as the TED is concerned, you know that it is a multi-stakeholder problem, that without having assistance from PMSA and Karachi Fish Harbour Authority and Sindh government, we can't be able to ask US government for the inspection of TED in the country. But things are going in a very right direction. That no, right now we have TED installed on all the shrimp boats, going for the shrimping, and very soon it will be, you'll come to know that things it will be the export from Pakistan to USA will be resumed very shortly, because although all the stakeholders are in line and doing their work, doing all the hard work. As far as the compliances in international agencies are concerned, with having a very good coordination and cooperation with WWF Pakistan, we are able to comply with all the compliances related to the conservation of sea turtles in Pakistan. As Muazzam Khan as mentioned earlier, that because of the introduction of new gear, subsurface gear, it was magic that we have seen by ourselves, that there's very significant amount of reduction in the entanglement of sea turtles. We observed that data. So I must congratulate the Muazzam Khan and your WWF team, who made things easy for us. Now we are on a launching pad to adopt all those measures taken by the WWF and Muazzam Khan to make the fishery sustainable for for us in our country. So for my colleague from the same government wildlife department, so although it is a mandate of provincial government to declare any protected area, but we are here to help you out in all respects. Whatever you want from us, just let us know that we will be with you whenever you want us to be with you. And I must congratulate Tahir Saab, Amera, and Shoaib to you to organize such a good and informative webinar. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Farhan. So I'm sure that there are a lot of successes, and I hope some of these activities or the efforts would be replicated at regional level by different coastal states as well. So I think this is one of those low-cost technologies for mitigation or reducing the entanglement of sea turtles in the wall of death, which is gill nets. So in line with that, although we have the limited time, I hope that there will be a lot of interesting questions to ask. I'm really sorry we have a few minutes remaining. So WWF Pakistan is determined for its conservation efforts of wildlife species with participatory approaches by working with the national stakeholders and fishing communities, and that's because to help these vulnerable species to survive and contribute to rebound its population, not only in Pakistan, but in Northern Indian Ocean and in Indian Ocean as well. So experiments for the mitigation techniques are conducted, as Muazzam has already mentioned. So I think, these kind of practices or efforts should be scaled up. More proactive conservation measures and collaboration at national level or maybe regional levels are needed to protect sea turtles and build their population to healthy levels to restore the health of our oceans and to make them more resilient to future and threats. In line with that, I would like to thank all the panelists of today's session for sharing their knowledge and wisdom on the conservation of sea turtles in Pakistan. I would like to also thank all those project donors who, with their financial support, we would be able to conduct this kind of trials. So among them, I would like to thank ABNJ FAO Tuna Projects, our conservation fund, our national corporates for their financial support and being able to protect marine turtles in Pakistan. And I would like to thank all those like-minded NGOs, scientific communities for helping us out in dissemination of research information and with the help of these efforts. And I would like also to thank all those fisher communities, because without them, we would not be able to do anything on the field. And thank you to all those students who were contributing and helping us out and under the capacity of being volunteer, because of the conservation and awareness sessions. These things are continuous processes and they will go on and on and on. So I would like to thank everyone who were listening to us, and thank you to my panelists. And with that said, have a lovely day ahead and God bless you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello everybody and welcome to today's event from India on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Indian IOSEA MOU, which is an MOU signed between the states in the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. India has been a signatory of this MOU for quite a while and has been conducting quite a bit of activities with regards to sea turtle conservation as well as research and outreach in the entire country. At the outset, most of the work that is done in India is overseen by the Ministry of Environment and Forests and Climate Change, and all sea turtle species are already under the Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, which was formed in 1972, which means all sea turtle species in Indian waters receive the maximum protection of any wildlife in the country. The ministry also has its state agencies, which is the State Departments of Environment and Forests, who undertake any site-specific activities in the different regions where sea turtles are found to nest and forage. There are 5 sea turtle species that are known from Indian waters, and only 4 are known to nest on the Indian coast. Almost every coastal part of the Indian mainland, as well as the oceanic islands in Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Islands, host several sea turtle nesting sites. The most common of all nesting species is the olive ridley, and India also hosts 2 of the large mass nesting or Aribada nesting sites on the east coast of the country in Odisha, at Gahir Mata, which is a marine national park, and the Rushikulya Rookery. A minor mass nesting site has recently been discovered in the Andaman Islands at Cuthbert Bay. Now that makes India an important region for the olive ridley populations globally. Apart from the olive ridleys, the second most common and important sea turtle population found in the region are of the leatherbacks. Currently, leatherbacks are known to nest only in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the largest nesting ground is known from the Nicobar Islands at Galathea. There have been several agencies that have been involved in monitoring the sea turtle nesting numbers all across the Indian coast in collaboration with the state environmental agencies. These includes research bodies, NGOs, which are both international, national, as well as grassroots NGOs. Finally, the third most common species that are found in India is the green turtle, which is known to nest on the mainland coast in Gujarat, as well as the Lakshadweep Islands and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. But most importantly, a very large foraging population is found in the Lakshadweep Islands. With this vast diversity of foraging and nesting grounds found along the Indian coast, there has been a lot of interest in the conservation and outreach with regards to sea turtles in the entire country. Now, this is done in collaboration with the government agencies. Today, on our event, we would like to bring together a few items that we have collated, starting with 3 short documentaries produced by Dusty Food Production, which will tell you the stories about the research, conservation programs and outreach that happens with regards to the olive ridley turtles, the leatherback turtles and the green turtles in India. This will be followed by an introduction to an online repository that has been made available, which contains information on all reports, manuals, outreach materials, which includes pamphlets, booklets and other reading material, as well as other popular articles in a website which is being hosted by Dakshin Foundation, called seaturtlesofindia.org. And finally, we would like to welcome you all to a new online event and exhibition that has been put together in collaboration with WWF India Office, Dakshin Foundation and Aradhana Sheth. This exhibition is known as Aribada, or the other name for mass nesting, and this brings together stories of sea turtle conservation and research and individuals who worked in the country in an online platform where you can read about the different stories surrounding sea turtles that have come out of India and the individuals who played an important part around it. I hope you have a nice time, and I hope to see you visiting our websites in the future. All the best. Bye.
Did you know, every year around October, the seas of Odisha on the eastern coast of India witness the arrival of the olive ridley turtles? Traditional fish workers here share these coastal waters with the migratory sea turtles that come to mate and nest on the Odisha shore. All across the waters, the ridleys are seen bobbing above the surface. A few months later, one of nature's most stunning dramas, the Aribada, begins. The sands come alive as thousands of olive ridleys home in to nest on Odisha's beaches. This spectacular mass nesting is unique to the ridley turtles and is called Aribada, meaning arrival in Spanish. More than 100,000 turtles come ashore to nest in Gahirmata and Rushikulya in Odisha, which are the major nesting sites for the olive ridley turtles. A small new mass nesting site has recently been discovered on the Andaman Islands by the Forest Department. In India, sporadic nesting areas with fewer nesting olive ridleys also occur in several coastal areas. Mass nesting also takes place in Central America, mainly Mexico and Costa Rica. There are 5 sea turtles in Indian waters: the leatherback, green, loggerhead, hawksbill and the olive ridley. While the leatherback is the largest sea turtle, the olive ridley is the smallest among them. The olive ridley weighs a bit over 40 kilograms and measures not more than 80 centimeters. Each female lays 100 to 130 eggs, at times going up to 150 eggs. In one season, they may nest 2 to 3 times. Nesting completed, the olive ridleys cover the eggs and pound the sand firm, an act that is fondly called dancing by many ecologists. Olive ridleys, like all sea turtles, return to the same region to nest where they were born. Out in the ocean, adult sea turtles have to survive the trawlers that dot the sea. Turtles are reptiles that need air to breathe, and just like humans, can drown unless they get to come up for air. Trawler nets are long and stay underwater for more than 5 to 6 hours. On many occasions, turtles get trapped and cannot escape the net to come up for air. A turtle excluder device, or TED, has been designed to save turtles from getting stuck in nets, but it is not used by many fishermen. Sometimes, if one is lucky, the mass nesting happens during the day, and one can get a real spectacle of the phenomenon. Often the eggs get dug up by the turtles themselves. Communities working with turtles help in either protecting them on site or taking them to hatcheries. "45 to 50 days after mass nesting, the beach is full of activity again. This time, it's the little olive ridley hatchlings emerging en masse. Each hatchling is not more than 7 centimeters and has yolk reserves that give it the strength to crawl to the sea and swim into the open ocean. Hatchlings only have a few days' worth of energy in their yolk reserves and must swim quickly past the breakers to shelter such as seaweed rafts within the ocean. It's a race against time, and they have to overcome several obstacles to reach the sea before their yolk is used up. Sea turtle hatchlings find the sea by orienting to the brighter horizon. Under natural conditions, the seaward side is brighter at night because it is open. Sea turtles are attracted by the distinct difference in luminosity between the open ocean horizon and the darker landward dune or vegetation. This is the reason it is important not to have artificial lights towards the land as the hatchlings get disoriented. By morning, many hatchlings are still trying to reach the sea without light cues. They become easy prey for crows and other predators on land as well as in the sea. The survival rate of a hatchling is 1 in 1,000. The large number of hatchlings born is nature's way of ensuring the survival of this species. All along the Indian coast, there are local community groups, scientists and ecologists working together to protect the olive ridley. Studies are being conducted on their origins, population trends, their migratory path, the impact of climate change and conservation. In India, some of the main institutions working on and often collaborating on turtle research are the Indian Institute of Science, Wildlife Institute of India and Dakshin Foundation, among others. For example, turtle gender is determined by temperature. Higher temperatures produce females and lower temperatures produce males. As part of a long-term monitoring project, the Indian Institute of Science and Dakshin Foundation monitor temperatures in nests and estimate sex ratios to assess the impact of climate change on the population of turtles. Many young people choose to become turtle researchers and contribute towards new findings and more knowledge on these ancient sea creatures. During the mass hatching, communities around Rushikulya, including members of Rushikulya Sea Turtle Protection Committee and other local groups and the Forest Department, get together to help the hatchlings reach the sea. As for now, the current batch of hatchlings have headed to sea. It will be about 10 to 15 years before they mature to return to nest on Odisha's beaches as adult olive ridleys.
Do you know which of the Earth's creatures are among the most ancient? They have been around since the time of the dinosaurs. Let's find out more about them. Leatherback turtles are the world's largest sea turtles. They grow up to 2 meters in length and can weigh as much as 900 kilograms. These ancient creatures trace their evolutionary roots back more than 100 million years, to the time of the dinosaurs. In India, the beaches of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands offer nesting grounds for these unique turtles. A leatherback monitoring camp has been set up at West Bay in Little Andaman Island by India's leading sea turtle biologists Dr. Karthik Shankar and Dr. Naveen Nambudiri, along with young researchers like Adit, Swaminathan. Every year between November and February, the team travels to this remote island to monitor the leatherbacks. To be a turtle researcher, or if you want to work with turtle conservation, you have to be prepared to walk long hours on the beach at night, as sea turtles come ashore for nesting mostly at night. Leatherback turtles are very sensitive to disturbance and light, so to monitor the turtles, you can only use red light, which is not visible to them. Even for filming turtles, it is essential to use infrared light. That is why you are seeing these images in black and white. Do you know how you can tell that a leatherback has been on the beach? It leaves a trail wider than that of a tractor. There is much excitement when a turtle is spotted in the darkness. The teams signal each other by blinking the red torchlight and approach the turtle only after she settles down to lay the eggs. Leatherback sea turtles nest at intervals of 2 to 3 years. They nest between 3 to 7 times per season. They usually nest at night, digging wide holes to lay the eggs. Each nest contains an average of 80 to 100 eggs. Eggs incubate for about 60 to 65 days before their hatchlings emerge. A tear gel is secreted from the eyes to remove excess salt. Members of the local Karen community have now been trained to monitor the nesting turtles. They help to spot and tag the turtles, measure them and count the eggs. The Karen people have become key to the research work being done here. Once the eggs are laid, the turtles cover them skillfully, patiently and powerfully, scooping sand over the nest to cover and protect it. The nesting process takes about 3 hours to complete, before the exhausted turtle can head back to the ocean. Leatherbacks are also one of the deepest divers among breathing marine vertebrates and dive to the depths of more than 1200 meters or 4200 feet. Their bodies are specially adapted for long and deep dives, and they can remain underwater for long spells, especially while resting. Guided by the Earth's geomagnetic field, the leatherback turtles can navigate and migrate more than 10,000 kilometers across oceans, from feeding to breeding grounds. Ecologists from the Indian Institute of Science, ANET, Dakshin Foundation, and the Andaman-Nicobar Forest Department work together to monitor leatherback movement and behavior. Between 2011 and 2014, 10 turtles have been tagged with satellite transmitters at West Bay. Leatherbacks are named after their tough, oil-saturated, rubbery skin, which is strengthened by small bones beneath the skin. Unlike other sea turtles, leatherbacks do not have a hard, bony shell. Ridges along the carapace help give it a more hydrodynamic structure. Most of the tag turtles migrated in a southeastward direction. Some travelled along the coast of Sumatra in Indonesia, and others past Cocos Keeling Island, covering more than 4,000 kilometres, with one reaching the coast of Western Australia. Latest tracks show leatherbacks going southwest as well. One has reached Mozambique. Leatherbacks have the widest global distribution of all reptile species. They can be found in the tropic and temperate waters of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, as well as the Mediterranean Sea. Adult leatherbacks also travel as far north as Canada and Norway, and as far south as New Zealand and South America. Tucked away on these remote islands, the leatherback nesting beaches in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are comparatively well protected. However, even these pristine islands cannot escape the inevitable human footprint. This pollution is a threat to both adult and young turtles. Once prevalent in every ocean except the Arctic and Antarctic, the leatherback population appears to be stable in many parts of the world. But some populations have declined drastically. After 65 days, the hatchlings emerge from the sand. They get their bearings and head out confidently to sea. From each brood, only a few will make it to adulthood. But for now, they're full of life as they head out to start their adventurous journey into the deep.
Do you know the name of the largest hard-shelled sea turtle? Do you know which sea turtle has the most charming eyes? green sea turtles are the largest of the world's hard-shelled sea turtles. They have the most charming eyes of all sea turtles. They can grow up to 120 centimeters in length and over 250 kilograms in weight. Green sea turtles are flagship species, which means they are among the VIP animals of the marine world, very important to save. They are found all over the world's waters. The Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Caribbean, Mediterranean Sea, Hawaii and other East Pacific Ocean islands, the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. In India, green sea turtles nest mainly in Gujarat on the west coast, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and in the Lakshadweep Islands, which are located west of India's west coast. Adult turtles like to forage in the lagoons around the Lakshadweep Islands, where they are most visible because of their healthy populations and because of the clear, shallow waters close to coral reefs. Green turtles have a smooth top shell, which is also called a carapace. This top shell can be heart-shaped or almost circular and grows to almost 1 meter in size. Turtles grow slowly and will lay eggs only after they are 20 years old, or in some cases 50 years old. When they are ready to lay their eggs, females can return to natal beaches where they were born. They return every 2 to 5 years. They make their nests on these island beaches. A healthy female will lay between 75 to 150 eggs. The eggs are about 4.5 centimeters in diameter. Close to the cover of dune vegetation, she sweeps the sand back over her nest. When her labors are done, she departs immediately. She will then return to this beach or a nearby beach to lay as many eggs again, up to 5 to 6 times. After 6 to 9 weeks, the hatchlings surface from under the sand. The green sea turtle hatchling is about 2 inches long from the snout to the back edge of its shell, about the size of a small orange. Global climate change can increase the sand temperatures where green sea turtle eggs have to incubate for many weeks. In Tortuguero Beach, Costa Rica, sand that is too hot has resulted in the mortality of green sea turtle hatchlings. Hatchlings will grow up eating small jellyfish and crustaceans, crab-like creatures. As they grow larger and move closer to the shore, they turn into vegetarians, feeding on seagrass and algae only. Adult green turtles use rock bars and coral heads to sleep in at night time. Strong conservation programs have led to the protection of green sea turtles. Dr. Ron Arthur has been studying the ecology of the Lakshadweep Islands for 15 years. In the last few years, he and his team members have focused on the green sea turtles and the beds of seagrass in the island lagoons. Green sea turtles may consume all the seagrass in an area and eventually wipe out the seagrass beds found all around an island. The turtles then move on to the next island to eat up its seagrass. The problem is that seagrass is important for many fish and other animals. When the seagrass beds are gone, all those fish have to move somewhere else. And the fishermen have to go further and further out to catch their food. Rohan, Nachiket Kelkar and their team have been working with fishing communities and bringing their knowledge of ecology to those communities. They hope the knowledge and good dialogues will build towards a better understanding of green sea turtles and other marine fauna. We hope our friends, the green sea turtles, will continue to have homes in Indian waters.
Hi, this is Vijay from Odisha-based environmental organization called Action for Protection of Wild Animals in South Apua. We are mainly working in coastal districts of Odisha since the last 21 years, particularly in sea turtle conservation in Odisha coast around 1.5 decades. Every year we are assisting forest department initiative like beach patrolling, beach cleaning, and awareness among fisher folk, and creating awareness among school students, and we are mainly focusing on community conservation initiative. Thank you. Happy Sea Turtle Day.
This is Pradeep Kumar Nath, the founder and president of the Chagos Society for Protection and Care of Animals, based in Visakhapatnam. And we have been working for the sea turtles protection since 1996, and so far we have released around 700,000 babies into the ocean. Our range is about 60 kilometers we have been concentrating on, but parts of Srikakulam areas also we have done some work. Extensive comprehensive program was done for the awareness among all the fishing villages, because we consider awareness as a major tool to reduce all the cruelties against this endangered species, and we have been able to successfully do this over a period of 4 years. But now we are in the 25th year, and we have now consciously asked the department to look after this area as well, while we move down south another 70 kilometers to really indulge in the sea turtle protection. Because because we feel that every beach has its own kind of nestings, and for which the surveys are going up. We are happy to be it's a very important sporadic nesting ground, and if we do not come together, we might lose this habitat forever. Because habitat once lost forever never comes back.
Assis Senapati. Basically, I am a freelancer. I am representing projects for an NGO. We have been working for conservation of sea turtles and protection of livelihood of the traditional fishermen since more than 2 decades. Recently, Odisha High Court took cognizance of one of my report about turtle deaths and passed many favorable orders regarding turtle conservation in Odisha.
Green Habitat is an NGO committed to the conservation of turtles along Chavakat Beach, Kerala, South India. Green Habitat came into existence with the efforts of a handful of teachers, students and interested volunteers from 1998 onwards. Chavakat Beach is the largest nesting sites for olive ridley turtles in Kerala, with most nesting on the 6-kilometer coastline spanning Idakariyur, Panchavadi and Agalad. The nesting season of olive ridley turtles at Chavakat is from November to March. The main threat was the consumption of turtle eggs by the locals, as it was believed that turtle eggs are a cure for conditions such as asthma and piles. Apart from this, jackals and stray dogs dug the nest and predated on the eggs. Volunteers of Green Habitat have been keeping around-the-clock vigil to see the turtle nesting sites. Once the eggs are laid, they are carefully transplanted to a permanent hatchery created about 100 meters from the high tide mark. Due to the efforts of Green Habitat, now there is no predation. Apart from collecting information and protecting nests, these hatchery sites are also used for education and public awareness programs. After about 45 to 48 days, the eggs hatch. The hatchlings are released into the sea once when they come out of their nest. For all these years, Green Habitat successfully protects turtle nests and ensure the safe release of hatchlings into the sea to date. Green Habitat intends to set up a turtle conservation and research center on Chavakat Beach in the future.
Hi everyone, I am Harish, representing the Student Sea Turtle Conservation Network. We are primarily based in Chennai in Tamil Nadu. And our organization started in 1988-89 by a group of Madras Christian College students. And from then on, our group has been a volunteer-run organization. And so the primary threats to turtle in our area comes from trawling when it comes to adult turtles, and as far as the hatchlings are concerned, we have coastal development through 14 kilometers, and so these are our primary threats. And as an organization, we basically focus on two issues, mainly conservation and education. As a part of the conservation, we do turtle walks and the hatchery program for a period of 5 months. So basically our volunteers patrol the 14-kilometer stretch, collect the turtle eggs and relocate them in hatcheries. And on weekends we have the public joining us on the walks. They might be family groups, college groups, school groups, or just a group of individuals who join us. And there we have a forum where we discuss about the biology of turtles, and then the threats that the turtle face, and the threats to the environment, and generally any discussion related to the environment. And then we do the turtle walk along with the public. And once the eggs are collected during the hatchling season, again we have the public participating with us, and we release the hatchlings along with the young children, school, again the same group of people. And so we basically work for 5 months a year. And happy World Sea Turtle Day.
નમસ્કાર, હું જિગ્નેશ ગોહિલ, પ્રકૃતિ નેચર ક્લબ કોડીનાર, ગીર સોમનાથ ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ, ગુજરાત, વાઇસ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ. અમે છેલ્લા 1997થી અમારી સંસ્થા વેલશાર્ક માછલીના રેસ્ક્યુ, દરિયાઈ કાચબાઓના સંરક્ષણ અને સંવર્ધનની કામગીરી કરી રહી છે. અને ઘણા વર્ષોથી અસંખ્ય કાચબાઓને બચાવવાની કામગીરી કરી છે, તેમજ 500થી પણ વધારે વેલશાર્ક માછલીના રેસ્ક્યુ અમે કરેલા છે. અમારી સંસ્થા કોડીનાર તાલુકાની અંદર ગીર સોમનાથ જિલ્લામાં અને સમગ્ર ગુજરાતના દરિયાકાંઠે વન વિભાગ ગુજરાત રાજ્ય અને ગુજરાત સરકારના બંનેના સંયોજનથી સાથે મળી અને સહિયારી કામગીરી કરી રહ્યા છીએ. અમને આ પ્લેટફોર્મ આપવા માટે અને આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય અને રાષ્ટ્રીય કક્ષાએ ઓળખ આપવા માટે બેંગ્લોરના દક્ષિણ ફાઉન્ડેશન દ્વારા અમને ગ્રાઉન્ડ લેવલનું વર્ક કરતાં કરતાં એક ઊંચું પ્લેટફોર્મ આપવાનું કાર્ય કર્યું છે, જેમાં મહત્ત્વનો જે ફાળો છે, જે મહત્ત્વની કામગીરી છે, એમાં અમને જે સાથ અને સહકાર મળેલો છે એવા કાર્તિક શંકર સર, મુરલીધરન સર અને નવીન નિંબુર્થી સર, જેણે અમને ખૂબ જ આગળ વધારવા માટે મદદરૂપ થયા છે અને આ સંસ્થાને એક નવો આયામ આપવાનું કાર્ય કર્યું છે. તો હું ખૂબ ખૂબ આભારી છું આ લોકોનો, દક્ષિણ ફાઉન્ડેશનનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભારી છું કે જેણે ગ્રાઉન્ડ લેવલની નાની સંસ્થાઓને મોટું કાર્ય કરવા માટે અને એક પ્લેટફોર્મ આપવાનું કાર્ય કર્યું છે. જિગ્નેશ ગોહિલ, ધન્યવાદ.
Hi, I'm Rakesh from FSL India. FSL India is founded in year 2001, and we promote international voluntary service. In 2004, we started sea turtle conservation in Kundapur, and over the years we have spread our project up to 60-kilometer beach, from south of Kundapur up to Baindur. And we run our project through the support of international volunteers, local youth, fishermen, school children, as well as forest department. And we do beach surveys, we do awareness programs in the schools, among the local communities, as well as in harbors. Apart from that, we collect data, and during the nesting season, we protect the nests in the nesting areas. Threats to sea turtle in this area is, of course, trawling and the coastal development, and also poaching of the nests. over the years, we have been able to establish the local support in protecting the nests, and we are very happy about it. So, happy World Sea Turtle Day.
1. Over to you, Mr. Ashgar.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure that I had a chance to meet again the IOC friends and happy World Sea Turtle Days. It's my great pleasure that I have a chance to meet you and talk with you. Sorry I couldn't prepare or gather our friends together to maybe have a social event to share with you because of the coronavirus pandemic and also some problems that we have here. So I prefer to maybe prepare a PowerPoint and just I will try to give some updated information about the situation of sea turtles here and the work that we have past decades in Iran. As you the Oman Sea area, we have 4 species of sea turtles, but are the most abundant of them. We can see the loggerheads and olive ridley, and just in a few occasions we had some dead razorbacks too. So the main species that we are encounter with are the hawksbills and the Greek turtles, and sometimes the olives one. And for just giving a short idea about the populations here, we have both the nesting population and the foraging populations of turtles, but the green turtles are the main feeding populations here, and both in Oman Sea and the Persian Gulf, and the hawksbills are the most important nesting populations here, mainly in the Persian Gulf region, and we have very, very rare records of the nesting of hawksbills in the Oman Sea area. And the nesting populations of the greens to the Oman Sea area are very, very few population, maybe annually just less than 10 turtles just nest along the coast of the Oman Sea. And just only one had an occasional report for the olive ridleys, and just it's not repeated in the past years. Just in the show you that in the Persian Gulf we have the both nesting and nesting, hawksbills as the main nesting and the greens as the main foraging population. But in the Oman Sea area, in Sistan Balochistan province and Hormuzgan province, we have the green turtles as the nesting and mainly greens, and also very, very few populations of the olive ridleys as the foraging populations. Just for the our nesting populations, the hawksbill in the Persian Gulf, we have 2 main important sites here, maybe in some in the eastern and some in the central part. These 2 consist of the 4 islands. Here are the main nesting sites for the hawksbill. The central part of the Gulf remain close to the strait. Also, we have 2 more sites that I will talk about them. Just coming to the main nesting sites, we have Shidwar Island, wildlife refuge. It's a very small island, less than 1 square kilometer area, and nobody lives there. Only in the northern and the eastern part as the nesting sites. It is very close to a very big island. Is a oil base for and refineries and also oil, and it is also known as, and it is important birds and listed in the important globally important migratory bird sites too. You can see this is the Lavan Island, very big island, as I told you, the oil activities, and this is Shidwar Island, very small island. Only in the northern part and the eastern part we have sandy beaches that annually maybe almost about 50 turtles nest here. You can see how the situation is for the nesting sites for the turtles here. Aerial view of the island here, you can see how big and how is the situation. These are the main nesting sites here, and the Lawan Island in maybe the past 2 decades was reported to be important nesting site for the hawksbill, but nowadays, although it is very big island, but there are very occasional listings in Lawan. Another important island for the hawksbill is the Hendurabi Island, here just in the middle between Lawan and Kish Island. These are most famous one. Hendurabi is here. You can see the aerial photo, and the main nesting beaches are in the southern parts of the island. Very few people just live there, but it is also is designated as the protected area just specifically for the conservation of the marine turtles. But unfortunately, I should say that years before it has changed to be a touristic area just as a part of the Kish Island, which is a completely touristic area. And there have been some constructions and modifications and still they try by the under the authority of the Kish Island, they try to keep and protect the nesting site of the turtle. But unfortunately, many people come here to visit or stay here, and they started some construction, airport construction, some the island is very small and couldn't tolerate for such a big development activities. And I think the Rabi Island supports the largest population of the nesting hawksbills here. More than 100 turtles maybe nest each year here in Rabi Island, and you can see it is also very important foraging grounds for the green turtles, mainly here. Another island is the Nakhilu Island. Explain you here. This is Nakhilu Island. Area you have only the two smallest one are the nesting sites for the hawksbills here. Nesting activities here, because in the high tide most parts of the are underwater, so not suitable for the nesting of turtles. But here we have all the area is designated as the National Marine Park as protected area here, and these two islands, Omorgorm and Ilo, are the most important islands here, and hold the around the island you can but in the northwestern part you can see most of the nesting activities, and also in important nesting shores that Sitter utilize for nesting. Nobody lives in this area, but it is very important and the risky site for the fishermen. And most of the fishermen, after deploying their nets in the sea, came back to these islands and just take rests all day night, and also they for just covering and cleaning their nets. You can see some features of the nesting turtles in these islands. In a very small part of Omorgorm Island, maybe less than about 900 meters, sometimes you could count more than 200 or 300 tracks, emerging tracks of turtles that come here and nest. Sometimes you can find that when some turtles want to nest, it destroys the and other turtles too. It means that the density of the nest here is too much. Another important sites that do reported as the nesting site for the hawksbill is the Kish Island, and here we have also the Qeshm Island as the largest island in the Persian Gulf, and also Hengam Island. In Kish Island, the population too much, maybe less than 20, something like that. But in Qeshm and Hengam, totally they could be counted about 100 hawksbills nesting here. And I told even the authorities here, especially in Qeshm and also in Kish, in the past years have had very intense and important conservation and protection of the nesting site here. The main nesting site just in one small beach here in less than named Ship Deraz, and under of the Zone Island, there have been of tourists and their nests. They prevent people from poaching the nests. Have established the hatchery sites also in the Keys. But as I told, both of these islands are free zone areas and touristic. Many people visit annually these islands and are in intense development, unfortunately. But fortunately, marine turtles have been highlighted as the important species in those islands, and also the authority of those islands trying to maybe could do annually conservation protections and protect the nesting sites. And you can see some features of those islands in Hengam Island. Unfortunately, we don't have so many suitable places, and most of the tourists that went to the beach, they have unsuccessful nesting, and they have to again return and from places. So you can see many false crawlings there at any with unsuccessful nesting. For the just working on the marine turtles, maybe the last 2 decades, we started the surveys on the nesting turtles and their biology. We started the tagging programs more than 2 decades by the support of MOU IOC. Just I should be thankful from the Michael for his very important supports and helps to. And also we had a study on heavy metal concentration on hawksbill eggs, beach cleaning program, genetic study on hawksbill and green turtles, foraging green turtles. It was 2 important and intensive genetic study on the. We had the satellite tracking program, the kind cooperation and support of WWF, Abu Dhabi, also mentor specialist group, and also in the past 10 years started studying of the foraging turtles, their tagging, and so on. Just as for study on the nesting turtles, our hawksbill the smallest one in the world, more than just 40 kilograms in weight and 71 centimeter in curved carcass length, and the clutch size a bit just exceeds 90x per clutch. And also you can see the results for the eggs, about 37 millimeter diameter in their as a size. So just comparing to other turtles in hawksbills in the other parts of the world, they seems to be very small, and maybe that's restricted to be restricted to the Persian Gulf, and maybe it seems because their size to be small. And also studying their hatchlings in and also in Hammurabi, you can see the results of the study on the hatchlings, and we annually try to check the nesting sites, the nests, the turtles, and something like that to continue programs. As usual in most of the nests, you can see some mortality in the hatchlings side, the nest, and you can see the turtles, the hatchlings, and but fortunately, the most of the nests that we check, their hatching rate is too high, and in most of the nest, just we can sometimes find just a couple of eggs or ruined. Most of the eggs are hatching. For the green turtles, the important part is, except of the is very important part, their foraging populations. For the nesting turtles, we have already nesting sites for the green turtles date, but as I told, their population is too much, maybe less than 10 turtles, and nest in more than 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, the coastal area of sea, and the just listing site very maybe just 5 or 6 set points there that mainly we can see the listings of the greens in those points. Some photos of the green turtles there, but the guess that maybe they are genetically distinct from other parts in the area or other parts of based on the study that we have on the foraging turtles greens. We could new haplotypes. It means that there are some isolated populations that not seen on other parts of the world. The nesting areas are maybe limited between or surrounded between the sea and the cliffs, and the falling of the cliffs or destruction of the cliffs is a big problem for the destroying of the site. You can see that what happens for the very small and limited nesting each year that is surrounded by the cliffs that unfortunately due to the aerations they are destroyed or that problem for the turtles. As you see, this is one of the most important nesting site for the but it is very small beach, and this is in low tide, but in the high tide it is obviously mostly the nests are inundated by the waves and the water, unfortunately. Just showing the main nesting sites for along the just under the authority of Java, the city which is under very severe development here. Maybe have you heard about the Chabahar, and also as I told you, very small, less than 600 meters beach, but the most important site for the nesting green turtles. And we just had the chance to record the nesting of the green turtle in Shidwar Island. Also, that so it has been this finding was published in the journal, and you can see the paper that we published based on our observation on the nesting of green turtle in Shidwar Island. Sometimes we could find some turtles that range for us covered with different kind of algae or other animals that prevent them to swim freely or seems to have some problems. Just I wanted to share with you these opportunities and some turtles that we find with this strange situation. Tagging program is fortunately is continuing, and we try to in occasional visit of from the nesting site to tag both the nesting turtles and also the foraging ones. We have tagged more than 6 here, 2006, and we try to cover more population and more turtles in each site, and the tag records also increase every year. And in the past 5-6 years, we could tag green turtles also in the our studies in the inside the city working on the foraging turtles. For the genetic works, we did two comprehensive genetic studies both on hawksbills and the greens. For hawksbills, we covered the most important nesting sites, the all 4 islands, and we get the from the hawksbills, and just we included the study in the regional study of genetic hawksbills by the management and leadership of Nancy Fitzsimmons in Canberra University and Michael Jensen. And the results of the works have been published, and also in, I think, Citrus Symposium in Goa. Also, it has presented the results. It was very interesting. Results, and we could, before the first time, we used here the long read of the mitochondrial control region, more than maybe 800 base pairs, and just then there was very differences between the western and eastern part in the genetic diversity of the nesting site Ankyria. Based on the colors, you can see that the genetic diversity of the nesting turtles in the eastern part in Hendrabi and Shidvan in the central part of the Gulf is much more than those two islands in the western part in Bushehr province. And this is maybe here just to be interpreted the pattern of the waves and sea currents caused that more turtles to visit this area rather than here. And but later on, the satellite tracking that all of the turtles are restricted to the Persian Gulf and never leave there. Just after that, and just finding some genetic structure of and the situation by the project that defined by the WWF and EWS by the leadership of Dr. Nicholas Pilcher. We could have 2 subsequent year tagging satellite tracking program in both in Shidvar in the central part and in the Nakhilu Island in the western part. We could tag 10 turtles, 5 in each one, and the results that we gained based on the tracking, we just get the result that none of them leave the region, and all the time they stay in the Gulf and just migrate to the southern parts in between UAE and eastern AOSEA, as between Qatar and Bahrain as the main nesting sites that they utilize as their foraging grounds. And it was very interesting for us that they never leave the Gulf region and are restricted to those areas. And you can see the main foraging area they settled after post-nesting migration, and you can see that all from the north have been migrated to the south area. It was interesting, and we hope that maybe we could continue this work, especially on the grains, because are very close each other, and it is obvious that the all population migrate here. Result that of some works in Saudi Arabia or in the Sultanate of Oman, and also the recent works in UAE based on the paper published by Nick Pilcher and his crew there by the support of again WFEWS indicates that the tourists just migrate between the countries in the region. For the foraging tourists, they are mixed of the population from the different parts, different tourists come from different parts and just share to utilize specific area and just move between the short distances or long distances just for the using of the food resources that do exist, just to find out that how is their situation, maybe to find the origin, something like that, and as aims of objectives that have been defined. Studies, we started to study the foraging green turtles here, and we fortunately could collect more than 140 green turtles from 8 sites. We had 8 sampling sites, both in the Persian Gulf and in the Oman Sea. The results of our works have been published in marine science. We could define 9 haplotypes. 3 of them were new and three ones unpublished. And we had chance to tag about 140 green turtles there. The work still is and we collect more samples and we continue our tagging program. Maybe finding of 3 new haplotypes is very interesting. As I explained in previous slides, it's maybe just we can hypothesize that maybe there are some populations that are just restricted to again to the northwestern part of Indian Ocean in Persian Gulf and Oman. Never maybe leave this area, and they could be maybe some mixture of the eastern population in the Oman Sea area and also the west in the end of the Persian Gulf in Saudi Arabia, and they are maybe some mixed population, mixed structured population tourists that are new, never leave to be sampled in other parts or to be recorded in other parts of the world, especially parts sometimes will be in Oman or southeastern of Asia, and they might be restricted to the area, and it means and just indicates the importance of the area as maybe considerable reliable habitat for the marine turtles in the northwestern Indian Ocean. And you can see the diversity of color patterns in different life stage for the greens based on what we find in our study. And another is the turtles in different life stages that we tag. And just measurements or just the study on the concentration of heavy metals, especially considering that the Gulf region, the oil exploitation, also transportation, and you can see the concentration of the heavy metals in the eggs of hawksbills. We came from the main nesting sites, and you can see the results. So for the conservation of turtles here, as you may know, all of the turtles here legally are under legal protection as protected species and as the endangered reptiles of the country, so they are under legal protection, and any harvest is forbidden. They are to fine. Most important sites as protected area, as I told you, Dagir, Nakhilu, Shidbar, Hindrabi, Island, and also some parts in Chabahar. And they have been designated as a protected area and under the monitoring and the patronage of the DOE staff in the monitoring and the patronage of the nesting site, the nesting season, establishment of hatchery sites, especially in Kesh, Kish, and also Chabahar. Legal protection, as I told you, I explained completely, working research works and tagging and genetic and working on the mortality of the turtles are other works that have been done by the experts of the Department of Environment for both of the natural environment deputies and the in the main provinces in the south part of Iran, consisting of Sistan, Balochistan, Hormuzgan, and Bushehr. In the past years, the education and awareness of the awareness activities on nesting sites by engaging the local people have increased. Numerous projects, cleaning up projects in different sites, from in Rabi, in Hengam, conducted by different authorities, different groups from the headquarters of the Department of Environment in Tehran. by again natural environment and marine environment, and most of the local people now are well aware about the situation of materials and that they shouldn't harvest them, they shouldn't harvest the eggs. Unfortunately, maybe in the past decades, it was quite usual to local people poach eggs, but have been decreased in considerable number. Nowadays, we can see that it's not a serious problem. We just working for the education awareness, publish different kinds of poster brochures and information sheets, something like that, distributed in all the provinces, and also in 2006 in the year by initiated by the. We also had chance to publish a stamp for citrus, and it distributed in the country, and also again under the initiative by MOU, IOC, and the kind cooperation of the head of the cycle and other things. We had chance to record Chidara Island as one of the sites of the networks that are important of marine turtles in the Indian Ocean, and it highlights the importance of this island as the important for the hawksbill. Like the world for the threats that most of the population and citrus are faced to. Unfortunately, we have very, very big problem, and still traditional usage is usual. Just mainly you can see in the old people that they used to do that, and numbers have been decreased. In some parts, it was usual to take the two the meat, but I can say that nowadays it is very, very useful and have been, maybe you can, it's not usual in some parts. It was just, you could see in just locations, but nowadays it is very rare. For the pollutions, I can say that nowadays we have very big problem with the debris, we see debris, and especially plastic due to the increased amount of plastic, and especially the bottles of the water bottles, something like that. All the plastics that are used for the food or other plastics to one-time used plastics that quite usual in the most of the islands, as I told, especially that at least two or three are touristic area. Many people go there for shopping, for visiting area, and they used to use lots of the plastics, and it is so debris is a very, very big problem. Oil pollution and also light pollution in developing area is a big problem. For the oil pollution in maybe in Naiband, in Asaluya Island, and in Asaluya, in the central part of the west part of the Persian Gulf, or some that oil exploitation or transportation is usual. It is big problem still. For if just to be rank, I think that in my opinion, based on our field works, I can see that with bycatch in fishery activities is the most important problem for turtles nowadays. And in the last survey, in just monitoring and patrolling less than 1 kilometer beach in Omansi area, we could count more than 70 turtles at the beach. So it is a very big number in most parts because of the increased demand for the number and the increased number of the fishermen using different legal and illegal fishing methods.
Okay, Mr. Ashgar.
Maligayang araw ng pawikan.
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse tous de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Maligayong adlaw para sa mga baho sa dagat. Hanay sa Sigaw Island, Masbate.
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day. Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan. Maubang adlaw sa mga pawikan. Maubang adlaw ka mga pawikan. Para adlawsin payukan ang katilikan dunia. Meron kami para adlawsin payukan ang katilikan dunia. Mabuyan kami para adlawsin payukan ang katilikan dunia. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Saksikan pangiratan manfaat.
Mimi Sudi Hatibu, afisa wa kasa wa Georgia Mafia, tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Meron kami para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Meron kami para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse toutes de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Jaya sendiri tortues marine!
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Okay, Karen.
To find that, to find that if climate change could be a problem for tourists there or not, and based on what we see here and the different sites for breeding sites or feeding sites in the countries around the Gulf area, I think the most important is the close cooperation of expertise, cooperation of the people working in those countries here to maybe could manage together the populations that indeed are shared between all the countries. Due to just problems in internet connection, I think it's better that I finish, and the lack of time, I finish my presentation. Just I should extend my great thanks to IOSEA Secretariat for providing this great opportunity and support. It was a very good and interesting initiative. I should remember Mr. Douglas Heikel and remember his very, very kind supports and helps in improving our works here on tours. And also, I would like to thanks to Department of Environment, both Natural Environment and Marine Environment deputies, and the people in Lavan, especially for the offshore oil company and Lavan refinery for the kind helps. And finally, just thank you for attention and sorry for my very bad connection, and thank you for listening me. Happy World Turtle New Day. روز لاک‌پشت‌های دریایی مبارک, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, stand by in 5.
Naragsak at sa malubungan ti aldaw ti pawikan.
Maligayang araw ng pawikan.
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse toutes de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Malipayong adlaw para sa mga baho sa dagat. Hanig sa Sicaw Island, Masbate.
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
The British Indian Ocean Territory is one of the world's largest marine protected areas and one of the most diverse marine habitats on Earth. 2 of the 7 species of sea turtle spend much of their time here: the endangered green turtle and the critically endangered hawksbill turtle. Around the world, both face numerous threats from human activity. Their feeding and nesting sites are being destroyed by development, dredging and climate change. And they are caught as bycatch, snared in fishing nets and often targeted for their shells, meat and eggs. Diego Garcia, the largest island in the territory, is a vital turtle refuge. It provides safe nesting beaches on its oceanic coastline, and its lagoon is a nursery ground where juveniles can forage for food and mature. The Bertarelli Foundation has brought together 63 scientists from 20 institutions and 7 countries to study the biology of this marine protected area and the ecology of the endangered sea turtles. A study by Professor Graham Hayes of Deakin University tagged female adult green turtles with satellite tracking devices. This revealed that Diego Garcia is a critical nesting site for turtles from across the entire Western Indian Ocean. With the importance of the area established, urgent research is underway to discover even more about the behaviour of both species. Dr. Nicole Esteban of Swansea University is working with Professor Hayes and a team of volunteers from the island's military facility to tag hawksbill turtles found nesting on Diego Garcia's beaches. They are also tagging juveniles in the island's lagoon, conducting drone surveys to estimate turtle populations, and monitoring the health of seagrass beds around the territory, which are important foraging sites for green turtles. These studies will tell scientists even more about sea turtle behaviour and show how we can improve the management of the marine protected area. They will also provide data to science teams from other related disciplines, who are all working collaboratively as part of the Bertarelli Foundation's Marine Science Programme, so that this important place and others like it in the Indian Ocean and beyond can be better protected.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day, everyone. We're here today at Turtle Cove in Diego Garcia in the Chagos Archipelago, bringing you an event of the turtle research going on the island. So at Turtle Cove, it's at the southern end of the Diego Garcia Lagoon, and it's a real privilege to get into the water here. So we come at low tide when it's easier to capture the turtles, but it's a protected site and you need a permit to be able to conduct research. There's been decades of research going on at Turtle Cove, and from flipper tagging sea turtles, we've noticed that some turtles have been resident for over 20 years just in this cove. So it's a really important juvenile development site for hawksbill turtles, and we also see green turtle juveniles in the area too.
And then the front bit here is the front channel. So I'll give you a sheet and just look over it quickly, and I want you to tell me exactly where you collect those turtles from when you capture them, please. So yeah, we're at a really important development site. The aim today is that we're going to try and capture the turtles. We're bringing them in. They might have flipper tags already. We've been like 20 years going on here, so it's a really important. Since the 90s, we've been flipper tagging them. So we're going to try and capture them. I want you to capture turtles that don't have flipper tags, that have flipper tags, that and check out for depth loggers and satellite tags. So depth loggers will be attached to their flipper tag. So just on the two front flippers, there'll be like a metal tag, and on that metal tag there might be a depth logger which is about the size of the tip of my little finger, and it's like just cased in the plastic casing for that. So just keep an eye out, and then any satellite tag, so you can see the satellite tag turtle over there. If it looks like an old tag and it's sort of red in colour and covered in algae, then if you could bring those turtles in for me as well, that would be great. So a bit about health and safety. Turtles have claws, they have sharp beaks, and they have jagged edges around their shells. So just keep an eye out for those. Everyone must wear gloves if they're going to be capturing turtles today. I'd say to work in pairs because they can get really heavy, so especially if you're over in, say, Cove 3, trying to bring a turtle back. If you work with somebody else and you need to rest, then you can swap over. When you're capturing a turtle, you basically want...
I just want to say a big thanks to all of the volunteers that have turned up today to help. We couldn't do the work at Turtle Cove without you, and it takes a big team. So today the objectives are to capture as many turtles as possible. We're looking to measure the curved carapace length, the straight carapace length, to weigh the turtles, flipper tag any sea turtles that haven't been flipper tagged previously, and also to take a biopsy for genetic analysis of turtles if they haven't been biopsied before. So we're hoping that we also retrieve some depth loggers that have been put on over the past few months. So we're looking out for them. They're a small tag in a clear casing which are attached to the flipper tags of the sea turtles. So if you check all of the tags when you capture the turtles and bring them in, if you just let me know where those tags are, and also any satellite tag turtles on the in the cove. So if we could bring those turtles in, and I'll hopefully be able to remove the satellite tags, and we can send off the data then to be downloaded. So hopefully you want to stay tuned for more information with us and a debrief at the end of our day at Turtle Cove. I just want to say thanks for watching.
like making double time, but he's headed straight for you. And he's gone. I can't. I would love to. Hello. There's a turtle heading towards you. I got him. Thank you. Frederick III. What happened to 1 and 2?
I didn't catch them.
Oh, okay. So he has been the third and the only caught. All right. Hey, little guy. I'm gonna get right in your face. That's okay with you. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm here for.
Where is that? You can. 14.5.
No way.
in a group to do.
Spread it out a bit, just slapping each other.
Yeah, can you move the turtle away from the other one, please? Put gloves on.
We're having a fight now.
Put its head up towards the vegetation.
They're not going to chase me into here.
The rocks, really.
Yeah.
Watch its flipper.
Hello.
Coming to you.
Going the wrong way, homie.
Got a great tan though. Oh, there he goes.
He went to sleep.
Taking a nap before he goes off. He said, but the water.
There he goes. Sweet water. There he goes.
You got more behind you. More behind you.
Oh no. I wasn't prepared. Sir. Sir. Moo.
That's green. The bigger ones, right? The greens have prettier shells. Have like a hawk beak. Yeah, it's like, I just want to chill here.
It's probably just recovering from the shock of being unceremoniously moving so fast. It's probably weird to him. Ouch. Well, see, that one moved really fast.
I was thinking about it.
He's like, maybe if I pretend to be dead, they'll leave me alone.
Yeah, give him a little boost.
It's like all these people.
Yeah, it's getting stage fright.
Camera shot. It would be a great shot, you know.
We need to see somebody else do it.
Maybe.
Hey everyone, so just wanted to give a debrief of our event at Turtle Cove today in Diego Garcia in the Chagos Archipelago. We had a record-breaking number of 45 volunteers helping us, so from the military personnel and also contractors on the island. We set out to capture turtles and we captured 19 hawksbills and 1 green turtle, which we measured the carapace, the straight carapace length and curved carapace length. We weighed the turtles, flipper tagged turtles that hadn't previously been flipper tagged, and also took a biopsy of tissue sample from turtles that also hadn't previously been biopsied. So it was a great event. Everyone enjoyed. We got the data that we needed, and we also retrieved 2 depth loggers that had been deployed on 2 turtles in February 2021. So we look forward to looking at that data soon. We also retrieved 3 satellite tags that were attached to the 3 of the turtles in around 2018-2019, so we'll find out more information as they stop transmitting information. So we need to send the satellite tags back to the company and hopefully download that data and give updates about that soon. If you would like to find out any more information, then you can follow our Facebook page called Chagos Turtles, where we update our information on the events and turtle research activities going on the island. So that's just a roundup of the day. I hope you enjoyed watching the event, and just want to say happy World Sea Turtle Day, and I look forward to seeing all the other events today. Thank you. Bye.
This is a hawksbill sea turtle.
This is a plastic bottle.
Hawksbills are critically endangered, with only 6,000 nests laid in the British Indian Ocean Territory between October and February each year.
Plastic bottles are everywhere. 500 billion are produced every year.
Diego Garcia is a vital nesting and feeding site for hawksbills.
But a recent beach clean here found that plastic bottles come from right across the Indian Ocean.
Sea turtles need clean beaches to nest.
Volunteers found 804 bottles here in just 2 hours.
A hawksbill lives for up to 50 years.
A plastic bottle can take up to 1,000 years to decompose.
A sea turtle swims hundreds of kilometers to feed.
But sadly, plastic has been found in the stomachs of many dead sea turtles.
So, what's it going to be? The hawksbill turtle?
Or the plastic bottle.
If you want to help the hawksbills, stop using disposable plastic water bottles and enjoy Diego Garcia's safe drinking water from a reusable bottle.
To keep her nesting site clean.
Tell people back home to stop using unnecessary disposable plastic that could end up in the ocean.
To keep it out of their stomachs.
and join a beach clean. For more hawksbill sea turtles,
and fewer plastic bottles.
to find out more or to sign up to the Adopt a Beach scheme,
Speak to the British Indian Ocean Territory Environment Officers.
hello DG.
Goodbye, ocean plastic.
Maumadaw ka mga pawikan. Maumadaw ka mga pawikan. Para adlaw simpayukan ang katilikan dunia. Hayop kami para adlaw simpayukan ang katilikan dunia. Mamuyan kami para adlaw simpayukan ang katilikan dunia.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Saksikan pangiratan manfaat. Wey!
And over to you, Hedi.
You're mute, Anna.
Great start. Let's start again. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last event on the World Sea Turtle Day program today. We are now entering the final stretch of this day-long live event. It's been 18 hours of non-stop turtle content, where we have had the privilege of virtually visiting 19 countries in the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia region. We have learned a great deal from our turtle-loving friends, and we have seen some of the amazing work that many organizations are doing around the world to protect these amazing animals.
Okay, so for this last 30 minutes of the event, we are reaching you from the IOSEA Marine Turtle Secretariat, which of course is located at the UN campus in Bonn, Germany. As a wrap up the event, we simply want to reflect on the highlights of the event, discuss what went well and what didn't go so well, and also to explain to you, our dear viewers, why this year, 2021, is such an exciting year for the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU.
Yeah, we hope that you have enjoyed the great turtle content that was presented today. If you would like to learn a bit more about the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU and the preparation for this event, then stay with us, please, for the next half hour. We will discuss some of the highlights and of the challenges of today's event and give you a little bit more background information on the MOU and on the idea for this virtual celebration. So let's start by introducing ourselves. And we can also maybe perhaps all three be on the screen. So my name is Heidi. I'm the coordinator of the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU Secretariat, which basically means I'm responsible for all the secretariat functions of a body like this. So until 2016, the secretariat was based in Bangkok, and I became the coordinator of it when it was moved to Bonn in 2017. For the organization, so I'm actually the only staff member dedicated to the MOU, but for the organization of this event, I had two great team members to help me, and that's Ola Olu and Anna Berta. Yeah, so maybe the two of you would like to say something about yourselves and also your role in the preparation of this event.
Hi, I'm Anna Berta, and I am a consultant working for the aquatic species team at the Convention on Migratory Species, also known as CMS or Bonn Convention. Although I have already worked with Heidi in the past, it's only recently that I joined her turtle team, supporting the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU.
as soon as I started, I was immediately involved in the preparation of this World Sea Turtle Day event, which was a great way to start my consultancy. I have been helping with a bit of video editing, communicating with some of the participating countries, and the best part, I've been learning a lot about turtles.
Yes, and my name is Olaolu. I am an intern with the Aquatic Species team of the Convention on Migratory Species. I started my internship just a few months ago, and it's been an awesome experience so far. I'm also incredibly grateful to be on the organizing committee for this event. It's been such a huge learning experience for me, and I love every bit of it. So let's dive in and talk about the event. Let's talk about the highlights of the event. It's been a really long day. I'm sure you all will agree with me. We've had 19 signatory states participate in an event that has lasted for about 18 hours. And I'm really thankful that it's been largely hitch-free. There's been minimal problems and the event has gone so smoothly. Of course, thanks to our technical team, more of that in a bit. And for me, it's really hard to point out a particular highlight of the event because there's been so many highlights. But one thing that has struck me the most is the passion. I'm really impressed to see so many individuals, organizations, communities, and governments so passionate about this cause. And it excites me because the future is bright for marine turtle conservation. And I'm really excited about that. How about you, Anabeta? What is your general impression of the event and any highlights?
Well, I think the event went really well with great quality videos and very interesting content. The streaming, I think it went very smooth with just a very small mishap with the Pakistan slot, which is the type of problem to be expected when hosting a big multinational live event involving different time zones. So I think it went really, really well. In terms of my favorite part, it's hard to pick just one, but I particularly liked seeing the activities involving children, like, for example, the presentation done by Comoros or the lesson with the children in Mozambique. And I must say, I was also quite fond of Emma, the turtle from La Réunion. And of course, I enjoy very much watching all the amazing footage of turtles swimming. I never get tired of that. They are just so soothing and a joy to look at. What about you, Heidi?
Yes, in terms of how it went, I mean, I'm really happy. I must say that in the preparation phase up until very late last night, Bonn time, I thought that having many pre-recorded events was stressful. Now during the live event, I noticed that actually, I mean, at least we had those dealt with this morning. And then it starts being really stressful to have those that aren't pre-recorded because so many things can go wrong. So it's interesting how the different phases of an event like that give you different kinds of stress. But overall, I'm really, really happy, and I think the few glitches were really managed well. And yeah, in terms of my favorite bits, I mean, as you both said, it's really hard to say. In a way, what I liked overall is that this whole program really showed the diversity in the region. That yeah, it's incredible, like how many different cultures and everything come together, and then there are similarities on the situation, and there are differences, but everybody, as Olaolu also highlighted, is sort of united by this passion for doing something good for the turtles. I also very much liked that we saw so many great examples of engaging people and helping them to become sea turtle lovers as well. Starting with the children, there were quite a few very different ways highlighted in the program, but also just the general public, but also like really important stakeholders like fishermen or tourism operators, things like that. So we had lots of examples of that, and I think it really shows the many things that can be done and that sort of need to be looked at depending on the local situation.
Yeah, Heidi, so someone might be wondering, how did the idea of the round-the-clock event even come to be in the first place? Can you talk about that?
Yes, so sometime in the second half of last year, in a call with the advisory committee of the MOU, which is basically a committee of 10 members of different disciplines, but all experts in their field, we discussed what we could do to commemorate the 20th anniversary, because it is quite a milestone. I mean, so yeah, the sort of first responses were, as you would kind of expect of a scientific advisory body. They were talking about capacity building workshops, sub-regional meetings to be held, so really like focusing on MOU business in a way. And these things actually are still planned for the second half of the year, so stay tuned. The anniversary celebrations are not over after today. But our social scientist, Jarina, who everybody will have met in the course of the day, either in the chat or during that wonderful webinar we had hosted in Malaysia, she proposed a 24-hour online event and somehow managed to convince the Secretariat and the rest of the AC that that crazy plan was a good idea. So we ran this idea past the countries who are the signatories to the MOU, and things went on from there, really. So as you know, in the end, it turned out to be 17 hours, or if you count the prelude we had hosted by the US on Wednesday, in total 18 hours instead of 24. But I'm really happy we saw this idea and crazy plan become a reality.
Yeah, it really was a wonderful idea. And if you have met Jarina in person, or if you have seen her in the presentations, you will know that her enthusiasm is contagious. So I can understand how easily she convinced Heidi to do this event. But of course, when the time comes to materialize this idea of a round-the-clock international event, the technical side of it can get a bit complicated, to say the least. I think we are all happy and relieved now that it's over and it all went very well. But I think at some point we were all quite worried about the technical aspects of streaming an event like this, involving different time zones and changing between live hosts, and whether some of the countries or places would have a stable enough internet connection. So for non-techie people like us, that was definitely a big challenge, right? Heidi or Aolu, have you ever organized an event like this before?
Absolutely not. I have never organized such an event. It's been such a huge learning experience for me. I've had to do things that I had never done before. You know, as an environmental scientist, I started my internship planning to embark on environment-related tasks. I never imagined that I would be involved in such technical tasks as comparing online streaming platforms to figure out the best for us, or setting up and managing an event map online. You know, these are things I had never done before, but I am incredibly grateful that I've had the opportunity to do this. And I bet a few days ago, you joked about how you now have new things to put in your CV. I think it's really true, because we've all had new experiences right now. So I'm really grateful for that.
That sounds great. Yeah, I also haven't done anything like that before. I've organized online meetings, but sort of UN style meetings, which is very different, really, to this. So I must admit the organization of this was a challenge. So my main role was really the coordination of everything and everyone, I would say, in the run up to this. And there are so many things in a sort of technical event like this which are completely outside of my expertise or experience. So it was a really steep learning curve for me as well, and many things weren't sort of originally foreseen and came up. And to be honest, it might in the end all have failed actually if we hadn't been rescued by the UMT technical team. So you will have seen that the university in Malaysia delivered the streaming for us throughout this whole day. And they did so, and I must say, the most wonderful and highly professional way imaginable. And they really, really saved us with that. So a big shout of thank you really to the UMT colleagues.
Absolutely, they saved us. They saved the day, and they've done an amazing job. So professional and so committed. And yeah, I was laughing inside when I was hearing Ola Olu talking about his new acquired skills, because I found myself also doing a crash course in video editing the other day, which I'm sure is a very useful skill to have. Anyways, hearing so much from experts and different organizations today working with turtles, I'm sure we've all learned new things today. I've learned, for example, things about turtles that I didn't know before. For example, the fact that many turtles go back to the exact same beach where they were born to lay their eggs after spending many years being far away, or things like that turtles coexisted with dinosaurs. That I knew they were ancient animals, but that kind of blew my mind just hearing that. Is there something, Heidi and Ola Olu, that you've learned today about the biology or the conservation efforts or methods of studying sea turtles that maybe you didn't know before?
I have learned so many new things about sea turtles. Just like you mentioned, they are really iconic creatures that have roamed our oceans for millions of years. So there's always something new to learn about them. But something that really stood out to me was during the 20 Years of IOSEA webinar, they laid an emphasis on the human component of conservation, where they talked about people actually working to protect these turtles. And I think about people like Dr. Achika, who we learned about during the launch of the event on the 16th of June. He's someone who gave his whole life to the work of turtle conservation. And it's good to know that even after he has left, his legacy lives on, because so many people have continued to carry on the work he started. And also today, during the event from Indonesia, we learned about Kusti, who is the chairman of the Kuta Beach Sea Turtle Conservation Center. He talked about how as a child, his dad was in charge of the beach security, and he used to go with his dad on patrols. And from that moment, he developed a passion for marine turtle conservation. And today he's gone on to also do great things. So those are all inspiring stories to me.
Yeah, I learned that turtles like really beautiful places, and I want to go there too. I mean, some of the footage is just so unbelievably beautiful. Anyway, more seriously, something that stood out to me was that so many of the events illustrated that you really have like different situations in different places, and that you need tailor-made solutions and approaches if you want to do something for the turtles. So on paper, I mean, you read the list of threads and it's very similar in most places, but then, yeah, the detail is really that counts. And of course, there is a lot that can be learned from one place to another. So knowledge transfer and capacity building is really important, but it needs, like any approach, needs to be adapted to the local circumstances. So I mean, it's not that I didn't know this before in theory, but it's something that sort of really stood out very clearly to me today. And on a similar note, it also showed that we really need to work in a sort of holistic, interdisciplinary way, that just looking at things from one angle isn't going to be good enough.
I think it would be interesting to talk a bit about the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU and what it does. For us who work there, it's obvious what it is, but for some people watching the event today, it might not be that clear. What do the acronyms IOSEA and MOU mean, and what does an MOU do?
Okay, I think I will answer that. So MOU is short for Memorandum of Understanding. That's essentially like a contract that governments sign. It's not legally binding, but it's like a declaration of intent of these governments. And yeah, I'll come to the content a little bit later. IOSEA is just short for Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia. So the full title of the MOU is a bit of a mouthful. It's Memorandum of Understanding on the Conservation and Management of Marine Turtles and Their Habitats in the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. But that actually already tells you what it's supposed to achieve. So it's about the animal populations, but also their habitats. And conservation and management recognizes also that, there is use in some areas. So by signing the MOU, countries essentially show their intent that they want to work together to stabilize or increase these turtle populations and to maintain or restore their habitats. And we saw several examples today of how wide-ranging turtles are. So it's very clear that no single country can achieve their conservation themselves. They have to work together with the other range states of a population, because for these animals, political boundaries don't mean anything. That also means, sort of, if you look at it from the other angle, that we have some countries with really high capacity in the region, but that they also need to sort of lift the ones that don't have so many resources and maybe don't have the capacity up and help them to sort of come along, so that they can even in the sort of higher capacity countries achieve their own conservation goals, because otherwise there are going to be so many factors that they cannot in any way influence. So there's really a need for countries to be in this together, to work there. So basically the aim of the MOU is to facilitate this cooperation and the knowledge exchange between the countries, but also involving the many other stakeholders that are really important in this, such as scientists and civil society.
Thanks, Heidi. And what was the reason for celebrating a special event this year in 2021? Has the MOU done any other big public outreach events like this one before?
Yeah, so as mentioned before, the sort of trigger was that the MOU has its 20th anniversary, meaning that it came into effect 20 years ago, exactly on 1st of September 2001. So that's really just a reason to celebrate, and then later on to everything else. There have been big outreach efforts and all that before, and since I haven't been with the Secretariat so long, they're sort of before my time, so I can only sort of tell you what I know from reading about it. But one very big key thing was the IOSEA Year of the Turtle in 2006. It had the theme Cooperating to Conserve Marine Turtles, Our Ocean's Ambassadors. And there were quite some similarities actually in the plans they had back then and the plans we have for this year, that it should be like really used as a big push for a variety of things that are important for turtle conservation. So public awareness being one of them, but also capacity building, cooperation, research, addressing threats. So really sort of double the efforts basically to move forward within the framework of the MOU. And for that Year of the Turtle, very many beautiful and very informative outreach materials were also produced. And Yeah, so I don't think on any specific day within the year it was as busy as this event was for us today, but anyway, I can't really judge that. But anyway, it was a year-long, very successful campaign. As part of that, they produced a really nice video, and I would actually like to show that to you. It's just a few minutes, and even though it's 15 years old, I think it's still very worth seeing it. So let me share my screen and hope this works.
Thank you for that wonderful video, Heidi. So even though that video is 16 years old, it's pretty unfortunate that most of those issues are still issues that affect marine turtle populations today. And that is why today, more than ever before, there is need for greater cooperation amongst countries. And like you explained, that's one of the objectives of the MOU. But we also believe that people can also be part of the change. It's easy to point fingers and blame other people, but we feel that individuals can actually do something that can add up to big change. And that's why we are calling on all sea turtle-loving people out there, sign our pledge. I'm sure you've seen the link over and over again in the chat and also in the description. We just want you to commit to reducing your use of single-use plastics. We've said it over and over, single-use plastic or plastics in general are very dangerous to marine turtle populations. So if by making simple lifestyle changes, for instance, investing in reusable cups, reusable shopping bags, food containers, those little actions actually go a long way. So please sign our pledge. The link is in the description box.
Thanks for highlighting that again. And yeah, to finish, I just want to really give a huge thank you to all the people who contributed to this event. First and foremost, of course, all the local hosts of these events. A lot of preparation time went into that, and we really appreciate it. And we, so at least from my perspective, I think it's been totally worth it. I was glued to the screen and really enjoyed this. Special thanks again to the technical team at UMT for their incredible support and streaming of this event for 17 hours non-stop. And yeah, of course, also a great thank you to all of you who have sent Happy World Sea Turtle Day videos to us, which is an even larger group than the event host. I've watched them many times now. I still smile every time because they're just so nice to see. So that's goodbye from us. We hope you had a Happy World Sea Turtle Day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Pero kami para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Biar kami para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse tous de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani.
Kasa
Oye! Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Jaya sendiri tortues marines!
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Assalamualaikum. Dunia ke belakang begitu ke tamunya MAB pernah ngariskan.
Maligayang araw mga pawikan!
Maumagaw ka mga pawikan!
Maumagaw ka mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maligayong adlaw para sa mga baho sa dagat. Hanay sa Sigaw Island, Masbate.
दुनिया के खंड के दिरीवेना बेला कंबे दुवही के ताहुनिया आविष्कारा
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Nambushiri usiku mwema wa dunia, wahenyanga ya bahari. Naragsak at sa malubungan tiadaw di pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenant, ce que l'on y souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patron ng pawikan sa Udalo, Abraham Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, nawatakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
Vanakkam. Inia adalah Medina Palpita.
Ay nakahalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari Didi sa Piduran Albay.
Shumi! Signatory Marine!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Vorweg Meeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Malipayang adlaw ng mga pawikan sa intirong kalibutan.